My name is Lin Sin. Today is the 1-month anniversary of me and my girlfriend. His face was bright and smiling. He held a bouquet of roses in his hand and called out, Lu Cheng, I like you very much. Later, where else should we go to celebrate? A blonde girl with red lips looks very beautiful, but her voice is extremely deep. Lin Sin. Then, she said, let's break up. Look, you, I stand tall and noble. Standing sideways and speaking with an arrogant expression. Wearing a tight black dress with diamonds that shows off my hot body and long legs. From that moment on, I knew I was abandoned. I'm not willing. He reached out and called the name. Lu Cheng, don't go. See if you can hold on to any feelings. Then from somewhere, a luxury car passed him quickly, startling him. The car parked in front of the woman. The woman just dumped him. Looking at it, it seemed to be some rich guy, wearing a watch. He slowly took off his glasses and opened his mouth to say to the other woman, Lu Cheng, happy birthday, I'm late. Then I saw that girl jumping up and hugging him and making fun of him. Disgusting. Why did you come now? It's causing me to be entangled with him. It's so annoying. I look like a cat and a chicken. Without waiting there, the other guy continued, we went to the National Gold Center and took you to a high-end restaurant and bought you a gift. I blamed the guy named Lin Sin for having to watch them make love. And that guy stole his girlfriend away. The glue guy showed off his smug face to provoke him. My friend, if you want to flirt with a girl, you have to have money. Look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy? His hand on the other girl's hips. Lin Sin stood there, clutching the bouquet of flowers, still unable to believe that he had a cuckold on his head. Many whispers around were taunting the young boy. Look, that's not Lin Sin, our school's famous liar, in pursuit of Lu Cheng. Leaving early and coming home late to work part-time. Saving money to buy gifts for people. Two people whispering, the other talking, the other listening. It's so funny. Lost. Watching Lin Sin try so hard for so long. The result was snatched away by the newly appeared rich man. After all, he has money. Lin Sin's emotions are now very chaotic. His legs fell to the ground. Why is it like that? Just because I'm poor, I'm a foolish girl. So, my sincere heart is trampled like that. Negative emotions are surrounding my mind. All these years, because of pursuing, what did I do to her? He gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Angry because he had wasted all his effort with an ungrateful person all these years. Because he was so miserable, he silently swore to himself that he would never be honest with her. Become like that again. Then a voice rang out in his head. Ding ting. Activating the Billionaire counterattack system. The system was binding. Then appeared on his personal board. He suddenly exclaimed, counterattack money, trillion, system. Before he could calm down, the system spoke up, including trillions of assets, inviting the host to freely spend. No matter how much you spend, 1% can be converted into your personal assets. After listening to this, you are still in surprise. Trillion, I can spend as I please. The system continues. Yes, but please pay attention. Counterattack assets can only be used to counterattack. Work, spending for female students. All personal expenses not related to this will be deducted from my personal account. He shouted in panic. My personal account is only 138. That's a refund. Return the money spent. As long as you spend more money, your personal wealth will increase faster. Now you are very excited. The counterattack, now, begins. At the Billion-Dat commercial area. The reserved area for the upper class people. I came here, thinking in my head, but first I have to find a tester. There are really many people at this milk tea party. Suddenly I realized something. Is she Luo Yaxi, Lu Cheng's roommate? She was wearing a figure-flattering halter dress. Just looked at the woman. 3 seconds later the system opened up that girl's information. He went to say hello, but okay, this girl's feelings don't seem to be very good. Can Luo Yaxi bother you a little? She replied with a surprised look on her face. Lin Sin, why are you come to me to help pursue Lu Cheng? Haven't let you spoke up. She interrupted. Don't think anymore. Advise him to give up. Now she has a boyfriend who is a wealthy rich man. His face looked disinterested, then said, Haha, you misunderstood. Okay, I just wanted to invite you to have a cup of milk tea. Then he thought to himself, experimenting with you first. She showed a surprised look on her face. Invited me to drink milk tea. Then flatly refused. No need, we're not close. And this isn't ordinary milk tea. Look carefully. A cup of milk tea costs the same as your 10 days' food. Can you invite me? She sat on the chair proudly, smiling, incontinence on the lips. Behind the long line waiting to buy milk tea, they kept jostling each other and pointing at Lin Sin, in front. If you want to buy, hurry up, we've been in line for a long time. A girl standing next to me also replied. Yes, I still want to take pictures to post on Weibo. Don't delay, my face is looking forward to it right now. Everyone calm down, wait for me a bit. He slammed his hand on the table and asked the employee, the milk tea seller, how many cups were left. The employee turned around and replied, there are still 180 cups left. Okay, he shouted loudly, I bought all of these 180 cups of milk tea. Shocking both the employee and the other girl. He also said that everyone he met had to have a share. It was like Luo Yaxi invited everyone to drink. Luo Yaxi was completely shocked and just wanted to tell you clearly that he was afraid that because his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He couldn't think clearly. What? The entire 180 cups of milk tea are tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Sin, think carefully, don't do anything wrong. I still pretend I didn't hear anything. Little sister, swipe your card. A ding rang out. You had successfully paid 39.800 yuan. He stood there arrogantly waving his hand, bothering to pack for everyone. Don't make people wait too long. The employee replied, regaining her composure. Yes, yes. Everyone around them had happy faces and eyes as bright as headlights. Praising Lin Sin. Wow, I didn't expect him to really buy it. So handsome. This brother is too strong. Could it be that he takes it seriously? Luo Yaxi. At this moment, Luo Yaxi's favorability has increased. Speechless. Lin Sin spoke up. Luo Yaxi, I still have something I want to ask you for help with. What's going on? Help me spend some money. At a certain shopping store, Gelled Hair spoke up. Lu Cheng, I have long wanted to buy this bag for you. It's just that my mother said I was wasting my money before. And today I bought it like that. That's enough. He looked annoyed, showing an unwilling face. That bad boy said, Lu Cheng, if you want to pass the test of your future mother-in-law, you must have a good performance now. I understand. Then don't buy it. She thought to herself, I'm sorry, the things I bought today add up to a few zeros for this bag. But to marry into a rich family, I have to be patient. Suddenly she heard her roommate's voice from afar and immediately turned around to look. Lin Sin, how about this bag? This is a limited edition. And it's also a store item of this store. Worth 38W. Do you mind taking this? At this moment, Lin Sin was thinking, let me see. Then that girl spoke up. Lin Sin, Luo Yaxi, why are you two here? I know, it's just stalking. I was kicked out. I begged Nanha Hai to come and act to annoy me. Didn't I already tell you clearly? We broke up. Why do you deserve it? How disgusting. His face darkened and he opened his mouth to say, who is following you? I came here with someone else to buy handbags. She continued to scream at him. He went to Hermes with someone else to buy handbags. Can't you find a better excuse? Don't puff your cheeks and pretend to be rich. Suddenly a system voice rang in his head, opening a counterattack mission. Now he could see her information before his eyes. Lu Cheng, if we broke up then it wouldn't matter anymore. It has nothing to do with you where I want to go. Don't wave your arms and legs like that. Do you think I'm still the same person as before? She laughed contemptuously. I'm dying of laughter. It's only been a few hours. Could it be that he's gone from being a poor guy to a second-generation rich guy? According to her head, minus 25% of his favorability level appears on her head. That guy's face also looks smug. He laughed and said, dude, don't talk nonsense. If you have the courage, buy that bag. Lin Sin smiled cunningly. Let me think. The other two still didn't give up. Haha, as expected they couldn't buy it, knowing it would be difficult to leave. At this moment he had a radiant face. Only bought one bag. As expected that's not enough. He called the nearby employee to come over. Please bother me a bit. Then he raised his hand to announce, everything in this store was packed for me. Making Luo Yaxi's face. That woman, the ex-lover and the employee both exclaimed in surprise. What? I bought 'em all. Lin Sin closed the order in front of Luo Yaxi's admiring eyes and the stunned bewilderment of Lu Cheng and the young master she had just captured. The god of wealth is coming. The god of wealth is coming. Lady, the officer smiled warmly and quickly handed the payment card machine to Lin Xin and announced the amount. Sir, a total of 1132,000. Wang Xiao was indescribably shocked when he heard the price. But he couldn't lose it. If you have that ability, I will stand on a banana and eat soy sauce. Hey friend, don't be so quick to bet alone. Especially with the main male lead. More stories. A minute of silence for Wang Xiao. Not only him, Lu Cheng also exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Xin, are you crazy? A gentleman only needs to act without words. Lin Xin takes unlimited card for quick payment. The machine signals, ticks, and swipes the card successfully. Paid 1,132,000 yuan. All store staff were happy to thank the golden owner for today's completion quota for the store. Lin Xin held the powerful card in front of Wang Xiao and provoked him. I didn't expect that Wang Xiao had such talent. Just in time. It opened my eyes. What a laugh at the person from the other day. The next day you laughed. I would like to ask Wang Xiao. Do you need a technician to film you performing handstands? I'll get a cheap price. Speaking of Luo Yaxi, now in her eyes, Lin Xin is truly a god. Her heart suddenly also a bit shaken. It's a bad thing to eat. Wang Xiao panicked when he learned that Lin Xin actually had the ability to pay that huge amount of money. Lu Cheng didn't have to think about how he would react. His eyes were and his mouth was looking at the ex-girlfriend he once despised. He now has such bravery. She must be very sorry. Wang Xiao wondered how Lin Xin had that much money. The system continuously pinged ding notification that Luo Yaxi and Lu Cheng's favorability index had increased rapidly. Luo Yaxi's total favorability score was currently 42%. She happily jumped into Lin Xin's arms and said, unlike some people, on the outside they are affectionate towards their girlfriends. But on the inside they don't want to waste even a little money. Looking at Luo Yaxi getting a bargain, how could Lu Cheng let himself lose to his friends? Turning to ask for the young master's boyfriend, Wang Xiao sweated all over his head, quickly playing cards with Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, we don't agree with them. Only the newly rich go around showing off their bodies. Now, doing such a meaningless job like this. A genuine second-generation rich man like you, acting humbly, while he was preaching moral songs. Two women passed by in front of the store and saw. Yes, seems like he encountered someone he knew. Indeed, Wang Xiao. The loud call came from a middle-aged woman, who was wearing designer clothes and looked very rich. Wang Xiao turned around and almost saw her. Her soul flew away, her face drained of blood. She stammered in response. Sister Wen, why are you here? What are you doing here? The woman named Sister Wen shouted as she gave it to Wang's mother. Xiao slapped her hard. It turned out that Wang Xiao had betrayed her. She cursed again. I bought you clothes, shoes, watches, even lent the car to drive. You could secretly looking for a mistress behind my back. You're a damn thing that's not as good as a beast. Damn it, Wang Xiao. It turns out he's Sister Wen's gigolo. A woman who's both rich and fierce. Wang Xiao after that slap, then he was lying around in the middle of the store. One pair of shoes missing. An unimaginably pathetic scene. Extremely scared, he quickly sat up, kneeling neatly in front of Sister Wen. Sister Wen, you were wrong. You were really wrong. It was all because this bitch seduced you, said Wang Xiao as he spoke, pointing to Lu Cheng who was standing there stiffly. In my heart there is only you. You must trust me. Wang Xiao hugged Sister Wen's leg while stroking it to please her and swearing. Lu Cheng heard Wang Xiao blaming it's my fault that I'm numb. I can't say anything else but call Wang Xiao's name. The scene around the store is currently very bustling. There are people eating melons. Some people are laughing, joking that this brother his taste is really strong. Some people openly criticize the guy who dresses well but is a boy who kneels and licks rich ladies. I thought that normal people would not believe Wang Xiao's fake sweet words. But Sister Wen is a special woman. She seemed confident and pointed straight at Lu Cheng, ordering Wang Xiao, I believe so much that you don't dare. Give you a chance. Slap her in the face twice. I will forgive you. If not from now on, we will cut off our relationship. Wang Xiao heard that and completely changed his eyes. No longer affectionate, he looked at Lu Cheng as an enemy. Don't understand, also understand. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao slapped Lu Cheng hard in the face. She fell to the ground, held the place where she had just been beaten, looked at Wang Xiao and said, You have broken up but also asked for a gift. Wang Xiao grabbed the necklace around Lu Cheng's neck and shouted, "What are you, you materialistic woman seducing someone else's boyfriend? The necklace around her neck belongs to her." Poor Lu Cheng turned to look at Lin Xin, hoping he could help. She jumped up and walked quickly in Lin Xin's direction, calling out to him, hoping to rekindle their old love. But Lin Xin is no longer there. "It's licking dog again. You didn't say anything, just turned around and left Lu Cheng alone." Lu Cheng called Lin Xin's name but only saw your Lin's cold attitude. Disappointed, she ran out of the store crying. Surprisingly, Lu Cheng's liking towards Lin Xin increased by 1%. He couldn't help but wonder, since I was already so cold, did her liking towards me increase? On the contrary, the woman's thoughts, women are also quite complicated, so you just take it slow and feel it. As for Wang Xiao, he was just pathetic. Sister Wen grabbed his ear and pulled him out of the store. He couldn't resist. Luo Yaxi had witnessed the entire incident earlier. She gently placed her hand on Lin Xin's shoulder and said, but she didn't expect that Wang Xiao would be such a person. Lu Cheng is so pitiful. Having said that, she was actually quite worried that Lin Xin would be soft-hearted in the face of such a situation. Lu Cheng's carpet. Looking at Lin Xin's expression, "You probably don't have a soft heart at all," Sir calmly, with a slight smile said to Luo Yaxi, "A money-hungry woman, not worthy of sympathy. Don't let what she means to. See if there's anything else you want to buy." Luo Yaxi secretly rejoiced when she heard that. Her friend seemed to have completely lost all hope with Lin Xin. She shyly looked at Lin Xin and asked, "You are so good. I don't know how to repay you." Usually in this part of the movie, the main character will demand to repay this with his own body. Lin Xin, what do you think? "So, should I repay with my own body?" Lin Xin said while teasing Luo Yaxi. She heard Lin Xin teasing her and her face turned red. She used her small fist to swing at Lin Xin's body and scolded her. "Love. Hateful. You're talking nonsense. What's wrong, you bastard?" The system now jumps the notification ting-ting plus twice the favorability of 10%. Currently Luo Yaxi's favorability is 62%. Luo Yaxi happily grabbed Lin Xin's arm and pulled him away, while pulling and saying, "It would be rude to come without going to see. In exchange, let me spend some money for you." Lin Xin was so surprised by her suggestion. "To spend money on me?" Lin Xin asked again. "Confirm." Looking at the beautiful shirts hanging on the rack, Lin Xin couldn't help but exclaim after looking at them. After choosing the shirt, Luo Yaxi continued to pull Lin Xin into the men's changing room, asking to help him try on pants shirt. The store employee's eyes widened as he watched this strangely behaving customer, unable to stop it in time. In the dressing room, Luo Yaxi said while buttoning Lin Xin's shirt, "Look, it's not knows how to dress a little. No wonder some people look down on her." After scolding her lover, she took her card to pay for all the selected outfits. The machine swiped the card to notify. Check. Successful payment. Spent the fee. 3,888 yuan. Saved. Paid successfully. Spent 3,399 yuan. Accumulated. Paid successfully. Spent 2,888 yuan. Total 3 items. Lin Xin just came out of the dressing room wearing clothes, looking like an actor stepping out onto the fashion show floor. A grey turtleneck shirt paired with trousers over a long light brown vest overall helps Lin Xin increase his aura. Luo Yaxi really has eyes. Look fashionable. Lin Xin's new appearance attracted the eyes of all the female customers around the store. Everyone was admiring how handsome he was. Not only them but also Luo Yaxi was surprised. How good her feelings now increased by 10, a total of 72%. She thought to herself, she didn't expect him to be so handsome. This guy is definitely a treasure. If Lu Cheng doesn't appreciate it, then it's okay. I doubt myself. Lin Xin looked at his appearance in the mirror. He was also surprised, silently exclaiming, he did not expect that he would become this beautiful. Moreover, when he used to spend only counterattack money to flirt with girls, Luo Yaxi really spending 7 or 8,000 for herself. The current scene has changed. Luo Yaxi returned to the girls' dormitory. She happily opened the door to room 504 while humming a song to celebrate the day she found treasure. Party in the room was Lu Cheng, wearing pajamas and just drying his hair. Luo Yaxi saw the red mark on his roommate's cheek and suddenly asked, "Lu Cheng, is your face okay?" Lu Cheng looks like quite calmly. She smiled and replied, I'm fine. Luckily Lin Xin helped me expose Wang Xiao's true face. Otherwise I would still be confused about being led by someone else. Luo Yaxi nodded in agreement. Love gently reminded her roommate. Yes, fortunately Lin Xin was there. So in the future she must be highly vigilant. Don't meet that kind of person like Wang Xiao again. This bag, Luo Yaxi just asked. Lu Cheng just held out the expensive bag that Lin Xin bought. Lu Cheng's expression did not change at all. He replied faintly, Lin Xin bought it for you. Just take it. Get the right answer. Luo Yaxi happily hugged Lu Cheng and said, then I won't be polite anymore. I'm still worried that you will take it to heart. She said, how is that possible? We are good sisters. Lu Cheng replied with a smile to Luo Yaxi. Good sisters. A very pleasant scene. Both of them hugged and laughed. But in their hearts everyone had their own plans. Lu Cheng thought that Luo Yaxi was just an outsider and so not worthy of being involved in a 3-year love affair of her and Lin Xin. In that atmosphere, Luo Yaxi laughed at Lu Cheng's blind eyes and couldn't see that Lin Xin was a rich second generation, so now he was hers. Changing the scene again, now in the boys' dormitory. Lin Xin is tired after a day of flirting with girls. Scratching his head thinking, phew, walking with his sister all day. I'm so tired. Not every time I want to flirt every girl has to repeat it once. But she still has to change her method. While busy with thoughts, Lin Xin saw an acquaintance. His senior and a group of friends. Lin Xin said hello. The person being greeted was called Wang Jin. His face didn't look like a good character. He saw Lin Xin in the new outfit and immediately scoffed. Oh class Lin Xin, this outfit seems to cost a lot of money. Meanwhile, his group of friends also silently agreed with Wang Jin's words, secretly thinking that Lin Xin pretended to be poor and wanted to study abroad. Wearing fake clothes to make himself a rich second generation, Wang Jin was suddenly excited and wanted to find something to do. He put his hand on Lin Xin's shoulder and advised, Lin Xin, I've heard about today's story. Open your eyes. Lin Xin pursed her lips in boredom as she listened to Wang Jin's incessant words. In my opinion, you spent so much money pursuing Lu Cheng, and yet people ignored you. It's better to go to the livestream room to give gifts. Girl MC was at least obedient towards him. He still hadn't stopped teaching Lin Xin. You were with Wang Jin and excitedly followed along. The guy in the yellow shirt with the hat said, freely give thousands of gifts. The goddess will also please us. But it is not at the expense of ordinary people. The guy, the other one with straight bangs, laughed at him. A student like that. It's okay to play around with girls. As he finished speaking, he picked up his phone and saw a notification coming in. He happily said, the goddess answered and broadcasted. He got whatever he wanted. He was trying to flirt with a new girl when someone came to point him out. Lin Xin didn't care at all about the taunts of Wang Jin and the gang. He excitedly opened his phone and thought, that's right, I can go to the livestream room to give gifts. Having a plan to spend money to flirt with girls. Lin Xin smiled and patted Wang Jin's shoulder in bewilderment. Thanking senior. After finishing speaking, he turned and left in front of the senior's questions. He was clearly being lied to. But he still thanked me. As expected, no matter how foolish a girl is, there are problems. The guy with bangs because of the plan. Scoffed unsatisfactorily, said boredly, it's so boring, let's go watch Cha-Cha livestream. He suggested to Wang Jin. Hey Mr. Jin, young Master Zhu has appeared. The guy with the bangs reminded him. Wang Jin was excited when he heard that. Really, I'm coming too. In her room, Lin Xin lay on the bed and opened her phone to download the livestream app. After downloading, the app screen immediately displays a notification to register an account name. Lin Xin was originally watching the livestream for the first time. He thought, id, set it as too poor to have money. The id name sounded modest. Right Lin Xin, after setting the account name. He wondered again, let's see, where is the list of female streamers? Why is there only one chart? All of them are not broadcast yet. He immediately remembered what Wang Jin and his group had said, mentioning the name Cha-Cha, and immediately searched for that name on the app. After pressing the enter button, the screen appears as a livestream room of an extremely beautiful girl. With a fiery body, lovely face, truly a little beauty. Currently she is dancing a lovely dance to serve the livestream viewers. smiling and saying, "Love everyone." A series of praising comments appeared on the screen. "Wow, this is great. The screen is dirty. Stop shaking. I'm dizzy. Let me turn off the comment storm. Enjoy my cha-cha's beauty. Cha-cha's beautiful legs. Let me protect them." Someone swears, "Today I will stay until I die in the livestream room." Hey. Looking at the livestream screen, Lin Sin blushed. Her mouth opened wide and exclaimed, "Wow, she's so full of energy. I wonder if this screen separation state can unlock the counterattack mission." Boy thinking, the system is also quite responsive. Quickly reminds, the object of the counterattack. The appearance needs to be above 80 points. Otherwise there is no way to unlock the counterattack mission. The system continues to kindly remind. Livestream has the influence of a special beauty filter. There is no way to judge. Unless we meet offline. Lin Sin nodded, satisfied with the service and understanding of the system. Then thought more and felt this cha-cha has over 9 points. After turning off the filter it probably won't be bad. No, what's the matter with her? Anyway, I have so much gold that I can't use it all, he thought. Back to livestream of cha-cha, who has a popularity rating of 5.20.000. The screen suddenly announced that she was given 5 golden leopards by young Master Zhu. The tycoon just left the army. Cha-cha looked at the notification, smiled and waved, thanking young Master Zhu for giving gifts. There are comments praising young Master Zhu for his generosity, giving gifts of up to 10,000 yuan. Young Master Zhu is holding a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. Looks somewhat arrogant. This must be quite a formidable person. Young Master Zhu account commented. PK between Cha-Cha and Shuang Shuang is about to start. Are you brothers ready? Jin Wang account replied. Ready. This account could be senior Wang Jin. Lin Sin thinking about the gift to give in this livestream. Young Master Zhu proposed a PK plan. The opponent will definitely play some endless strategies used, trying to bring rhythm or something. But I told everyone, while young Master Zhu spoke. Jin Wang account commented. Young Master Zhu spoke. Everyone else was silent. Lin Sin saw, so I secretly laughed. It turns out you are a flatterer of young Master Zhu. Big brother, first of all, we don't need to care about what tactics our opponents use. Nor do we need to keep our strength. As soon as we just started, attack me with full force. Young Master Zhu suggested a strategy. The too poor to have money account typed a comment at this time. It was our male lead wondering. Cha-cha, how much money do I need to get to the top of the rankings? Should I buy a gift first or buy a sign first? Someone showed off more than mine. Young Master Zhu couldn't help but comment in front of this account's arrogant words. The Jin Wang account of course had to quell the rebellion on young Master Zhu's behalf. He arrogantly said, "Damn, who are you?" So, what is young Master Zhu interrupting in his conversation? Young Master Zhu was irritated by the person who dared to show off in front of him. So he immediately texted a comment. Cha-cha, kick him. Cha-cha fell into an awkward position, thinking secretly, math. PK still has to rely on young Master Zhu to win. This whiteboard account is clearly new, and has never given me a gift. On the contrary, the tone is quite loud. She assessed and thought about it. Worse yet, Cha-cha told the room manager to kick Lin Sin's account out. Boom, the account too poor to have money was kicked out. Lin Sin was surprised and thought, am I being kicked out of the room? After a while some time ago, Lin Sin decided he would go to Shuang Shuang's livestream room to see what happens. The confrontation between the two livestream beauties Cha-cha and Shuang Shuang has officially begun. Cha-cha opens with a provocative move. Little sister, there is no top big brother. I'm very worried about you. Little sister, or should you surrender now? I will let you receive a lighter punishment. Cha-cha scoffed. Shuang Shuang is not the type it's easy to play. You respond strongly. Is it so formidable to be at the top of the rankings? My brothers have many strengths. Don't threaten. Take advantage of the fight. Shuang Shuang declares war. On the PK match screen, the two beauties continuously launched moves to defeat their opponents. The storm of gifts came again, and the comments continuously danced praising the performances of the two beauties. It was difficult to determine who would be the winner. The screen displays a reminder message. The first stage is about to end. Everyone come together. Up to now, Cha-cha seems to have the upper hand. Her score is more than double compared to Shuang Shuang because of her water drinking technique, while Shuang Shuang only performs and sings. In the comment area, the Shuang Shuang team members continuously called for gifts to be given to her. Some even asked to borrow money to help her successfully, ignoring the ridicule of Cha Cha's team members, especially young Master Zhu. Shuang Shuang saw that his score results were not very optimistic, and was also mentally prepared to be punished. Punishment. The comment section also gradually emptied of support. More suggestions of punishment for her appeared. It was hard to hear. Suddenly, the PK screen announced, "Too poor to have money to donate Shuang Shuang Dragon Gold." A size L golden dragon, flying majestically in front of the screen, making Shuang Shuang's eyes go into an O shape and mouth into an A shape. Off the screen, young Master Zhu sat up straight in surprise and scolded, "Mother, who? So, now you can get a golden dragon worth 15 yuan. The opportunity to turn the tables has come." Shuang Shuang happily expressed his gratitude to his brother's golden dragon, too poor to have money. The familiar account name. It wasn't just now. Cha Cha suddenly remembered the person just now. I kicked him out of the room just now. Lin Xin was silent from the beginning of the match. It turned out to be to find the most expensive gift in the app. He was quite surprised because the system's card could remotely top up the livestream platform. Now you just need to leisurely swipe. The money is there, now it's time for me to show off. Lin Xin thought. Another golden dragon appeared on the screen. Everyone was wide-eyed because they hadn't seen such a huge gift for a long time. Some people were curious. Who was the boss? Next, the screen went blank. Account notification: too poor to have money gift golden dragon X5. X10, X20. Needless to say, Shuang Shuang's PK score increased very quickly, almost catching up with Cha Cha. Shuang Shuang, after being scared, he quickly remembered something and said out loud, wait, brother is too poor to have money. For a moment, I was so scared that I forgot. Now surfing the golden dragon is a bit of a loss. It's better to wait until the siege time has doubled and then surf." Hearing this, young Master Zhu immediately commented and laughed. Thinking about it, aren't you the blank slate that Cha Cha kicked out just now? A newbie is still a newbie. The PK rules are not understood obviously. It will only be a loss of capital. Jin Wang immediately followed suit. Is this worrying too much? Student: hey, little brother, you are using your parents' savings to spend. You like to play but he's not good at playing. The comment area is full of taunts, obviously wanting to provoke the male lead to have a chance to appear stronger. Do you regret it already? It's too late, little brother. The taunts about Lin Xin continues to appear. Suddenly, the screen flashes with a gift notification from the account too poor to have money. It's a golden dragon. Count it. X80, X160, X200, X240, X320. Oh no, count what was the total number. The livestream screen seemed to explode due to the appearance of so many dragons. The young men who had just ridiculed Lin Xin, especially young Master Zhu, saw that scene and were stunned, bewildered by the non-stop appearance of golden dragons. The golden dragon giving program has not ended yet. The screen continues to jump numbers non-stop with the number reaching more than 1,000 times. Lin Xin looks at the screen and is proud of my show-off. Money couldn't be more spectacular. The announcement screen just ended. Young Master Zhu trembled and tried to calculate. He watched Cha Cha livestream and spent more than 3,000.00 a year. Yet someone surpassed him by only after a livestream. 1,600 golden dragons. A total of 2,400,000 yuan. A terrible number. Cha Cha got goosebumps looking at the livestream screen. Shuang Shuang benefited. She was extremely happy, constantly thanking the dragon. His brother's gold is too poor to have money. The members of the Shuang Shuang side now have the opportunity to counterattack the opponent's side. The comment section continuously appears with ridicule and praise for Mr. Qian's greatness. Celebrate, it's over, now it's time to retaliate. Shuang Shuang raised his voice. Little sister Cha Cha, what are you still sitting there for? Are you peeing in your pants? If you pee, then immediately stand up and accept the punishment. Big pendulum, bending over, spinning, separating horses, jumping all in one song. She gave the punishment. It was quite severe. If you play, then you have to suffer. Cha Cha started jumping as requested, apologizing while dancing Lin Xin. Brother too poor. Mr. Keon, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kicked you out just now. After dancing for a few minutes, Cha-Cha was exhausted. She had to lean on the table to continue dancing while angry. I was angry to death. If it weren't for that young Master Zhu, then those 1600 golden dragons would have been mine. Cha-Cha kept complaining that he was tired, but the people around him didn't seem to understand. Some people even asked for more punishment time. From a whiteboard account jumping straight to level 27 King, Spendthrifter. Lin Sin issued a decree about 3 paths. 1 is Cha-Cha kicking young Master Zhu out of the room. 2 is young Master Zhu leaving the room himself. 3 it was young Master Zhu who came to attack the city himself. There was still 20 seconds left. Mr. Keon spoke up. All over the comment area were full of praise and flattery. On the livestream screen a notification appeared. Level 24 Jade, Zhu Shao. Leave the livestream room. One match caused the famous young Master Zhu to voluntarily leave. Everyone around was surprised by Mr. Keon's prowess. The final match ended. The winner was of course Shuang Shuang. The Shuang Shuang's members continuously commented to congratulate their idol. Shuang Shuang made a cute pose to thank Lin Sin. Thank you brother too poor. Thank you for helping me win this PK match. Thank you. At this time, the notification image coming from Lin Sin's phone rang continuously. Our male lead has become a celebrity. The account has many fans. Notifications, hearts, comments are no less than 100. There are a few people sent him private messages. Like Wang Jin quickly betrayed young Master Zhu and apologized to Lin Sin in order to make friends with him. Shuang Shuang both thanked him and asked for revenge. She even sent her phone number. To add VX, Cha-Cha also texted to ask Lin Sin for forgiveness, and said that he was preparing to kick young Master Zhu out of the room just now. But he was one step ahead. Cha-Cha took the opportunity to propose to Lin. Please, brother too poor. The documents show that you are in Yanjiang City. Coincidentally, in the next few days, you happen to go to Yanjiang to take a photo shoot. Can I invite you to an apology meal by the way? Father had already thought about a backup plan. It didn't matter if PK failed. In terms of appearance and figure, she considered herself better than Shuang Shuang. So as long as she could connect offline with Mr. Keon, then she believes that in the future Lin Sin will probably spend money on her. Lin Sin heard that and immediately thought, okay, sad because of few tasks. Not enough refund. Isn't this like falling asleep and meeting the pillow? Thinking so, he immediately texted and replied agreeing with Cha-Cha. So see you brother too poor in the next few days. Looking forward to it. Cha-Cha was very happy. She texted back to Lin Sin while kissing the message screen. A day passed. Dawn came again. The sunlight gently shined into the boys' dormitory. Lin Sin sat up comfortably. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. The phone screen rang signaling that there was an incoming message. His roommates had also woken up. The guy wearing big black glasses invited Lin Sin to go have breakfast with him. Lin Sin picked up his phone to show off. He smiled and said, "You guys go. There's a girl carrying breakfast for me." Peanut, what is this shocking news I just heard? The people in the room gasped. All 3 people gathered together and spoke softly. Of course they didn't believe Lin Sin. Someone said, unexpectedly, just early in the morning, he started talking nonsense. The person wearing glasses began to speculate. I heard that yesterday Lin Sin was abandoned by Lu Cheng. Last night when I saw his expression so relaxed, I thought it was nothing. What? The other guy heard that and immediately followed. How could there be nothing? Chasing for 3 years. Finally we all concluded that tonight we would invite Lin Sin to drink. Get drunk and cry. It would be okay. Lin, please ignore everyone's nonsense and leisurely put on your coat and walk out of the dorm room. It was early in the morning and there were already a number of people standing in line in front of the girls' dormitory. It wasn't clear who was waiting. Everyone was holding a bag of things, taking the time to ask each other questions. It turned out that everyone went to the girls' dormitory to give breakfast to their goddess. Some gave it to Lu Cheng. Some gave it to Luo Yaxi. As for the reason why everyone is so excited, we must mention the 2 Weibo posts of these 2 beauties. While Lu Cheng said goodbye to the past to look forward to a new future, Luo Yaxi blinked. Green light that someone she has been looking for is behind her. Now she is single. I heard that Lu Cheng was abandoned by that young Master Wang. This is the weakest time. If I could give her a warm embrace. She spoke up as a unilateral guy. And the person who liked Luo Yaxi said, Luo Yaxi must have discovered that I was silently paying the price for her in the background. That's why, posting like that, everyone thinks that they are the person the goddess mentioned. Oh, how pitiful those guys are in love. While everyone was arguing, Wang Jin appeared with an arrogant look. He also had a box of food in his hand. He smirked and said, do you know the difference between people and people? What is licking dog? Look at Lin Sin's ending. There's no future in being licking dog. There was a listener who didn't know who Lin Sin was. So he turned to quietly ask the person next to him to update the drama. Yes, people wonder, Senior, didn't you also bring breakfast to Luo Yaxi? True to Wang Jin's trick, he held up his lunchbox to show off. Can your food be considered breakfast? This is a breakfast bought at Leeds French restaurant. Sweet macaroons, 600 yuan for a portion, 600 yuan for a meal. Enough to make the bystanders both admiring and curious. Do you really have to invest that much for a meal? Hearing this, Wang Jin gently stroked his hair and spoke up. Just tell me the secret. You know the fart. Flirting with girls is all about spending money. A few $dozen a day. You give it for a year and she only finds out you're good. A few $100 a day. A week and I can having her. This knowledge has been absorbed. One guy replied, are people really that easy to fall for tens of thousands of yuan? How disappointing. They are gone, someone announced when saw the familiar silhouettes of two great beauties. From up the stairs, the two girls of dormitory room 504 were dressed and made up beautifully. Beautiful smiled and walked down. The scene was like a fashion catwalk. The whole group of boys saw their goddess and quickly ran over praising and handing out the breakfast they had prepared. Wang Jin introduced an expensive cake box from a French restaurant, hoping Luo Yaxi would be moved. Luo Yaxi took the cake box and gently thanked the giver. The boys gave food to Lu Cheng on the opposite side. Pathetically, she refused to accept it on the grounds that she had ordered food. In the end, among those who donated, only Wang Jin succeeded. He immediately became a shining example worth learning from the crowd. Wang Jin on his face. He was very proud of his achievements. While having fun, Wang Jin glanced at Lin Sin walking by with a group of roommates. Hey, Junior Lin Sin, have you just arrived? Wang Jin called out. He must be planning something. Indeed, after calling out to attract attention, he started to mock. You were also planning to buy breakfast for Lu Cheng. You still haven't given up after being abandoned yesterday. The guy wearing glasses next to you heard it and gritted his teeth and said, it's Wang Jin again, but with the perseverance of the past 3 years. A little bit of it's not a big deal. He's rambling on about Lin Sin's past. Someone was happy and chimed in. Lu Cheng said he'd already ordered food. That's right, it looks like it's not going to work today. Man, Lin Sin, come a little early tomorrow. Wang Jin continued to mock. From afar, Luo Yaxi held the box of cakes that he had just received from Wang Jin towards Lin Sin and said with a smile, Lin Sin, I still haven't breakfast, right? No, didn't you text me early in the morning to invite me to breakfast? He leisurely responded with a winner's smile. There was actually a girl who gave Lin Sin breakfast. And what's more is Luo Yaxi. The group of roommates were extremely surprised to learn that he was not talking loudly in the morning. And is still a famous beauty. Lightning struck the ears, hitting the faces of Wang Jin and the people from the morning who had been waiting for the black Luo Yaxi. The whole group froze, indescribable shock when they saw what was happening before their eyes. Lu Cheng was secretly angry when her roommate dared to fight for a guy in front of her. While annoyed, the shipper ran back to deliver the breakfast she had ordered early. Luo Yaxi looked at Lin Sin with sparkling and seductive eyes. Her favorability increased by 7%. She invited him to taste the expensive macaron milk cake from the famous Leeds French restaurant. Cake, milk cake. Lin Sin went from surprise to surprise at the complexity of a girl. He didn't understand how his favorability could increase when he was the one who was given breakfast. After Lu Cheng received the items, she also ran back to Lin Sin. She lightly nudged Luo Yaxi, whispering and apologizing. Lin Sin, try this, Tian Yuan Mujia, breakfast set for 368 yuan that I specially bought for you. I was wrong yesterday, let me make it up to you. Okay, he replied. How could he refuse in front of the beauty's eyes and soft voice? Luo Yaxi next to him was also angry as he witnessed it. Glared at Luo Yaxi. When Lu Cheng received his consent, he immediately took the opportunity to lean into his arms and continue. I understand that you have paid a lot these past 3 years. Bringing me breakfast every day. I am really touched. It's just before that, I was so naive that I was tricked by people. You will forgive me, right? Hearing that, Lin Sin's whole body had a hateful expression. He secretly thought, it's this trick again, in the past 3 years. Every time I was disappointed and tried to let her go, she coaxed me like that. I continued to pursue and serve her, but she immediately distanced herself from me. Do you think I will still be psychologically manipulated by you like before? You secretly calculated. Of course you won't. Back to licking dog life again. Thinking clearly, Lin Sin waved his hand and left Lu Cheng behind. He reminded, you dare to get close to me like that. It won't be good to be seen by your suitors. Where? This statement from Lin Sin unexpectedly changed the liking level of both girls. Lu Cheng increased it by 50% because he thought that Lin Sin's statement showed his care and love for her. Buddha. And Luo Yaxi increased by 10% because he thought that Lin Sin's rejection of Lu Cheng showed that he was acting for her. So he couldn't save the brains of these two. Lin Sin saw how favorable the two were. Their bodies increased at the same time. Their faces full of questions. Wondering if they had seen something wrong. The people around all this time had to witness the story of 3 people with angry and tearful faces. Why were there 2 beauties fighting over Lin Sin? And the 2 of them were originally close friends. In on this side, the fight has not ended yet. The 2 beauties are still fighting to invite Lin Sin to eat their food. Too tired, he sat down on the stone bench next to him. Lin Sin suddenly turned pale when he saw Lu Cheng crawled onto the chair, holding a cake to feed him. Luo Yaxi became more and more angry at her actions. Poor Wang Jin. Until now he still can't accept the fact that Cheng his god went to compete with his best friend for Lin Sin. His eyes were filled with blood. Angry because he didn't understand why Lin Sin was treated like that. What was it based on? Last night he pressed the phone number 1600 repeatedly. Times. My fingers were cramped. Fortunately, someone else fed me. Lin Sin responded to Wang Jin with a raised middle finger, her eyes full of confidence. An embarrassing scene appeared. 2 people beauty is now showing a seductive pose to Lin Sin. Lu Cheng gently asks to see his sore finger. Luo Yaxi is even more terrible. She squats in front of Lin Sin. She takes the cake and intends to feed him. A spring scene. The sudden rush of color made Lin Sin blush. The group of boys on the other side held their heads. Some were so angry that they gritted their teeth until they bled. Some held their phones and filmed the unique scene. While filming and assessing the situation, Lu Cheng and Luo Yaxi feeding Lin Sin together. Especially Luo Yaxi, wearing such a short skirt and squatting. From Lin Sin's perspective, isn't it visible? Damn, big news. Our conclusion. Damn, eyes eat dumplings, mouth eats macaroons. I'm so jealous, another guy exclaimed. Luo Yaxi finished feeding and happily asked Lin Sin's thoughts. He immediately replied, okay, but I don't like red. Oh my god, what line is this? Luo Yaxi listened and wondered. Red, these macaroons are pink. As she spoke, she looked down at herself. You hateful thing, she shouted shyly and gave a few light blows to Lin Sin who was sitting on the chair laughing. Lu Cheng quickly stopped Luo Yaxi. Lin Sin is having breakfast. Don't bother her. Luo Yaxi stopped shouting. She whispered into Lin Sin's ear. I will change to another color soon. The words made both the speaker and the listener blush. Phew, a mouthful of blood flowed from Wang Jin's mouth. The surrounding brothers were also kind enough to call for him to be the school nurse. On one side, Lin Sin was still enjoying the devoted care of the 2 beauties. While on the other side, the nurse brought a stretcher to pick up Wang Jin in a dead state. The event that the language major of the literature department and her best friend both fed Lin Sin breakfast was posted on the school's bulletin board, causing quite a stir in the comment section. Some people had their own opinions. Some had their own opinions. Some people regret losing the goddess. Some people suspect Photoshop. Some people want to be anti-Luo Yaxi. The rest begin to curiously hypothesize about Lin Sin's identity. The melon-eating crowd had not yet finished making a stir because of the first news panel when the second news appeared. The female live streamer of the newspaper Teeth received 24 million gifts from the first panel in the PK. People continued to question whether Lin Sin is he the tycoon mentioned on the news board. There are still people who suspect that he is rubbing his temperature to attract attention. Some people left comments saying, "Some beauties do appear in the news." In the end, it's just overnight Lin Sin became a celebrity in school. He was so surprised that he vomited when he heard his roommate inform him that he had been listed on the school's website and that soon someone from the journalism department would come to interview him. Running away was the best policy. Lin Sin immediately ran as fast as he could, ignoring the screams of the two beauties. The target was gone. The two beauties now had no more respect and blamed each other. Luo Yaxi scolded because Lu Cheng caused big news that made Lin Sin unhappy, while Lu Cheng blamed the opposite. She made Wang Jin vomit blood, so it became a big problem. From afar, Lin Sin was hiding from the journalism department by hiding behind a corner of the wall. He secretly observed them and realized that the journalism department probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The message came. On the phone screen was a picture. Cha Cha was playfully sucking on ice cream with a rather seductive look. She told Lin Sin that she would land at Yanjiang City Airport at 7:30 and asked him if he would come pick her up. Lin Sin looked at the content text message, smiling and thinking, the person who helped spend money +1. Looking forward to meeting her so much. In the lobby of Yanjiang City Airport, the flight attendants have started to leave the cabin. The passengers must have left soon. Outside the plane, Lin Sin waited for Cha Cha for a while. He thought, she said she got off the plane. Why hasn't she seen it yet? Isn't it like some streamer with a thick filter on? Her biological mother can't even see it. While thinking, he suddenly heard the name of a familiar person. Cha Cha, where do you want to go? I will take you. I drive the jeep. The blonde guy pulled the girl while saying. Cha Dad tried to pull his hand away from the other guy while saying no need. Really no need. Don't be polite to me. The blonde guy still insisted on taking her away. Seeing a familiar figure, Lin Sin recognized the person I was supposed to meet. A cute girl with a short striped dress. Even Cha Cha's expression didn't understand why. Brother, you should go get your glasses remeasured. Lin Sin just ran between the two of them and said to the guy wearing glasses. Who are you? I gave them a lot gift for Cha Cha. The guy wearing glasses asked again. Cha Cha, after realizing who the person in front of her was. She was overjoyed. She held up the phone and said, Brother Keon, is that you? Your shirt is the same as what you're talking about on WeChat. It's me, Lin Sin confirms. You're Mr. Keon. The guy wearing glasses is startled. Hearing Mr. Keon's name, he quickly bowed his head respectfully and apologized. Bothering you? Cha Cha took Lin Sin's arm as she walked and said that luckily Brother Keon came in time. That person said he was my fan. As soon as he came up he hugged me. I didn't know him at all, but in her heart thought of just giving me a gift of a few hundred yuan. Driving a tattered jeep but also wanting to take me out. She smiled and looked at his face and complimented him. He was also a successful businessman in his 40s. He didn't expect you're so young and handsome. Lin Sin also responded and called me Lin Sin. Okay, I didn't expect you to be more beautiful than when you broadcast live. She smiled and complimented Lin Sin. Brother is very well spoken. Ding. Opening a counterattack mission. The system opens a new notification. On the notice board, personal information appears. Name, Lu Zhu Ya, 21 years old. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Her current liking for Lin Sin is 30%. From a distance, a man wearing a vest with blonde hair ran up and waved his name Cha Cha. Mr. Zhao, why are you here? Brother Keon, this is Mr. Zhao. He gave me a lot of gifts in the distribution room. Live broadcast. Of course he came to pick me up. How could he let me call a taxi service? This is Mr. Zhao wondered. Cha Cha smiled and held Lin's hand tightly. Introducing, this is too poor to have money. Brother Keon. Mr. Keon became famous in battle. I didn't expect that he was so young. I already knew that Mr. Zhao humbly introduced his car, while asking Lin Sin again. I drove a small electric donkey. He remembered his electric motorbike and spoke leisurely to the surprise of Cha Cha standing next to him. Oh, this. I'll take you a little way. Mr. Zhao politely invites you. Okay, thank you. Then my little electric donkey. Lin Sin wondered. So the luxury car was driving on the road with a small blue motorbike on its roof. Mr. Zhao drove the car while glancing at Lin Sin through the rearview mirror while praising Mr. Keon for his modesty. Surprising him, He asked him if this was the avenue leading to the restaurant. In his heart, he silently evaluated this male student. He really looks like he's just over 20 years old. His clothes are all tens of yuan. Is it really possible to give him a gift of more than 24 million? Cha-Cha affirmed that he doesn't mind riding Mr. Keon's electric donkey. But Cha-Cha carries so much luggage. It's still relatively convenient to ride in my car. Mr. Keon, are you right? Mr. Zhao asked you. Mr. Zhao said it was reasonable. Lin Xin smiled leisurely and responded to him while he was admiring the beautiful scenery of Dianjiang City. Next to Cha-Cha was also listening to silently evaluate Lin Xin. This person is really Mr. Keon, she thought suspiciously. Finally, the car arrived at the restaurant. Cha-Cha happily walked in with a bright smile while greeting everyone around. The restaurant's VIP room door opened. The people in the room saw her silhouette as she greeted warmly. The main character has finally arrived. Cha-Cha looks better than the last time I saw him. One man complimented. 3 drinks fine for being late. Another person was excited. This one is Brother Keon. The same person who beat Young last night. Master Zhu lost and had to leave. She raised her hand and introduced Lin Xin to everyone in the room. Hearing the familiar name, everyone gathered around excitedly asking, "What are you, Mr. Keon? Is it real or fake? Isn't he too young? He has been admiring for a long time." The middle-aged men were extremely excited to look at Lin. "Please confirm your identity." In a blink of an eye you immediately realized Cha-Cha's true intentions. I know she only invited me to apologize in name. But in reality, she asked the bosses to give her big rewards on livestream. This is a party to invite Cha-Cha's bosses. As expected, the newspaper's famous female streamer Hey. Not a little bit of mental vision. Lin Xin silently assessed the girl standing in front of him. In the round table, a man spoke up before Mr. Zhao. He said, "Mr. Keon drove a small electric donkey to pick up Cha-Cha." The above news made the people around excitedly provoke and laugh. Some people pretended to say this must be Mr. Keon's joke to Cha-Cha. Because how could he have the ability to donate more than 20 million on livestream without money to buy a car? A bearded guy thought, resting his chin and wondering, if 20 million is just pocket money, Mr. Keon's total assets are definitely not less than 1 billion. I know a lot of people in Yanjiang City, but Mr. Keon said his surname was Lin. That person continued to approach Lin Xin's people and interrogate him. He continued to assert that among the rich people in Yanjiang City, there was no one named Lin. Lin Xin only heard it silently. The rest of the people were just waiting to hear that and quickly scrambled to speak up. What? President Chen said it was true. Cha-Cha, don't be fooled. Mr. Zhao also followed suit and scolded him. It was indeed fake. And even let me carry your little electric donkey. Cha-Cha, have you ever seen him? Of Mr. Keon before? Another bearded guy asked her. Cha-Cha from this side was not in a hurry to respond. But her favorability had decreased by 10%. She silently recalled the scene just now. On the way to here, I confirmed on his cell phone. He is indeed so poor that he only has money left. Is he still angry with me? She thought. It is true that the personalities of some rich people are a bit special and perverted. But it doesn't matter, no matter what kind of man it is. It's just my ATM, she concluded. The only thing I'm worried about is that he doesn't have money for me to spend. Cha-Cha thought to herself. She moved towards Lin Xin and gently grabbed his thigh. Thanking President Chen for worrying about me. But isn't there is a Lin family among the 3 major families in Shanghai. Lin Xin brother, you are young Master Lin family in the major, right? She replied. President Chen on the other hand asked him again to confirm his identity, Lin Xin's truth. You of course know all too well about her thoughts. He silently commented. She looked like she was helping me talk, but in reality she was verifying my identity. A Lin family in the major. Don't know. Anyway, I don't have as much money as me. Lin Xin held a glass of water and replied leisurely with eyes full of confidence. Little friend who colors too much. Be careful of being struck by lightning. I guess. Mr. Keon didn't buy a lottery ticket and won more than 20 million. It all fell on the lobby. And then he couldn't even make an appointment with Shuang. Just could run to trick Cha-Cha. The guy in the yellow vest pointed and laughed and said. Mr. Zhao excitedly followed along. Yes, after all, he could still take advantage of this reputation to set up a date with Cha-Cha to cheat on him one night. Is that right? Mr. Keon, you said your money is more than a Lin family in the major. Then I want to ask, what car do you usually drive? You keep a few supercars at home. The bearded guy asked about the quality. Asked Lin Sin. Lin Sin heard this and just pulled Cha-Cha close to his chest. Smiling on one side of his mouth, he said, car, I don't have any car. Cha-Cha, what kind of car do you like? I will buy it for you right now. Lin Sin looked at her and asked. Seeing this, the crowd continued to cheer and say, hey, that guy, where are you putting your hands? Now go shopping. Do you think you're buying food at the market? Do you want to pretend to pee to hide? The nouveau riche is indeed the nouveau riche. President Chen said one sentence and already revealed his true form. Little friend, pretending to be a rich person is not like that. Everyone is laughing in the same way to bring down Lin Sin. Really, thank you Lin Sin brother. I like Ferrari Fago. If you give it to me, will you pay me an equivalent gift? Cha-Cha leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered at the same time her favorability has decreased by 15%. Loi Loi appears enthusiastic and cheerful on the outside, but in reality her favorability has decreased. With these acting skills, not acting is a waste. Lin Sin evaluate her. So that's it. Lin Sin leisurely walked out the door. Cha-Cha smiled slightly and waved goodbye to him. A while later, specifically half an hour, everyone in the room had finished their meal. They walked out the door and chatted loudly. That kid named Lin had indeed run away. He was just a clown. Okay, Cha-Cha, shall we go to karaoke? She agreed with them. She silently assessed. This Lin Sin is really a fraud. Still holding a glimmer of hope. Before she could finish speaking, a bright light emitted from a boxcar blinded everyone. Everyone around. What's going on? Mr. Zhao wondered. Lin Sin appeared in that light like a god. Not just one, but a series of luxury cars standing blocking the entire lane in front of full eyes. Surprise and curiosity of those around. Oh, general managers. It's so embarrassing. I'm blocking your way. Mr. Niu is too enthusiastic. I said I wanted to buy a sports car. He insisted on driving the whole thing here to show it to you. I choose to accept. Lin Sin smirked when he glanced at the wide eyes of the people who had just laughed at him while talking to the man next to him. The man named Mr. Niu clasped his hands and warmly replied that it was the right thing to do. Well, our store's service is famous for being attentive. Not to mention, young Master Lin's assets are verified by the Dragon Bank Black Diamond card. What? The Dragon Bank Black Diamond card? The assets must pass one. I just got it. It's not fake. You can rent these cars to color it. Right, the bearded guy was startled and verified. The rest of the people also had wide eyes, not understanding what was going on. That's not right. I know Mr. Niu. There is only one reason to be able to make him so respectful. The guy in the yellow vest confirmed. This Lin Sin is really a rich man. That guy spoke up. You came at the right time. Now I know. The Ferrari Fago you chose is only over 15 million. Too cheap. I can't give it away. Lin Sin looked at Cha-Cha and spoke gently to her surprise. Too cheap. When she heard that, she got chills down her spine and broke into a sweat. Mr. Niu said that people who like Ferrari Fago will also like Ferrari LF. So I decided for you. Give you Ferrari LF. Lin Sin said as he turned his head and laughed at the guys who laughed at him. Lin Sin leisurely handed the powerful black card to Mr. Niu. He bowed his head to take it. Spending 32 million yuan. That's the amount of money you just spent. Really bought it. Ferrari LF. More than 30 million. Bought it. Cha-Cha blushed and was surprised by Lin Sin's generosity. The people around turned pale and shouted. 30 million is still not the entire fortune property. In less than 2 days, he spent more than 50 million. Moreover, it was just pocket money. Is his finances so terrible? It's over. Just now we were laughing at him. The yellow vest guy worried, afraid to speak. President Chen, look at yourself. Don't pretend if you have little knowledge. Talk nonsense and make people misunderstand. We've been hurt by you. One guy questioned. Most of us forgot how I supported President Chen just now. Mr. Lin, you bought a gift for your girlfriend. So do you want to buy one? Mr. Niu invited. No, my car is the most expensive and only has one. Hey, I want to buy a more expensive one. Lin Sin replied. Young Master Lin is indeed very spirited. I am extremely sorry to disappoint you. Mr. Niu respectfully replied. Lin Sin brother, thank you. This Ferrari LF is really my dream car. I never thought. Cha-Cha was shy, looked at him with sparkling eyes apologetically. Lin Sin humbly smiled softly. He explained that he just had too much money, didn't know where to put it, so he spent it everywhere. Cha-Cha's favorability shot up by 50%. After witnessing the scene, Lin Sin's glory and historical reputation, I thought to myself, he didn't get angry because of my request. Even gave me a step. Everyone bowed their heads, respectfully before Lin Sin. I'm sorry, Mr. Keon, was all a misunderstanding. Mr. Keon, I'm so sorry, I really have blind eyes. I dare to doubt you. Please forgive my ignorance. The whole group spoke in unison as if rehearsed. A guy who probably had a car for sale took the opportunity to introduce himself. That's it. I heard he planned to buy a more expensive car. Right now the city's first-class car dealership. Yanjiang. There are many luxury supercars that are much more valuable than President Chen's car. Although I don't know if they can catch your eye. If you can come visit, I would like to give you the biggest discount. To show the sincerity of my apology, Cha-Cha happily pulled Lin Sin's hand and asked him to go test driving with her. Lin Sin immediately asked in confusion, I can try it myself. Hearing that, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, people have already thought. Of course the thank you gift must be returned. It's just that your gift is too big. I can't pay it all at once. I can pay it in installments. No, this first time has to be paid when it's just the two of them alone. She expressed to Lin Sin's surprise. Of course he was a bit shocked when he thought about it. As expected of a famous streamer, his acting always aroused his curiosity. After thinking about it, the two of them got into a red supercar and left. The sound of a luxury car was no joke. Okay, enough to scare the people left behind. The Ferrari car running down the road looks so outstanding. Lin Sin, brother, can you sign my foot? Cha-Cha started to open the auditorium. Lin Sin complied with her and gently lifted her short skirt. He suddenly saw something and his face gradually turned red like a tomato. Brother Keon, sorry. It turned out there was an apology written on Cha-Cha's thigh full of coquettishness and a bit of charm. This is the number of times I pay in installments. Each time I pay a part, I will clearly write down each amount. Is brother Lin Sin satisfied? Cha-Cha lightly touched his lips and looked towards Lin Sin and said. Lin Sin responded to her. He was also quite satisfied with this thank you. Episode 1. The scene changed to the Karaton Hotel. Hello everyone, I've arrived in Yanjiang City. I didn't expect Mr. Keon to not say 2 words. The gift of a car to me was really touching. Cha-Cha stood in front of the supercar and live streamed. Many comments quickly appeared on the screen, most of which seemed to recognize the appearance of the Ferrari LF. The crowd discussed the value of the car. Some guessed more than 2 million. Some more knowledgeable said the car must be at least 30 million. Some other comments were curious about the relationship between the two. Some speculating whether Mr. Keon intends to support Cha-Cha. There are many comments refuting the idea because they believe that Cha-Cha is not someone who can be supported by tens of millions. At least 1 billion. The comment section became noisy because of this incident. While Cha-Cha was sitting in the car live streaming, on the other side Lin Sin was talking to a man wearing a grey vest who seemed quite old. He also extremely respectful to Lin Sin, smiling and saying, Mr. Keon, it's like this. In Yanjiang City there is a group of rich people. Inside are all number 1 and number 2 rich people. They are all very hopeful. I hope to get to know Mr. Keon. You see. Okay, drag me into the group. Lin Sin immediately agreed, making him very happy and quickly thanked Mr. Keon for being so respectful. Lin Sin's pants pocket suddenly made a sound. It was you getting a call. Hello, Lao Li, you opened your mouth. The person named Lao Li immediately said. Lin Sin, I just received the news. Our high school class is holding a class reunion on tomorrow. Just in time in Yanjiang City. Aren't you also studying at university in Yanjiang City? Will you come? Lin Sin immediately agreed to come because he had nothing to do anyway. Heard that Chia Yu Xuan is studying literature at Yanjiang University, and will also go to the class reunion. Lao Li announced. Lin Sin over here, the image of a beautiful girl with blue hair but he looked very cold and thought. Even though we were classmates in high school, the two of us basically didn't talk. We only knew that her family was very rich. Thinking about it, he agreed with Lao Li that he would definitely come to class reunion. The next morning, Lin Sin and his little blue electric donkey drove to a high-rise building. He thought to himself, this is the 5-star Maladen hotel. It's so luxurious. In front of the building there was a group of people. The guy in the red shirt seemed to recognize him and said hello. He also recognized him and asked, "Hey, Lao Li, Co Zhang, where did you park?" Lao Li answered. He said, he didn't know because he was on a high-speed train to arrive. Lin Sin sat on his electric donkey and revved the engine. The car made a sound indicating the approaching destination. Sure enough, not only did the car not work, but then the car also emitted a black smoke that made him startled and scream. Damn it, why is it broken? He immediately remembered the scene last night. Mr. Zhao had just lifted his car off the roof of the luxury car and said, being able to carry Mr. University student. Really humble, looking forward to having the opportunity to do business with Mr. Kian. There is also Cha Cha. Before saying goodbye, she drove a Ferrari and told him she was busy because tomorrow she has to go take photos. When she's free, she'll come find him to hang out. Thinking back a bit, Lin Sin gritted his teeth and realized that Mr. Zhao was definitely not paying attention and damaged it last night when Mr. Zhao unloaded the car. So he had to make him compensate. Lao Li next to him heard what he said. Silently guessed, Mr. Zhao, probably a porter named Mr. Zhao. Suddenly, a young man in a black shirt wearing glasses who looked quite cool drove a luxury car with the same color as his shirt. He also said hello, guys, long time ago, then no see. Brother Lian, long time no see. Everyone around is quite excited about this new character appearing. His name is Peng Billion. He also looks like he has money. He arrogantly took off his glasses and curled his mouth. Smiled and asked, Lin Sin, is the car broken? Yes, probably last night. Before Lin Sin could speak, this guy burst out laughing. He interrupted, my bad, I forgot the Maladen Hotel doesn't have parking for electric cars. When I chose the location I didn't taking into account that my classmates will take the tram. I will pay more attention next time. After laughing, he arrogantly threw his car key to the security guard. That person grabbed the key and said hello. Welcome, Xiao Peng. Peng Billion became the subject of flattery around him. Co Zhang saw that, immediately asked admiringly, Brother Lian, is this Porsche worth several million? The woman with purple straight hair said he was ignorant, then introduced to Co Zhang that this is the luxury Maladen hotel that belongs to him. Brother Lian's family. The above information made Co Zhang extremely surprised because he knew Peng Billion had money but did not expect him to be so rich. The cost of building the Maladen alone was more than 3 billion. Clearly having such money, being so modest, and thinking for Lin Sin. I don't admire anyone, just admire Brother Lian, Co Zhang said while laughing. Said while Lin Sin still leisurely took his electric car to look for a parking space. While driving the electric scooter, the phone in Lin Sin's pocket rang again, notifying her of an incoming call. It turned out to be Luo Yaxi calling. She was wearing a cool-looking nightgown to paint her toenails. While clipping it, shoulder phone to talk to Lin Sin. Lin Sin, where are you? Today is Saturday. Do you want to have dinner with me? Not today. I'm going to a class reunion with my high school friends study. Or maybe tomorrow, Lin Sin replied to her, thinking that he only had more than 2.000 on his body right now. He just wanted to have a meal. Tomorrow was fine. These 2 days were not too convenient for me. She warmly replied, if it's not convenient, maybe my aunt will come. Lin Sin speculated that while he was saying something to Luo Yaxi, telling her to pay attention to her health, drink a lot of warm water. Yes, she responded to his words and said that her favorability had increased by 2%. At this time, the system pops up a notification. Luo Yaxi's favorability plus 2% has reached 91%, completing the first phase of the counterattack, spending 11.359.800 gold coins on Luo Yaxi. 10% refund is copyright .135.980 money. Transferred to the boss's personal account, who said drinking a lot of hot water is useless. Not very effective, but the money is still spent too little. Only 1.13 million. Seems like a lot of money spent more money to counterattack. Lin Sin smiled slightly thinking. The notification system has turned on the personal attribute interface. Name Lin Sin, 22 years old. 1 force. 1 agility, 1 physicality, 1 intelligence. Achieve bonus 1 level for all attributes, bonus 1 lucky draw. All of Lin Sin's attributes have now been added to level 2. His body suddenly lit up. He clenched his fists while thinking. It was like warm water spreading all over my body. So comfortable. He smiled and lightly pressed the button in the air while saying that after that, the lucky draw for a miracle prize would appear. Randomly drawn 3 skills. Requires the host to choose one of 3 skills within a limited time. Countdown 7.59.59. Skill level, appreciation of cultural relics. C. Skill level, 5 whips of lightning. D level skills, singing and dancing rap. Lin Sin's face darkened when he read the system notification. He shouted, "What the hell are these skills? They basically can't be used every day." Never mind, go to class reunion before. He wanted to buy a car, but he couldn't spend the money on himself. He scratched his head and thought as he walked towards the hotel. Opening the door, inside was already full of people sitting at the round table. Everyone was dressed beautifully. While gently pulling the empty chair, Lin Sin asked Lao Li, "Chia Yu Xuan hasn't arrived yet?" Peng Billion pulsed, "There are a few girls sitting around. He's laughing at you. What does pain have to do with you?" Lin Sin, "Chia Yu Xuan are beauty queens of the literature department. And your family background is not simple. And you, Chia Yu Xuan's family has a lot of money." Lin Sin Tan asked Lao Li. Lao Li immediately replied, "It's not surprising if you don't know. Her family is a scholarly family with strict family rules. So she is very low-key." The crowd discussed the family background of the girl in question. "I recently learned that the museum in the city was opened by her family." "Wow, isn't that very rich?" someone heard immediately exclaimed. "So Lin Sin and Chia Yu Xuan are not at all from the same class." To be honest, in this city of Yanjiang I only see Brother Billion who has the qualifications to pursue Chia Yu Xuan. The 2 girls next to Peng Billion, the constant flattery made him proud. Lin Sin silently held a glass of red wine and clicked his lips in response to the previous scene. The door opened again. A girl with long blue hair appeared who looked extremely noble and elegant. She gave her a purple flared dress with expensive sparkling jewelry on it. Seeing the person inside, she opened her mouth and apologized for being late, because there was a bit of traffic on the road. Her appearance causing all the men to blush and bewildered while looking at them. Lin Sin silently commented, "As expected of a beauty queen. Even without makeup, she is still so beautiful." The girl's beauty notification system was 94 points. Lin Sin exclaimed that it was amazing. The system gave such a high score. Peng Billion smiled red-faced and quickly invited Chia Yu Xuan to sit next to him. While inviting him, he silently winked at the girls who were accidentally blocking the way because of Chia Yu Xuan's beauty. He gritted his teeth to signal. They moved aside. Meanwhile, Lin Sin waved and smiled at Chia Yu Xuan. "There is still this place here." He pointed to the empty chair next to her. She followed the call and looked towards him. She walked towards as soon as she sat down on the empty chair. She greeted Lin Sin. "Long time no see," she said in a gentle and affectionate tone. "I thought you forgot me." Lin Sin smiled shyly and said, "I still remember everyone's names." "Classmate," she replied gently. Opening the counterattack mission, the system notified the next girl's personal information. Chia Yu Xuan, 22 years old, 1.68 meters tall, 50 kilograms weight, perfect current feeling 0%. Yeah, the first step was successful. Lin Sin thought happily. Chia Yu Xuan sitting next to Lin Sin made all the others both surprised and angry. They silently thought, Lin Sin dares to call a beauty queen to sit next to him. How dare you? Damn, Lin Sin is so bold. On the other side, Peng Billion glared at him with red eyes. He gritted his teeth thinking that someone dared to surpass him. He suddenly called your name. I heard that you had a girlfriend after 3 years in college. Why didn't you bring it to the end? We are all very curious. He arrogantly said, poking fun at Lin Sin's past. You replied leisurely, just broke up the other day. He heard it and quickly shouted. Broke up, pursued for 3 years. No, I saw you wanted to pursue Chia Yu Xuan, that's why you said that. The people around him followed him and mocked you. This kind of lie can only deceive children. Your appearance is too unsightly. Lin Sin originally thought you were an honest person, but did not expect that when he went to college and became a man. They laughed scornfully, and he explained that he was just telling the truth. Chia Yu-shuen next to her didn't react. But at this time her favorability had become -1%. Lin Xin saw the notification about her favorability. He didn't understand why. Peng Billion saw the reaction, the surrounding response was exactly as he wanted. Then he smirked with satisfaction. Being in high spirits, he changed the subject to Chia Yu-shuen. He introduced her, suddenly remembered. Chia Yu-shuen, you seem to be very excited. I'm interested in art and literature. Recently I bought Dafik's Maria painting from a collector. He continued to invite. Do you want to enjoy some? Chia Yu-shuen looked at the Maria painting in the back. True to her hobby, she suddenly felt interested in the painting and immediately left the chair and walked closer to the painting. Peng Billion also left the chair. He walked towards Lin Xin and whispered to him. Knowing clearly, take your identity. You scumbag. Try attracting Chia Yushuan's attention again. I can make you even graduate and not be able to find a job in Yanjiang City. After threatening him, he walked towards by Chia Yu-shuen to brag. Chia Yu-shuen, you don't know how much I like this painting. In 2 days, there will be an auction in the city, including a painting of the same blessing angel. The author will be auctioned. Also, he pretends while over here Lin Xin is secretly preparing for some strategy. I didn't expect you to also be interested in Renaissance artists. Can I come a little closer to see, successfully to learn about her interests? Even though he found these things really boring. Uncle Feng, I'm also interested in Dafik's work. Lin Xin suddenly said loudly, to the surprise of 2 people are looking at paintings. Can we watch together? Lin Xin said with a smile. The system now informed that selecting the skill to appreciate literature has been activated. Of course he can, Peng Billion replied arrogantly, silently cursing in his heart. Lin Xin is stupid, taking the initiative to embarrass himself. He originally believed that Lin Xin himself was not qualified to appreciate works of art. While Lin Xin was holding the painting to look at it, Chia Yu-shuen was also a bit surprised, thinking, do you like Dafik as much as I like it? Take a look too. Let us know your unique assessment of this painting. Go. Peng Billion stood next to challenge. That's not right, Lin Xin suddenly said. The system has activated the literary appreciation skill. Dafik's late works all like to use the dyeing method. The opaque glaze mixed with a small amount of pigment and a large amount of parachute oil. Each stroke has a blurred effect. The color of this painting is not correct, because there is so much pigment. In addition, Dafik often likes to hide the lines near the corners of the character's mouth and eyes to achieve a soft, delicate feeling. Lin Xin's eyes seemed to be bright with Google. His mouth quickly read out the details about the author of the painting. That line in this drawing was a bit stiff. Lin Xin commented, surprised and surprised. A little admiration at this guy's understanding of Chia Yu-shuen. Master Peng, it's a pity. This painting of Maria is fake. He bought it, right at the highly simulated painting. Lin Xin's eyes lit up and he spoke firmly. Peng Billion heard it and felt like a bolt of lightning struck him. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Even though he was shocked, he still had to pretend to be calm on the outside. He tried to provoke him. People outside the profession who were deceived by you like that would probably believe it. But as soon as I looked, I knew if you had learned a few tricks or not. The orthodox wanted to prove himself, he said with a sneer. The people around him also followed him. That's right, Lin, please stop pretending. Are you as professional as Brother Lian? Purple-haired woman questioned. Lao Li also told Lin Xin to be quiet. Lin Xin heard his questioning and did not bother to explain further. Suddenly Chia Yu-shuen suddenly said, wait, I have learned about Dafik's works. Lin Xin is right, this is a high-quality imitation, she said while carefully examining the painting. What? Everyone in the room shouted in unison. Having finished speaking, Chia Yu-shuen looked towards Lin Xin. He also looked towards her. 4 eyes met each other. Was there about to be a spark? Chia Yu-shuen was a little shy and asked Lin Xin, why are you knowing such specialized knowledge? Since I was a child, I was very upset when foreign countries robbed many of our country's cultural treasures. So I learned a lot about enjoying literature and art. My goal is to buy back all the artifacts to return to the country. Lin Xin calmly showed in front of her. I was almost deceived by you. Those antiques can be bought back with money. Peng Billion laughed and teased. Lin Xin just smiled slightly and delicately boasted. As long as there is a certain amount of money, there is nothing that cannot be bought. Having a lot of money to a certain extent. Are you an elementary school student? Everyone else in the room laughed loudly. They simply did not believe that Lin Sin's finances could pay so much. Like that. Thinking you're bragging. When I was a child, I also had such unrealistic dreams. The faces of the people in the room were indescribably shocked. Their heads were full of question marks. Before they could eat or drink anything, they wanted to spit it all out. Saying it's a dream is too far away. This is a goal that I will definitely accomplish. Lin Sin's eyes were full of confidence and affirmation. Peng Billion saw that Chia Yuxuan had returned to the seat next to Lin Sin and was furious. He rolled his eyes until they were red, gritting his teeth until he was about to spit blood. Damn it, Lin Sin, dare to act in front of me. Even want to compete with me for Chia Yuxuan. I will humiliate you, make you understand our distance. He looked at Lin Sin thinking. He seemed to want to strangle Lin Sin. At the end of the conversation, the chef brought up a series of high-class dishes. Truly expensive food. The dish in front of everyone seemed to shine. Wow, so fragrant. Some people exclaimed. I have never eaten such high-class food before. Lao Li held his head and exclaimed. Why are our dishes so different? Xiao Zhang looked at everyone's dishes and compared. I don't understand. Okay, this is a meal without a menu. It's up to the chef to decide what dishes to serve. It's just that this chef used to work in a 3-star Michelin restaurant. His personality is quite special. When cooking, everyone helps. Depending on the mood, Peng Billion lightly tosses his hair and brags. Looks like Lin Sin's luck is not very good. Someone said when they saw the meal on Lin Sin's table it was not a luxury dish but just is a dumpling and a few unattractive looking side dishes. Ah, this is a dumpling. What happened? Xiao Zhang wondered. Is it a culinary molecule? Michelin chefs on the internet are all like to make these dishes. Such as Longyan strawberry or something. Lao Li also tinkered and predicted. Sure enough, ordinary dumplings and mustard greens were not surprising at all. He had already guessed that Peng Billion would cause trouble. Lin Sin didn't say anything. He just thought to himself as he rolled up a piece of dumpling to put in his mouth. Lin Sin, what do you think? Is the dumpling that Michelin chef makes delicious? If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll tell someone to put away the dish so the chef can make another dish for you. But that chef makes a dish that's quite delicate and can't be cooked within an hour or two. Purple-haired woman, following him, he said that if you can eat the food that a Michelin chef cooks, then waiting 2 hours would be worth it. He happily continued. After all, if you don't wait and go to karaoke on an empty stomach, it wouldn't be very good. Right, Peng Billion just seemed to care about Lin Sin. In reality he just wanted to taunt him. The woman heard him say that he was going to karaoke soon and was so excited. Having finished bragging, he looked over to Lin Sin's side just waiting, seeing his reaction became ugly. However, what he saw was Lin Sin and Chia Yuxuan talking. Laughing and talking to each other, making him gasp in frustration. The patterns on both sides of the nose of the face. The gold mask is both beautiful and has the function of removing the folds of the mask. The wisdom of the ancients always makes me admire. Lin Sin continues to demonstrate her understanding to the admiration of Chia Yuxuan while listening. She increased her liking for him by 2%. Smiling while responding, I felt that his specialized knowledge had almost caught up with my teacher. This time, when I have a chance, I will invite you to enjoy it with me. I invite you. Damn it, Peng Billion felt like a clown when he heard it. Because just now he used all his heart and soul to mock him. But it didn't work. So his goddess even invited him to meet again next time. President Chen invited you to join the group, Yan Jiang, Prince's daughter. Lin Sin's phone notified. Lin Sin saw and remembered that President Chen invited her to join the group Yan Jiang Food to die last night. The group currently has 23 members. The message screen announced, too poor to have money, to join the chat group. This made many people in the group excited and texted continuously. Golden Boy said, damn. It's Mr. Keon. President Chen actually brought Mr. Keon into the chat group. The others half believed and half expectedly asked if they had confirmed their identity. President Chen immediately spoke up to assure him. The person who just joined the group was Mr. Keon. The store's price is real because last night he gave Cha Cha a supercar. Lin Sin looked at the messages and thought, is it good to send a gift to meet you just now? The counterattack money can't be used on men. Just find a girl. This person seems okay. It's her. Lin Sin silently made a decision as she pressed the button on the phone screen. The message saying, "Too poor to have money," was sent to a smiling Yan Bao, 1888,000. At the same time his message arrived with the content, "WX couldn't send big red envelopes. I transferred money to a random person. Here was to invite everyone to drink tea." Lin Sin spoke up. The girl who received the money quickly thanked Mr. Qian, while Yan Jiang exclaimed that this was equivalent to half of her pocket money for half a year. Yet just to invite everyone to drink tea. Shu Emperor replied, "This is Mr. Qian. Real product, real price. Who dares to doubt?" The account is just an airplane seller who apologized profusely for daring to doubt, unexpectedly questioned Mr. Qian. Some of the remaining people kept texting to thank Mr. Qian for inviting him to tea. Account, high profile. Prince, sent a text message inviting Mr. Qian. "Do you want to come hang out at Maladen?" Account, too poor to have money, replied. "You are in Maladen." The account, Wealth Ad Wealth Insurance Seek, said, "Coincidentally, I am also nearby. Wanted to come to see Mr. Qian's demeanor." Accounts when other people saw the news. They were also excited and wanted to go to the Maladen to celebrate. Lin Sin texted back, agreeing and saying that the more people there are, the more exciting it will be. Account, high profile. Prince, private messaged Lin Sin and said, "Mr. Qian, I am the Grand Master of Maladen. Peng Billion. Today Mr. Qian's expenses at Maladen. I will cover all. Mr. Qian can take whatever he wants." He texted and smiled as if he was about to achieve a goal. Some scheme. "Too poor to have money," replied. "That's not very good." Lin Sin looked at the message screen and smiled, thinking, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Account, high profile. Prince, continued texting. "Mr. Qian doesn't need to be polite. I also have nothing but hospitality." Peng Billion texted while looking at Lin Sin and smirked, thinking he was dead. Lin Sin. "I have met a powerful rich man. Even more, I have many broader relationships. But you wait until the rich people come. I will casually complain a few words." Then this is his plot. A dream image appeared in his mind. He invited a person named Mr. Qian and a group of rich people to drink. The imaginary Mr. again. It's nothing but a lower-class high school friend with no eyes or brains. Frowning at me. It continues to be an image in my imagination, in which a person named Mr. Qian captured living Lin Sin had just threatened that he would not let him stay in Yanjiang City anymore. The remaining rich people in Peng Billion's imagination also excitedly scolded Lin Sin for daring to offend young Master Peng. They will tell the HR company to completely kill a person named Lin Sin. Associating with Mr. Qian. Trample Lin Sin underfoot. Show off a wave of relationships. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm too smart with that in mind. Peng Billion was secretly proud of his seemingly perfect plan. He opened his hands and said loudly that everyone is almost done eating. "Right, go take everyone to the theater room on the top floor. I made an appointment to meet a few of the top rich people in Yanjiang City, so that everyone could meet a little bit of the upper class." When the people in the room heard that, they excitedly said that Brother Lian's connections were really beneficial. In the glorious golden lobby, a bar space with shimmering purple lights appeared. Everyone was currently sitting on a long red sofa that looked very luxurious. Peng Billion shook hands with someone. Tall man wearing a brown vest that looked very expensive. The man also greeted the first meeting and complimented young Master Peng for looking so young. Peng Billion smiled back and asked about Shudi's business. The greeting scene, the seeming closeness just made his group of high school classmates praise and exclaim because they felt that Brother Lian was handsome but clearly not in the same world as them. Xiao Zhang excitedly announced, "Brother Lian, but he took us to get acquainted with the rich man. Later I will go with Brother Lian." Peng Billion quickly introduced the person named Shudi to Chia Yu Xuan. He told her this was Mr. Shu, the owner of the estate #1 product Yanjiang, and at the same time introduced her as Chia Yu Xuan, the golden daughter of the Chia family. Mr. Shu saw the beauty and immediately spoke up to greet her warmly. It turns out, Chia family, acquainted with her father. Miss Chia held a glass of wine and gently smiled in response to Mr. Shu's greeting. He had long heard that miss her graceful beauty. This side there is a waiter quietly whispering young Master Peng. "Bother you. Your classmate wants to order a bottle of Oloroso sherry wine. I'm not sure if I should give it for him," the waiter said, pointing at Lin Sin who was waiting at the bar. "Lin Sin, Do you want to order Oloroso sherry wine? Peng Billion heard it with wide eyes and asked again. His friends around everyone around was also surprised by this incident. Lin Sin is crazy. This wine costs thousands of dollars. Brother Lian sees us as old classmates. Invites everyone to dinner, sings karaoke. You don't either, shouldn't you take advantage of the opportunity to order such expensive wine? Some people criticized it. It's probably just a misunderstanding. Lin Sin didn't know this wine was so expensive. Lao Li will tell you for you. Yes, that's what, sherry or something. It's okay, someone invited me. Lin Sin smiled lightly in response to the group's words. Really? It turns out Lin Sin also knows rich people. So let's open it. Peng Billion thought this was a good opportunity to completely dethrone Lin Sin. He said while laughing with a sly face. Pong, the cap of the expensive wine bottle was opened. People around began to discuss, wondering how Lin Sin could know such a rich person. Some people were curious about the price of Lin Sin. Wine bottle. Lin Sin. A bottle of Oloroso cherry wine costs 25,000. It's already been opened. It's too late for you to regret it now. Peng Billion stuck out his tongue, picked up the bottle of wine and said loudly in Lin Sin's face. If your great friend, your family can't pay this money, you have to pay even if you go to Tae-sun to dig coal. But my uncle is a coal mine boss. He can help you arrange a position. He threatened with a rude tone. The size just mocked. But Lin Sin just listened silently. Lin Sin was disappointed and thought that the longer the wine name, the more expensive the wine. Thinking and scratching his head in agreement. He really didn't know anything about wine. You were really handsome when you got dressed. I hope in the future when you pay you won't be so pathetic. Peng Billion said arrogantly. In his heart he must also believe that in the near future Lin Sin will definitely meet with disaster. Everyone are all gathered. Isn't it, mister? He is in the glorious Golden Hall. Peng Billion was surprised to hear that. Is he here? As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. A man was about to enter. It's President Chen. Are you here? Looks like I'm here, at the latest. President Chen greeted everyone in the room. Someone in the group spoke up. President Chen also arrived. Only Mr. Qian remained. Peng Billion was about to extend his hand to shake hands with President Chen. But he swiped past him and quickly ran back in another direction. President Chen warmly held Lin Sin's hand with both hands. Smiled and shyly said, Mr. Qian, I'm late. Sorry, turns out you were already here. I've made Mr. Qian wait for a long time. I'm really going to punish myself with 3 cups. Money. President Chen's words made the people in the room so stunned that they didn't know how to react. At this moment, Mr. Xu just started to react. He shouted loudly, Mr. Qian. You are Mr. Qian. Lin Sin is Mr. Qian. Someone shouted. The only person in the room who remained calm was Chia Yu Xuan. Because she was the type of person who did not watch bullshit news. Peng Billion was struck by lightning again. He stammered what to say. No, that's impossible. He tried to deny the truth that was happening before his eyes. Yes, it's me. Lin, please confirm with a smile on your lips. Simple words but enough to cause great power to many people. Mr. Qian is so young, handsome and polite, also very handsome. Does Mr. Qian have a girlfriend? Let me introduce you to my little sister. The people in the chat group were now able to react. They began to surround Lin Sin, smiling and speaking very warmly. The group of high school classmates with him were equally surprised to see this. Is Lin Sin really that rich? The pink-haired woman was suspicious, feeling like a group of rich people were surrounding him to flatter him. Xiao Zhang exclaimed. The attitude just now towards Brother Lian is completely different. Lao Li compares. Impossible. I don't know what tricks Lin Sin pulled. You all have been fooled. I know Lin Sin's parents are just workers, hired worker. He's just a poor, tattered person. Absolutely can't be Mr. Qian. Peng Billion said occasionally, pointing at Lin Sin and talking nonsense. Peng, you immediately shut your mouth for me. You are the most trash in the Yan Jiang Prince daughter group. President Chen shouted back at him. He started to criticize. His academic performance is the lowest. His ability is at the bottom. Every month except for spending hundreds of thousands of money from his parents. He doesn't know how to do anything, and has never been successful in investing, he said, making Peng Billion's whole body feel like he was shot and seemed like he was about to be unable to stand firmer. The stocks were all at a loss, not earning a cent. It was really embarrassing for our group. he said. The people in the chat group listened silently, while the group of high school friends who used to be very supportive for him. He was extremely surprised by the recent information. Lin Sin sat there just leisurely sipping a glass of wine. Originally, he didn't need to take revenge on anyone because President Chen did it for him. He continued to scold him. Peng Billion mine, you still dare to scold Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian is someone you can insult. Kick him out of the Yan Jiang Prince Daughter group. A person in the chat group suggested. Don't, me, I. Peng Billion panicked and tried to explain the situation to myself. Now he no longer looked cool but looked like a wet mouse. Lin Sin only then stood up and spoke up like a victim. Main object. Okay, didn't young Master Peng say that it covers all my expenses today? Bartender, make the most expensive wine. For everyone in the hall. Drink until satisfied. You holding the wine glass high in his hand. Everyone around in unison praised the generous Mr. Qian. Damn it, Peng Billion realized that his fate was bleak and hopeless. His tears flowed like a river. He doubled over and lay down on the floor, silently cursing. The party was over. Everyone walked out of the hotel lobby together. Some people texted to thank Mr. Sin and Brother Lian. Some said see you next time. Chia Yu Xuan said goodbye to everyone to leave first. She walked towards a long white luxury car and someone was waiting. Rolls-Royce long version, one person exclaimed. Xiao Zhang was openly jealous. Lao Li exclaimed. Chia Yu Xuan is so rich humble. But if it were you, you would show off your wealth everywhere. Lin Sin saw that and immediately thought that she is a young lady. From a young age she has been in contact with the upper class. And has no expression about her status as a money boss, showing any surprise. Even the level of sympathy did not increase at all. This person is difficult to attack. Lin Sin silently evaluated her. She is truly a super good moneymaker. Lin Sin laughed loudly as he thought to himself, determining that she was his next key target. Money boss, didn't you say you couldn't see those 30-40 million cars? I found a car, 80 million, only 10 in the world. Not even anyone in the country knew him. President Chen quickly took the phone and ran towards Lin Sin to introduce the product. Lin Sin's eyes looked at the information on the phone lit up. He responded to President Chen's words. It didn't look bad, take it. He didn't hesitate to close the order immediately. President Chen was excited when he heard that. His legs seemed to grow, his wings flew up. He quickly ran away but was able to say goodbye to Lin Sin. As expected of a rich boss. Quick, quick, I go to work right away. Maybe I can come back in a few days. Some people saw President Chen close the order and secretly admired his speed. In just a moment he had discussed a big deal with the boss. Lin Sin took his phone to check the balance. The total was 113.870. He silently calculated that he had to earn more money. The sky is now completely dark. There are white lights turned on around for people around to light the way. Lin Sin was walking when he saw Lu Cheng holding his legs and bowing his head in a corner. He called out to her. Lin, please. You're finally home. She raised her face and said to him in a somewhat pitiful tone. My father's heart disease suddenly relapsed. Now in the hospital. Surgery costs 800,000. But my family can't take out that much money right away. Can you lend it to me first? She walked towards Lin Sin while whispering and begging. It's been 3 years. Do you think I don't even understand you? You've used this excuse that your family member is sick 5 times. And now you borrow 800,000 to buy branded goods online. I won't lend you even one dong. Lin Sin replied sternly. She's extremely strangely surprised by Lin Sin's strange and cold reaction. She questioned him. Lin Sin, you spent more than 10 million on Luo Yaxi. Are you not willing to give me 800,000? Lin Sin is blunt. Say my money. How do you want to spend it? Who do you want to spend it on? She can't control it. Are you so unloving? Lu Cheng said desperately. We haven't even been broken up for a week. She tried trying to hold on while Lin Sin bluntly turned around and left. Leaving her there. As he left, he said, thanks to her blessings, I have finally lived a few good days. Tomorrow I will meet someone else. Eat dinner. Don't talk to you anymore. Goodbye. Lin Sin, you can't treat me like that. Lu Cheng said while crying. Her sympathy level was reduced by 20%. Going through this of Mr. Wang. He still thought she would change. As expected, he thought too much. His sympathy level dropped. After all, he He did not intend to make money on her. He silently thought about what had happened. Another day has passed. The sun is shining again. At school there are already silhouettes of many students passing by. Lin Sin looked at the phone while walking and thinking. Luo Yaxi sent a location, asking me to come there to eat rice, and said he wanted to invite me. What are you kidding, girl? Don't try to block my path to getting rich. Lin Sin made a decision in his mind. Ting ting. The cha-cha you follow is live streaming. Ting ting. Hello, I'm a little assistant who can make exclusive gifts for you. The app on Lin Sin's phone kept ringing with notifications. Exclusive gifts. Lin Sin thought about something and smiled slightly. Room. The livestream shows up on the yellow notice board. King's return. Level 26 King, poor with only money left, enter the live room. Seeing the notice of VIP guests, Cha-Cha happily greeted. Her money man has arrived. Not just her but the surrounding people were also excited to say hello to the boss. Currently, Cha-Cha was doing a split pose in yoga. Her whole body was already drenched in sweat. She offered to dance for Lin Sin to see and said that he can only show her movements. One commenter saw this and excitedly said he wanted to see her dance, but was immediately rejected by another commenter, because he thought that only the boss with money was qualified to watch. Because he gave it to his father. Dad must have a supercar. The livestream screen suddenly lit up, showing the message that poor with only money had given the streamer a god of wealth. An image of the god of wealth wearing dark glasses appeared. It turned out that this was an exclusive gift made specifically for Lin's account. Please. And it costs 880,000 yuan each. Seeing the value of the huge gift made the comment section cry. One person exclaimed that the gift made specifically for the most outspoken hero was only 500,000 each. Cha-Cha was surprised and said thanks with both hands covering his mouth. Mr. Tien gave her a generous gift. History repeated itself with a glorious appearance. The screen continuously flashed the notification that Lin Sin gave her an exclusive gift with an exponential amount. After a while, the screen still did not clear. Reported that the account was so poor that there was only money left to give away x50, x100, x200 gods of wealth. Finally, the screen stopped when the number reached 341 gods of wealth. 341 gods of wealth. 300 million yuan. Cha-Cha silently calculated and scooped it up. Unable to stop panicking, her sympathy level with Lin Sin quickly increased by 20%. She blushed and said to the screen, Mr. Tien, you can assign any talent. I perform 1.1. Suddenly, the system announced a message that the Supreme Emperor at level 30 is so poor that he only has money left. Leaving the live broadcast room, Cha-Cha had not finished inviting but saw Lin Sin's account leaving. There seemed to be thousands of question marks in his mind. Spent 300 million. At that time the refund will be 30 million. Wonderful. Lin Sin silently calculated the amount of money he was about to receive and was overjoyed. Talking about Cha-Cha's side, she is currently immersed in her sweet speculations that he just gave her a supercar, and now she is giving 300 million to herself. If she says buying a supercar is to slap the old people in the face, that old man can understand, but I haven't asked him yet. He gave me a gift, not PK. Why did he give me so much money? He doesn't even want to see me perform anything. Maybe he likes me. If he does. No. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she blushed. Pop. She slapped herself in the face to calm her thoughts. Be a bit more alert. Be fierce. Men are not trustworthy. Remember, he is just a dispenser, it's just my money. I absolutely won't like him. She clenched her fists and silently said. Thinking like that. Right after a moment, she opened her phone and stared at the extremely handsome photo of Lin Sin was silently shy. Back to Lin Sin. He was still holding the phone while checking the meeting location. Arriving at the school gate. The name was, he thought. Suddenly, a man's voice. The man was cursing loudly. Motherfucker, wearing a mask. You think I don't recognize you? He said as he snatched the girl's mask and said where he wanted to run. The girl was being attacked by a group of men. Surrounding the bully is Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Sin. He was also observing her. Just looking for a moment. Lin Sin turned to leave. Lu Cheng sadly thought he probably wouldn't come to help her anymore. Now I don't have money now. Give me 3 more days. Lu Cheng tried to delay with the man standing in front of her. But he didn't seem to trust her because she had already used this excuse once. Now I'm going to borrow money. She's trying to make peace with them. Didn't you say yesterday that your boyfriend would lend you money? Where is your boyfriend? The man I asked. I did it for him hurt his heart. Lu Cheng bowed his head and replied. I'll translate. You can't borrow money, right? That guy loudly confirmed. The person who refuses to lend is definitely a scumbag, still a coward. What? She called him to come here. The men around him continuously threatened her. I didn't, she heard but could only hesitantly bow her head and hug herself. Stammering. Okay, don't waste any more words. Those men said while holding her hands tightly, as if they wanted to drag her away. What? Where do you want to take me? Lu Cheng asked in panic. Going somewhere. Of course he used her to pay. One guy covered her mouth and told her. The others also joined in and enticed her. No, she weakly resisted. Besides there was also a passerby who had already entered. Love saw the scene before her eyes. To save her life, she looked after the passerby trying to signal for help but that person ran away out of fear. Still want to call someone? I tell you, I've arrested people many times. No one dared to come forward before. The men laughed while explaining the situation to her. Lu Cheng heard it and cried in despair. Lin, please, I don't blame you. All of this I brought this on myself. If it weren't for my love of money and vain glory. She cried quietly, remembering the person she hurt. There wouldn't be the end of today. I'm so regretful. I hurt you at that time. I'm sorry, Lin Sin, she thought in despair before being dragged into the white car. Bang! The driver suddenly received a strong punch on the cheek like heaven. The car door was opened. The guys inside were cursing. Fuck, whatever. The person who opened the door was Lin Sin. He forcefully chased everyone out of the car. Realizing that the person who saved his life was Lin Sin, Lu Cheng, tears of joy filled her eyes. Her sympathy level quickly increased by 40%. The two guys in the car cursed Lin Sin for being a brat who wanted to die. And wanted to punch him. Bang! A pile of red money. The stick became a weapon to disfigure one guy's face. The other guy was hit directly in the head with a pile of money. Almost injured. Hurt by money. The two guys sat on the ground and looked at the money flying in front of them. My eyes. Take this 800,000. Get out. Lin Sin looked at those two guys and said, Are you her boyfriend? The two guys were gathering money into the basket while asking you. Lin Sin shook his head and said, I'm not. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Once you take the money, get lost. Lu Cheng lost his effectiveness and was thrown out of the car. The remaining two guys grabbed the money and ran to the car. One guy turned around and looked at Lin Sin and scolded him. You kid, don't even think about paying. Then it's over. The debt you owe to our brothers will be returned to you. After the threat, the driver closed the car door and left, leaving Lu Cheng and Lin Sin here. Before he could stand up, Lu Cheng shyly apologized to Lin Sin. If you really know what's wrong, then don't hang around me in the future. Lin Sin is extremely cold, he said as he put his hand in his pocket and left her alone. Her current sympathy level has increased by 10%. She thought to herself, Lin Sin, I know that the current me is not worthy of you. But I will use actions to make up for the hurt I have given her in the past 3 years. Brother, a yellow taxi driving fast on the road. Thank you for your gift of money. I'll dance my ass for you. Lin Sin sat in the back seat and looked at the voice message Cha just sent you. Brother, do you also like to watch live streams? What platform do you watch it on? The driver asked curiously. I'm just looking for some gifts. Lin Sin looked at the phone and replied leisurely. I usually watch Leopard's Teeth. But it's all about Mr. Keon. Right, the mysterious tycoon just gave another 300 million to the host. Yes, I also saw it, Lin Sin replied casually while he was sitting typing something on the phone screen. A sound came from the phone. Does Mr. Keon like this? The screen on the taxi announced an incoming message. New Wolf. Guess you like it. The content said, the mysterious rich man made another move. He was so poor that he only had money left. And paid 100 million to the female anchor on Do You Live. So poor that only money is left. Ran to play with fish. The driver saw the content on the screen and silently wonder. Be happy. Let's go to the sound. Lin Sin's voice on the phone screen rang out. That just attracted the driver's attention. He thought, just watched Do You for a few minutes, went to watch the sound again. probably logging in every day to earn some free gifts to give to the streamer. He secretly despised that you were clearly just a poor person, going on a mission to donate gifts. He's not that stupid. He's never spent a penny watching the livestream before. He's never given anyone a gift. Behind the car, Lin Sin is still diligently tapping on the phone screen. The sound on the phone comes out with a happy voice. The look of a girl. Wow, sir, you're here. I'm so happy. Thank you for your gift. The driver suddenly had an itchy mouth and spoke up. Brother, don't blame me for too many things. Watch the live stream for fun. Absolutely don't be fooled by the live streamer. Lin Sin only heard a few sentences through the speaker to show that he understood. The screen on the taxi continued to announce incoming messages. Mysterious rich man struck again. So poor that he only had money left on the livestream platform. The sound donated 100 million to the streamer. This news made the driver's eyes widen. He wondered again. He continued to be bewildered when he heard the voice coming from the back of the car again. Quick hair, recording the beautiful life. Immediately the screen on the car continued to announce. The mysterious rich man was so poor that he had only Kuaishou-like platforms livestream money donated 100 million to the streamer. The driver's bewilderment lasted forever. He was both confused and could not explain what coincidence was happening right in his car, which caused him to lose concentration and the car became wobbly. Driver, please drive steady, Lin Sin reminded. Arriving at the destination, Lin Sin stepped out of the car proudly and comfortably to the driver's surprise. I just looked at him and thought, he's definitely not the money boss. Right? Lin Sin leisurely stroked her bangs and smiled, thinking, making appointments with each person is too troublesome. Anyway, all this money can't be spent. Spread the bait everywhere. The main goal was to cast a wide net. It was arbitrary. He was satisfied with what he had done, which was to spend 300 million. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Sin wondered, this place is not Nanting Village, next to Yanjiang University. Many students rent rooms to live here. Moreover, because the main spenders in the stores here are students, so the prices are very high. Commoner, is it Luo Yaxi who asked me to dine here? Lin Sin silently assessed the scene and surrounding situation. Arriving at the meeting place, Lin Sin knocked on the door. As soon as the door opened, Luo Yaxi appeared to greet her, laughing and talking to him in the form of wearing a tight black short dress, enough to display all the feminine beauty of a mature woman. Seeing her, Lin Sin opened her eyes and blushed. Come in quickly. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him into her house. Lin Sin looked around Luo Yaxi's house. He suddenly felt shy and didn't know how to say it. Like it. Luo Yaxi asked for advice. Lin Sin's view of his room. Like. Lin Sin responded. He covered his mouth with his hand to not show that he was having a nosebleed. While speaking, he gave a thumbs up, praising her clothes. It's the food I cooked. He tasted it. Luo Yaxi invited him to sit at the table. In front of him was a table full of elaborate dishes delicately decorated. Lin Sin quickly took a bite to try. He was surprised when he saw that Luo Yaxi's dish was unexpectedly delicious. He felt in his heart that this sweet and sour meat dish was amazing. Being praised by Lin Sin, she was very happy and continued to laugh and say, Great, this room I've been renting for a long time. On Saturdays and Sundays, when I don't go to school, I live here. He is the first male student to come to my rented room, and also the first male student to eat the rice I cook, Luo Yaxi affirmed, while Lin Sin dumbfounded at her information filled with such scent. Really, I'm so honored, he replied with a fake smile. The flower pot on the balcony is lilac. He quickly found another topic to talk about. Avoiding the information just now, Luo Yaxi continued to express in shyness. Yes, because he liked the smell of clove flowers. I bought a pot. In her heart she secretly remembered what Lu Cheng had told her. What's the situation? Luo Yaxi is a bit wrong today. Aren't you a girl who loves money? You should think of a way to coax me to buy it for you. Right, here, she cooks rice and buys flowers. Such a gentle lady. What is it? Lin Sin's face suddenly turned to stone. He thought while looking warily at the girl in front of him. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Sin quickly approached her. He put his hand on her forehead. I asked, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Contrary to what Lin Sin guessed, Luo Yaxi held his aunt's hand on her forehead and expressed, I am a very insecure person. When I was very young, my parents divorced. She gently hugged his hand and put it on her cheek and whispered, "So since I was a child I have felt that the world and people are becoming very fast. So fast that I can't keep up. Only money can give me the most basic sense of security. But I didn't expect that maybe from your body you could feel the feeling of security that I always craved." "Me, the feeling of safety?" Lin Sin asked in surprise. Luo Yaxi he gently leaned into his arms and continued to express that he had pursued Lu Cheng for 3 years, proving that he was a very loyal person. Furthermore, he had spent so much money on me and had never asked me for anything. Completely different from those male students who have great goals. Although I have been in love a few times, I also protect myself. So, she shyly looked towards Lin Sin. Her smiling eyes looked at him full affectionate and seductive. She moved her face closer to his. Their lips seemed about to touch each other. Lin Sin was about to film a romantic movie when he suddenly realized it. He was startled while thinking about it. Away from Luo Yaxi. "Oh, I remember. Luo Yaxi's sympathy level towards me is 91%, which is already the level of love. No wonder he completely turned into another person. I just thought it was a complete mission. Then you can get a refund. Forget about this. She wanted to fall in love with me. I certainly wouldn't refuse. A man is really scared," he thought while smiling crookedly looking at her body. A certain physical collision occurred, causing Luo Yaxi to suddenly fall backwards. She blushed and cried out, "Sorry, did I use too much force?" It turned out that the culprit was Lin Sin. He blushed. "Ask her opinion." "No, it's okay. Do what you like." She also blushed and responded to his words. She exclaimed. The two people's current verified location has moved to above a certain table. The distance between the two of them also moved. The two blushed, sweating in the rather hot atmosphere. Their clothes were a bit stuck. Lin Sin said while breathing heavily. It. She replied. "Nana, you're wrong. Don't go." "Okay, Nana." Someone's voice rang out outside. Lin Sin suddenly recognized the voice of an acquaintance. Zhou Tong's voice. He thought to himself, "Is that my roommate's voice?" Lin Sin stopped playing with Luo Yaxi and walked towards the window where the voice had just come from. Outside a young man was chasing a girl in a blue dress. "I'm sorry." As he said that he was holding on to her. It was really Zhou Tong. Lin Sin confirmed. Pop. The left cheek of the person named Zhou Tong received a strong blow, causing his face to deviate completely to the right, and his glasses were also thrown out of their original position. "Why are you shouting so loudly? Isn't it humiliating enough for you to criticize?" The girl in the blue dress questioned in the surprise of passersby. He continued to singing until tomorrow so that the whole school knew him. She continued to scold loudly. The crowd around gathered to watch the drama and at the same time enjoy the feeling of being a judge. Some people exclaimed, "Why was the slap so strong?" Some people were wondering if he was a scumbag to be beaten. Zhou Tong didn't chase the girl anymore. He bent down to the ground and groped for the broken glasses. "Dropped mine." Lin Sin picked up the glasses and brought him to ask what happened just now. Zhou Tong heard a familiar voice, so he spoke up to confirm Lin Sin. He put his glasses back on and told the story. He also knew Nana. "We have been in a relationship for half a year. Originally," he shyly told, while Luo Yaxi had finished fixing his clothes and ran back towards where the two people were standing. Seeing her, Zhou Tong suddenly called out to confirm. Luo Yaxi, suddenly being called out loudly. She was a little shy and hid behind Lin Sin's back. Lin Sin shyly scratched her head and explained to her roommate, "She invited me to dinner. You continued to say, Nana, and I was supposed to go see a movie today. I came to pick her up. She said after watching the movie she would go to the Chanel store to buy an anti-wrinkle set. I just saw that it must be better than 8,000 yuan, so I said I don't have money now. I didn't expect her to immediately get angry. Stop watching movies. We were always on good terms before. I don't know why she suddenly became angry." "So angry?" Zhou Tong told him the truth of the story. "Are you Chen Nana's boyfriend? I heard that she has recently met a rich boyfriend." Luo Yaxi heard the familiar name and poked his head out off Lin Sin's back and said. This information surprised Lin Sin and Zhou Tong. He couldn't believe it, while Zhou Tong quickly spoke up to refute. "No way, Nana can't betray me." Heard by Luo Yaxi, just calmly replied, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. After all, the information in our sister group has never been wrong before. Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it. Jo Tong suddenly learned the truth about his girlfriend but couldn't accept or believe it even though his heart was shaken. Lin Sin patted his friend's shoulder to comfort him. Like that. Jo Tong, you called Chen Nana said he would buy her makeup. He suggested asking Luo Yaxi. Have you or anyone in the sister chat group ever seen that man? Let's go see her real face. Lin Sin smiled. He had already come up with a strategy to revenge Jo Tong satisfactorily. In the room with the yellow light, a puff of smoke rose into the air. It was Peng Billion. He was smoking a cigarette, medicine in hand, with a sad look. Next to him there was also a woman with purple hair. Both of them sat on the bed in a semi-naked state. The girl leaned on his shoulder and kindly asked about the situation. He then lamented, I don't know, my life may be irreversible. In his mind, a terrifying scene appeared that he had never experienced before. He thought to himself that at that moment he was almost killed. Pedal. Fortunately Lin Sin helped me say a few words so I could stay in the Yan Jiang prince-daughter group. But now no one cares about my voice in the group. Just like that. He thought, imagining his future was like falling down a flight of stairs. From the upper class being pushed down to another lower class. This was clearly hell, he thought, and was afraid. Suddenly, his phone lying on the table. Suddenly a notification rang out. He picked up the phone and looked at it. He was startled. He forced his mouth to say that this was his chance to turn over. He raised both hands straight up to the sky and shouted happily. The woman next to her saw this strange action and couldn't understand it. It turned out that there was new information in the Yan Jiang prince-daughter group. Lin's account asked for help to see if anyone would be kind enough to give it. He borrows the shopping center tomorrow to support his roommate. The richer he is, the more conditions he has. Everyone in the group is racing to show that they have a shopping center ready for the manager. The money can be used at any time. Among them, Peng Billion's account introduced that he has the Yin Yue Plaza near Yan Jiang University. He is welcome to borrow it to use. Lin Sin replied to the Yin Yue the plaza was also very good because it was close, so he agreed to use it. Which made Peng Billion happy and he promised to do it as well as possible. This incident made the rest of them voice their admiration for his name. The Peng family had the opportunity to help the money manager a little. Some people hurriedly took advantage of the next appointment, hoping the money boss would pay attention to him. The next day, Peng Billion drove a black luxury car to carry the woman purple hair went to pick up the director to discuss today's plans. He told her that it was convenient for her to know, but his real intention was to take her along to make it clear to her. Lin Sin said that he would no longer dare to have thoughts of not settling down with Chia Yu Xuan anymore. The purple-haired girl was very excited when she heard that she was about to meet her boss. The car stopped next to the road. Next to it were the tables of the restaurant arranged in an outdoor style. Looking very civilian, he turned and said to the girl, I'm here, the deposit director's location is here. Here. The girl excitedly grabbed his shoulder and smiled. Where is the legendary director of money? He smiled and looked in the opposite direction and replied, Ah, that's the person. Following his gaze, Lin Sin is currently sitting with his feet up eating at a restaurant on the sidewalk. He is dressed quite casually. T-shirt, shorts, flip-flops. It is the money manager. The girl was startled to confirm, while Peng Billion looked at Lin Sin again with bright eyes full of admiration. He praised him, so handsome. Depending on the surrounding environment he is very low, but he is like a firefly in the dark. Very outstanding, outstanding. The girl continued to be shocked by what she heard. He pulled the girl's hand and ran towards him and greeted him warmly. Mr. Sin offered more than 100 million, but he sat and had breakfast in it's a common place like today. What should I do? It's amazing. Lin Sin also smiled and said hello back to him. I'm here. This restaurant's tripe dish is both fast and delicious. Highly recommended. Let's go. Come to the Yin Yue Plaza. The details are in the car. Lin Sin told him. Yes, Mr. Sin. Peng Billion, listen to what you say. Out on the street, the warm rays of the bright sun shining on the tall buildings look so splendid and luxury. At the Yin Yue Plaza, which is a long and wide central area, people walking around is quite crowded and bustling. Peng Billion mentally rehearsed the plan. According to Mr. Tan's plan, I'll make an appointment with Chen Nana, come and wait at the front door first. Then there will be sisters on Luo Yaxi's side who will arrange to trick that man into coming here too. Then we'll wait for them to meet. To see if it's really a love relationship. I finalized the plan. In front of the square. Lin Sin's roommate Jo Tong also appeared. Jo Tong's ex-girlfriend was also here. She arranged to meet her acquaintance. A fat old man who was busy with wearing a grey vest but still trying to maintain a youthful style by dyeing her hair green. Jo Tong's ex-girlfriend suddenly kissed the middle-aged man passionately on the lips. His hand he placed it on her waist and replied, "No, it's true, how could it be like that?" Jo Tong witnessed the whole incident and exclaimed. From afar, he was filled with murderous aura and ran closer. If she gets jealous, Chen Nana, you dare to betray me, and even flirt with an older man like this. The other man saw that but was also quite calm, not like a young man. He even loudly dominated you. You are the poor boyfriend that Nana said. You get out, this is between me and Nana. You responded loudly. He didn't give in but even smirked tell you what to use to make him go away. Otherwise he can make you go away. Saying that, he called a nearby guard. The guard respectfully greeted Mr. Yu and asked what was going on. He immediately said, "Here is someone here causing trouble, affecting my shopping experience." Jo Tong suddenly fell into a vulnerable situation. "Shin, please leave here." The security guard looked at Jo seriously. Tong said, "Because after all the customer is king. I didn't cause trouble. This person is with my girlfriend." You weakly explained to the security guard. At this time, the girl named Nana spoke up. She hugged the man and told him that he was my boyfriend. Those words made the man feel satisfied and smile. "Nana, why did you have to do that? Our 6-month relationship can't I compare to this old man who ran from nowhere? You're trying so hard to hold on to Nana's feelings." Seeing this security guard, "I still don't understand why. I'm just a VIP customer of this shopping center is the only place to get such treatment. To be his girlfriend, to suffer, everyone has to think about their own future. I'm sure you can understand." She brazenly told him clearly. The reason for the breakup. The man hugged her while accompanying her. "Young man, at your age don't think about love. Go make money first. When you're 40 years old, find a 20-year-old girlfriend. Understand? No." Jo Tong was surrounded and bullied by 3 people. He was angry but also weak and didn't know how to fight back. Like a hero saving a handsome man, Peng Billion's black luxury car drove up and stopped right in front of the center. As an acquaintance, Mr. Yu smiled lightly and introduced the new character to Chen Nana. The person in the sports car was young Master Peng, the Grand Master of the Maladen Hotel, and also the boss of the Yin Yue Plaza. You cooperated a lot with him. Wow, Mr. Yu is really good. Nana listened and was proud of the man she just caught. She told him that young Master Peng was here. He was about to say hello with you. Of course. He was convinced. Young Master Peng. Before he could finish his greeting, Peng Billion passed by him and warmly hugged Jo Tong, asking after him continuously. Director Joe. Director Joe came to inspect the condition. Star Shopping Center operations. Director Joe. What is that? Jo Tong couldn't understand when that young man called him by a strange name. And even put his arm around his shoulder and chatted. I hope he can think about this investment matter later. Hey, we also have 2 shopping centers about to open. Do you know how much I look forward to cooperating with you? Peng Billion's words sound like a duck hearing thunder and sweating. And Mr. It was like being struck by lightning. Director Joe. Investing in young Master Peng. This information made the couple startled. It's not over yet, the purple-haired woman continued on the stage. She said in a coy voice. Director Joe. How disgusting, making people wait for you for so long. The purple-haired girl gently leaned against Jo Tong in his surprise and said, I once agreed with you as long as Bala World has a new handbag model. You will buy it for them. Bala World has just released a spring collection. You will buy it for them. Right, Jo Tong hummed in agreement. I mean because you don't understand what's going on in front of your eyes. Chen Nana heard that and quickly objected, saying that Jo Tong couldn't possibly have that much money, even several thousand yuan in cosmetics. She also didn't have the money to buy it. So the purple-haired girl took a quick glance and mocked that with this face. How is it worth letting Director Joe spend money? Having a Samsung body made Chen Nana even more angry. Jo Tong looking from behind. Far away, Lin Sin was leaning against a corner of the wall, watching. Lin Sin winked at him. Jo Tong immediately understood that these 2 people were the people Lin Sin called to help him. He rushed after the javelin and returned it. Mr. Yu, I was originally inspecting the operation of the shopping center, but this man's face affected my inspection experience. He seemed to say he was a VIP customer or something. He put one hand in his pocket and said loudly. Peng Billion danced his lips along and scolded Mr. Yu. This idiot is a VIP customer of my shopping mall. He really lowers my entire shopping mall. Security, call the director here. Cancel this idiot's VIP membership. Pay him 2,000.000 contract cancellation compensation. Let him go away. Yes, young Master Peng. The security guard obeys. His head was full of sweat as he received the information he had to receive. He thought to himself with fear, it's over, because of this woman. If I offended young Master Peng, then my business dealing with construction materials will be a lot less. Thinking clearly, he pushed Chen Nana aside and tried to defuse the situation. Director Joe, young Master Peng, misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding, I really don't know. Director Joe, I'm sorry, can you just pretend that I'm farting? He lowered his self-esteem and apologized to Joe Tong. Why do I keep smelling something rotten? It's you, Joe Tong scoffed. At this time the center director whose name was called also ran over. Peng Billion immediately ordered him, the director, to remember the faces of these two people, put them on the blacklist, and never be allowed to go. Entered the Yin Yue Plaza. The other two suddenly became small and frightened. Chen Nana tearfully begged Joe Tong's forgiveness. Pay attention to your health. At such an old age. You can fall if you fall I can't get up. You kindly remind him. What to do Mr. Yu? Now, Chen Nana said in panic. The other guy gritted his teeth to control the situation. My building materials industry is in the city Yanjiang also has a bit of a reputation. Just a Peng Billion. If he doesn't cooperate then he won't cooperate. I still have a lot of business to do. Go, he boldly announced. The two people had not yet left. Then the next one after nearly a dozen cars approached and surrounded. A group of people opened the car door and greeted everyone around. It was fast. You are no less. Miss Yan, don't fight with me. Everyone is bustling, making the scene look like an intimate party. Looking at the people who had just arrived and the other two standing on the spot. Mr. Yu wondered. These people were all the children of the top and second richest families in Yanjiang City. Why did they all come here? The group of rich people all moved quickly towards Joe Tong and Lin Xin. They surrounded Joe Tong as if he were a celebrity. Miss Yan was curious about the person's name young Master Joe. Mr. Shu said that young Master Peng could not take the good position alone. The other man in the blue suit demanded that he must give him the next chance. Peng Billion proudly said to Lin please. It's my honor to be able to help the director. Today's matter is mainly about that person. How dare he? After the discussion, everyone simultaneously looked in the direction of the two criminals. That guy with affectionate eyes like a bullet. He was looked at like he was shot. His whole body became unbalanced. I'm done. I'm completely done, he thought with tears in his eyes before collapsing. Lin Xin and Joe Tong stood and punched each other. Thank you, Lin Xin immediately said. What do brothers thank each other for? What's important is this story. However, Joe Tong wondered why Lin Xin knew so many rich people, so he asked. Why do you know so many rich friends? Lin Xin just saying that I didn't expect Joe Tong to believe the marshal. They're the merry-go-rounders, they do a lot of work, including acting. Joe Tong truly believes. Then he said goodbye to Lin Xin and went back to sign. Before leaving the dormitory, he asked, Sir, I'll go back to school first. Do I need to bring you dinner from the cafeteria? Lin Xin quickly agreed. Okay, don't add duck necks. There are currently 4. The person who was watching the whole scene that had just taken place immediately chatted excitedly. That was Director Tien. He was truly humble and unpredictable. Director Tien, what was he doing? Why was he in charge of so much? Director, Governor Tien's actions must have had deep intentions. Jiang Shiyan looked at him a little thoughtfully. This person. Then he turned back to thank those who helped him and wanted to give them a drink. Thank everyone for their kindness to help. I invited everyone to eat spicy hot pot. They were very happy when they heard it. But when they heard the name of the dish they froze. Okay, thank you manager. Spicy hot pot. Peng Billion quickly put his arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. The money manager really knows how to joke. Just come to my bar right on the 7th floor of the shopping mall. Other people quickly chimed in. Then as said, Must let Director Tien cover it. Right, Director Tien. Lin Sin agreed without saying anything more. Sure, but in fact he thought in his heart, I have never been to a high-class bar before. It's so expensive. Move to the Yin Yue Plaza scene. In a luxurious room with people from the upper class constantly trying to create a relationship with Lin Sin. Last night Director Tien received over 100 registrations in just one day. Platforms have surpassed the total volume of the first quarter. Compared to Director Tien, I feel like I'm too poor. Two people, a man and a woman, were chatting without paying attention to Lin Sin's face, who was also there here. I always feel that Mr. Qian must be the son of an invisible rich man in the imperial capital. A woman who wants to become a parasite. In general, I hug this thigh for sure. Mr. Shu looked at Jiangxi Yan and she drank the wine, asked worriedly. Yan, why didn't you say anything and just sip the wine? He also knew the reason why she was in such a mood, so he quickly explained. It wasn't that I didn't help you. It was that your other project was burning too much money. No, it wasn't just burning money. It was basically causing chaos. That's a difficult problem that even a domestic technology giant can't solve. Just relying on your small company with a few people that was established less than a year ago can solve it. Really, in my opinion, there's no need for you to stubbornly start your own business. We're not the ones who lack money or bow to your father or hang out with Director Tien and hug your thighs in the group. This is the real deal. I have more and more money. In the future I can live comfortably just lying down, traveling more and buying more handbags. Don't you like it? However, Mr. Shu's words touched Jiang Xiyin's pride. She put the glass of wine down on the table and shouted. There is no word in my dictionary like giving up. Jiang Xiyan doesn't have faith in her friends anymore. She waved. I'll walk to find Lin Sin. Okay, long-time friends. You are all afraid that my father won't lend me money, so I can only find Director Tien. Your friends also know you very well, but I don't have the courage to invest in this project. Yanyan's personality is so resilient. But even if she is Director Tien, when she does something beyond her imagination, she can't spend money, right? She must have been disappointed. And on Lin Sin's side, many people did not stop at nothing but tried to get to know this billion-dollar tycoon. Director Tien, the big hot nightclub that I opened every night. There is a special performance. Especially in the distinguished guest area. I will definitely remember it forever. I sincerely invite you to come and experience it. The nightclub is too noisy. My luxurious billion-dollar private yacht is the enjoyment. The highest tomorrow. Can I send a car to pick you up? Director Tien is interested in gambling. I have an extremely stimulating casino. Everyone is trying to invite Lin Sin to drink to shorten their relationship with you. Should be very exciting and noisy. But you don't pay attention to the things they offer. It sounds very interesting, but in comparison I still prefer to spend money. You simply consider this as a game. The players are spending real money. Lin Sin's sentence just now was very attractive to Jiang Xiyan. So she immediately went to ask, does Director Tien like to spend money? So that's just right. She put her hand on his chest and wanted to entice him to invest in her project. Can you invest in me? The others heard that and were afraid that she would steal this big boss. So they shouted to stop him. Jiang Xiyan said, started doing something wrong. Didn't the last time in the group Director Tien gave her more than 1 million stars? She spent it all so quickly. Director Tien, don't listen to this girl. She's doing something beyond her ability. Imagine, anyone who gets involved will end up bankrupt. Jiang Xiyan, this is not the average person. She punched them into the clouds. Shut them all up. Lin Sin seemed to also recognize her, so he immediately asked identity. You're Yan Bao in the group. Right, do you have something you need me to spend money on? Suddenly the system notification pops up, checking that a girl with a high beauty value has opened a play mission. Along with that is a complete list of Jiang Xiyan's height, weight, and attractiveness. Named Jiang Xiyan, smiling Yan Bao. Age 25. Height 1.72 meters. Weight 49 kilograms. Sympathy for the host exceeds 90%. Return 10% of the counterattack money. Spent to become the host's personal property. When the affinity for the host reaches 100%. Change identity and changing the dependent relationship between host and target. 10% post-affection with host. Lin Sin thought it was like winning gold. A beautiful girl and an opportunity to make money coming to the door can't be missed. Jiang Xiyan immediately introduced her business. I am working in the chip manufacturing industry. But others saw her project as an illusion of power, so they strongly opposed him investing in it. Virtual, it's true. It's an illusion. Director Tien, have you heard? She's clearly dreaming. She didn't pay attention to what he said and continued to explain. But as soon as she said a sentence, someone interrupted it. There is no illusion at all. In theory, this is well-founded. My company has been researching for more than a year. Currently, this project only lacks a few unresolved technical problems. Must see if what you say is reasonable. You have already burned several billions. Right, what a small technical problem. If you can complete this technical problem, you can still get the Nobel Prize. He continues to be packed into the blue sky again. Get lost. Jiang Shiyan immediately invited investment but seemed to be betting on whether he was a knowledgeable person or like those people. So Director Tien wants to invest, she thought, or like everyone else started to laugh at me. However, unlike her expectations, Lin Sin immediately agreed in a split second. He also showed off our patriotic spirit. The chip, the industry is very good. America always oppresses our country in terms of science and technology. If this chip project can be successfully researched, we will have many more capital to confront America. I will invest in this project. When others heard that, they were so surprised that even their faces were deformed. Her investment. Even Jiang Shiyan is no exception. But he has a mirror. Her face is still beautiful, but she still can't believe that someone would invest in something so quickly. I agree. Don't you do a little investigation into my company? There's still a possibility of its success. This business startup project and the investment amount will most likely be an unrecoverable investment. And this is the working style of rich people. Lin Sin, transfer money first and sign the contract later. No need to investigate. I'll transfer the money to you first and then when I get back. You can send me the contract later. I'll transfer 500 million first. If you spend it all, then come back to me for peace of mind. Even if you don't research it, it's okay. We're not here. Is it support for starting a career? Moreover, I don't know why I feel that Ms. Yan Bao is very trustworthy. After all, there are many people at the scene, but she is the only one who talks about career with her. Am I right? She heard his words of encouragement and support for her ideology and immediately blushed. At this time, a notification appeared on her phone. Having received 500 million, then she believed it was him. Do it for real. Jiang Shiyan didn't think anyone would believe in him like that. So his favorability immediately increased. He really believed he could do it. Announcement. Favorability plus 20%. The people here have witnessed how rich people spend money without being speechless. Even though they are also rich, they are not as rich as you. Oh my God. Worthy of being a director of money. Rich people really dare to spend money. Arbitrary. This is 500 million. It's gone and it's all gone. Maybe Director Tien saw Yan Yan using thousands of gold to buy a smile from her. At this time, Lin Sin played the card again. I suddenly remembered there's something else important. Say sorry next time. Try your best, Yan Bao. Huh, yes. The company director, just go ahead and get busy first. Jiang Shiyan held the phone blankly, watching him leave. But at this time the waiter brought up the bill again. Well, tonight's bill was 330.00. Who paid? The rest couldn't help but wonder who paid for the meal but didn't pay and ran away. It wasn't Director Tien who said please invite us Director Tien to run. But at this time they think it's good for you and start fighting with each other. Pay attention to what you say, kid. Director Tien conveniently spent a few hundred million and then you can escape unable to pay. Because a few 100,000 was too little. Director Tien forgot about this. That's right. But few people know it's because Lin Sin finds it too expensive, so she refuses to pay. It's so expensive I don't have money. Whoever invites guests is a dog. Move to a scene in a certain villa. A ball blue plump sitting on the saddle. Jiang Shiyan is exercising on a bicycle while chatting with a friend on the phone. So you really attracted investment. Just based on one sentence. Yeah, until now I still can't believe it now. She told Chia Yu Xuan what happened the other day. He is truly a very different person. No matter what. Congratulations to you. Your biggest problem when working is capital. The investment has been settled. Jiang Shiyan also agreed. Yes, that's right. She immediately remembered the past when she raised her opinion to her father but was stopped by him. He hadn't even heard me finish what I said. Can't deny it. Her father said, I don't need you to start a business at all. And to do something so unimaginable. The Jiang family's fortune is so big. Can you take over the family's business in the name of it? Okay, I'll close your card for a while. So you don't have to do random things. Even relatives don't trust aunts, uncles, and say, Yan Bao, my father, I already told you guys. I said if it's necessary then you have to do it like that. Being obedient at home is enough. I'm just a girl who doesn't give to others too soon. How good would it be? But this time someone has put their trust in you. So you have to be even more determined. I will definitely succeed. My friend Chia Yu Xuen is always behind me supporting my friend. I believe in you. Chia Yu Xuen was reading a book and talking on the phone. Just talking about me. Xuen, you said how you just attended the high school reunion. Chia Yu Xuen said a little happily. It was originally just a normal class reunion, but I didn't expect to have a friend who surprised me. His knowledge can be said to be no less than my teacher's. It was the first time she saw her friend complimenting a certain male friend. So Jiang Shiyan immediately took the opportunity to tease her. My friend was actually interested in a man. The sun rose in the west. And she immediately imagined a man. The man with thick glasses always carries thick books with him. That boy wouldn't look like this. But unexpectedly, she was also teased in return. Wasn't he also interested in a man? The man who trusted him unconditionally did not hesitate to give him a lot of money. Jiang Shiyan felt shy. Said, whoever said it was interested and obnoxious. A black-haired woman wearing a classic outfit entered the room and told Chia Yu Xuen. Chia Yu Xuen, let's go. She didn't show any emotion. Just let out a loud cry. Before leaving, her mother immediately took the opportunity to give her a few reminders. Story. Chia Yu Xuen, I still want to remind you again. Mr. Cao, the representative of the Cao family, is the future shareholder of our museum. So you can be a little closer to him. You know, Chia Yu Xuen's eyes were a little sad and replied, Mom. Yes, Mom. A bright morning in the dormitory campus. Lin Xin pushed the door and walked in when there was a voice calling. Lin Xin. Wu Ji was so sick that his face turned red and was bedridden. Lin Xin felt sorry for him, so he asked, Wu Ji, how are you? Wu Ji weakly asked Lin Xin to work for him for a day. He was also very responsible, so all the money today's salary is all for Lin Xin. I'm feverish. Can you work for me for a day? I'm sorry, the salary of 150 a day belongs to you. For an underground tycoon like Lin Xin, it's like that it's not much. But he was also very kind and helpful. His friends said, it's okay, you should rest. Your work uniform is in here. Right, and then the two of you will act out the father-son drama. Son, you keep it for yourself. Yes, I'm your father. Lin Xin while wearing a security guard uniform while thinking about today's work. Wu Ji does part-time work at the Wuxian Museum on shift 3 nights a week. Because the two boys Zhou Tong and Zheng Hao were afraid of the dark. So when Wu Ji had an urgent matter and couldn't go to work, he would ask me to do it for him. Then he immediately left without forgetting to tease Wu Ji. Fat, I'm going to work. You just stay here and don't go anywhere. Wu Ji was so angry that his face turned red and said, get out, right now at the Wuxian Museum. Lin Xin was on security duty. But she dialed the phone and thought idly. How leisurely, no one came to the museum today. Maybe the whole school was covered. Take this opportunity to give some money to the children. Streamer. His phone received sweet greetings from the female streamers, so he didn't notice that there was a white car just parked in front of the museum. Director Tien is here again. Thank you for the gift, Director Money. Love you. The one who wants to go down is a man wearing a brown suit. With a beard, a youthful-looking appearance, and a woman who seems to be his secretary. Immediately the museum staff came out to greet him. Hello, Mr. Cao. Director Chia's whole family had been waiting upstairs for many hours. He replied curtly, give instructions. They had to pass by the museum when they entered the museum. Lin Xin was sitting as a security guard. However, in the middle of the task, Mr. Cao refused to continue and called out, hey. He immediately shouted at Lin Xin, who was sitting on the phone. Did you hire a blind person to come to work? I don't know how to stand up and say hello. With the responsibility of being a guardian, Lin Xin also knew that he was wrong, so he immediately stood up to apologize. Sorry, welcome. The museum staff also helped you. I'm so embarrassed. Mr. Cao, he's a student working part-time. However, Mr. Cao and his secretary despised him without knowing it. The student looked at that vile appearance and was afraid that his life's job was to protect him. Hey, the apology was not sincere. Didn't your school teach you to bend 90 degrees? Even though he provoked you, you still calmly said something that humiliated him. School taught me not to look down on others. Sir, when the other employee heard that, he was scared and wanted to stop. Hey, shut up, but maybe it was too late because Mr. Cao was angry and shouted. The supervisor lectured me, a poor, dog-mouthed guy, can spit out ivory. Starting tomorrow I don't want to see him anymore. For some reason there aren't enough people in such a large museum. So the employee said, but Mr. Cao, now there is not enough staff. Still needed. When he saw that his request was not accepted, he became so angry that his eyes turned red and he shouted. Shut up, Principal Chia still has to listen to me. What is he? Immediately fire him to me. Because of being a slave to the capitalists. The employee had to humble himself to serve this ancestor. You are right, Mr. Cao. Please go this way. Principal Chia is still waiting for you. Lin Sin again. I'm afraid of losing my friend's job, but it seems like the museum owner is an acquaintance, so I want to go the back way. Damn it, I won't lose Wu Ji's part-time job too. Wait, Chief Chia, this museum won't be opened by Chia Yushuan's family. You must quickly go in and find her to help. Inside the museum is an ancient, elegant space. Chia Kamal with his wife and daughter came out to welcome the distinguished guest. Mr. Cao, welcomed. Mr. Cao no longer had the overbearing expression on his face like before. He immediately greeted, Uncle Mao. Chia Kamau immediately pleased him. Mr. Cao agreed to contribute, put a little effort into the Chia family's ancient artifacts. Very impressed, he immediately asked his daughter Chia Yu Shuen to be Mr. Cao's tour guide. Shuen, you take Mr. Cao to visit the museum? She said, yes, but maybe everything is not as simple as instructions. Because when he passed by, she immediately reminded him, Mr. Cao's investment is very important. This time you have to look at me. Chia Yu Shuen wants to fulfill his responsibility, so I gave him instructions. Mr. Cao, please come this way, I will introduce to you the museum's treasures. But he looked at her with despicable eyes and replied, okay. Chia Yu Shuen was very thoughtful when introducing the word painting. This is the only word painting of the Tang dynasty's poetry. Preserved to this day, the entire poem has more than 200 words describing the feeling of not being able to part with a person. You are truly a person who loves her job. When she is focused like this, she looks very beautiful. She answers very meticulously and carefully. Enjoying this word painting, you can even feel the poet's emotions. When writing this poem in the word painting of divine poetry, perhaps her beautiful appearance awakened the eager wolf in Mr. Cao's heart. He reached out to touch her white, beautiful shoulders. So pretty. Chia Yu Shuen angrily threw his hand away and shouted, what are you doing? Cao Jun immediately extinguished the action just now. Sorry Chia Yu Shuen, your appearance just now was so beautiful that I was suddenly moved. I couldn't help it. Chia Yu Shuen didn't like him from the beginning, because he didn't pay attention to the objects on display, and now he added this action, which made her even angrier. Just now I noticed, come on. You have no interest in these artifacts at all. Why do you still want to invest in a museum? Mr. Cao immediately revealed the cunning face of business people, saying, you can make money. It's okay to get money. There's no need to be interested. Chia Yu Shuen disagreed with him and said, as long as you do a little research, you can understand that these cultural artifacts cannot be measured with money. My father actually let someone like you invest. Your innocence makes him even more interested. Young lady, you live in a fairy tale world. But because of that, you have a kind of temperament that other girls don't have that I really like. Mr. Cao immediately said his true intention when he came here. That's fine. Let me show Miss Chia what the real world is like. Uncle Mao, I'm a little dissatisfied with this museum, but I will use 600 million to buy it. On the condition that Chia Yu Shuen must marry you. Chia Yushuan's parents worriedly said. Young Master Cao, this is also the case. Even she did not agree. I could not even dream of marrying him. She wanted to call security to take him away, but her father immediately hesitated when he heard that amount of money. Her parents called security. He muttered, but 600 million. Her mother said, old Mao. At this time, Chia Kamau had to tell her daughter the truth. Shuen told her that until today, Her father could only tell her the truth, having lost money for 2 consecutive years. Wuxian Museum was unable to continue doing business. Again, on the brink of bankruptcy. This time Mr. Cao came here not to invest but to purchase. Chia Yuxuan couldn't believe it when he learned about the family's current situation. What? Mr. Cao added from the back. I know you guys have found a lot of investors and buyers. I'm your last hope, right? Don't worry, your daughter will marry you in the future. She will live better. Chia Yuxuan didn't think she would be sold by her parents like that. Mom, you two won't really sell your daughter too, right? Her mother cried and begged. Sorry, Xuan is a useless mother. But I will leave the decision to you. If we don't sell the museum to Mr. Gao, we will go bankrupt. Chia Kamau said again, most of these cultural objects will be forced to sell at low prices by merchants and collectors or will be lost in the market black. The most important thing is that you will have to suffer with your parents. Chia Yuxuan heard about this. Now she doesn't think about herself but instead worries about antiques. No, don't want to. Chia Yuxuan remembers herself when she was young small. Dad, but these literary objects are so beautiful. Our Xuan is very good. At a young age he already knows how to appreciate them. Each object is the blood, sweat and soul of the artist. But the artifacts are divided into levels but they should be priceless. Since I was a child, antiques have been Chia Yuxuan's hobby. I can see the artisans who create these artifacts. When she sees people who only collect them for money, she gets very angry. Last month I just bought an impressionist work that was sold from hand to hand for 600,000. And last year I bought a jade bracelet for several thousand at the market. This year's black price has been inflated by hundreds of thousands. These rich people do not respect literature at all, opening their mouths and keeping their mouths shut only to make money. Those who pursue her make her even more disgusted. Chia Yuxuan, this Neo perfume costs 5,000 yuan. I think only it can match your temperament. Chia Yuxuan, can you sit in a supercar that costs 2 million yuan? I think they think that as long as they have money they can have everything. But in this world there are many things that cannot be bought with money. Chia Yuxuan was silent. I always thought it was like that. The things she knew were too far from reality. But all of these things became small in front of reality. Mr. Cao immediately seduced. Rest assured, Chia Yuxuan, after getting married he will definitely treat you well. As long as you give me a son, I'll buy another museum for you. Looking at that painting, Chia Yuxuan silently resolved. For everything in the museum. She immediately agreed. I understand. Her parents immediately felt happy when they heard that. Xuan, my good daughter, you're grown up, so now go sign the contract. The employee immediately brought up the contract. Then when both parties sign this contract, the law immediately takes effect and cannot be changed arbitrarily. Mr. Cao is very generous and does not have any opinions about this contract. Xuan will definitely come over. Very happy. Her mother immediately urged her. Good girl, sign quickly. Mr. Cao immediately revealed his despicable appearance. She held up the pen and trembled as she thought. You sign. Putting down the pen to sign. She immediately shed tears. Suddenly Lin Xin stepped in to interrupt. Hearing that someone wanted to buy the museum, Chia Yuxuan saw you coming in and shouted. Lin Xin, Mr. Cao saw you and scolded angrily. It's you poor guy again. God, where are you? Come and drag this poor guy out for me. But the employee came out and threw him a bucket of cold water. Mr. Cao, he is the night guard of the museum and he is the only one. Mr. Cao cursed angrily. Mother, and you didn't show any mercy and punched him and broke 2 teeth. He fell to the ground. He was bleeding from his teeth and shouted, Brat, you dare to hit me. I have to kill you. I have to sue you so you can go to jail. But he didn't pay any attention and went straight to Chia Yuxuan. She looked up at him and shouted, You reached out to wipe away the tears from her beautiful eyes. That action made her eyes red. Her parents saw, then they asked in unison, Xuan, do you know this person? Chia Yuxuan immediately introduced. He is Lin Xin. He is my high school friend. Chia Kamau said. In high school, a boy of your age should concentrate. Studying, not dropping out of school to work as a security guard. You understand. It's because you don't understand the situation that I don't deal with you. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Cao. Then compensate. But Lin Xin doesn't pay attention. Just stared at the contract. You didn't say anything and then tore the contract. The people who witnessed it immediately screamed. The contract. Chia Kamau cried, holding the torn contract. What are you doing? Lin, let me say it clearly. I paid 1 billion to buy this museum. Cao Jun thought you were doing it, so I challenged you. Stop dreaming. How can a lowly security guard take 1 billion out? If you can take it if I get out, I'll eat shit right here. And Lin Sin doesn't really believe this. Okay, the person who lost before didn't eat poop. I won't believe you guys anymore. Her mother asked. Shuen, this classmate of mine, has a lot of money, but she herself doesn't know. And I don't know either. Mr. Cao angrily called his juniors. Hey Qiang Zi, there is a vagrant causing trouble in the Wuxian Museum. You bring a few people here immediately. Chia Yu Shuen thought worriedly. Lin Sin, what do you want? You don't should come here. There is another big boss. Chia Kamau is not afraid to state the conditions. This way it is very clear that Mr. Lin is here for Shuen. Then I won't beat around the bush anymore. If you guarantee it, if you can get 1 billion, the investment must not be less than 500 million. Then this museum and Shuen will all be yours. Cao Jun thought he was lucky. Chia Kamau. But Chia Kamau said, but he also didn't forget Mr. Cao and took his daughter as a condition of exchange. If you can't get 1 billion, I will follow the original plan. Mr. Cao only needs to give 600 million about first. It's not less than 100 million. Then it all belongs to him. Mr. Cao was coaxed, so he kept silent. Yes, it seems like he still knows what to do. The new contract was prepared and immediately handed to Lin Sin. Lin, dude, this is a new contract. Besides changing the name and amount of money, the content is no different from the previous contract. Looking at the contract in his hand, he thought, this contract is written in many words, but in reality there are only 3. The word, selling a daughter. Mr. Cao was afraid that he would run away, so he threatened. I tell you, don't think that you can leave just by saying you don't have money. My people are coming soon. When that time comes, don't break the rules. They won't stop with your bones. However, he didn't pay attention and was lost in thought. Damn, I just feel uncomfortable. It's so annoying. It's so strange. What's wrong with me? Suddenly he noticed the word painting and read out the poem. It's annoying. It's weird. What's wrong with me? He looked intently at the painting and read. Tearful. Lin Sin reached out to touch the painting, exclaimed. This is the spirit of literature. The words made everyone here freeze. Lin, please immediately inform me. I want to amend the contract. Before anyone else has time to comment, please decide for yourself. Sir, the guy wearing glasses was having a hard time. This matter, Mr. Lin, the contract cannot be fixed by you. But what Chia Kamau cares about is money. Don't even think about fixing the price by even a penny. He immediately added another sentence. 1 billion is just the purchase price of the museum, not including these artifacts. Those people were so shocked. What? Lin Sin's next words touched Chia Yu Shuen. This word painting and the artifacts in the museum are all priceless things that cannot be measured with money. So these artifacts still belong to the Chia family. He immediately chose her as manager. Chia Yu Shuen respected, and I really love these artifacts. So the right to use and manage the museum's artifacts are all assigned to Chia Yu Shuen. And I am the largest shareholder with absolute decision-making power. Chia Yu Shuen is the owner of the Wuxian Museum. The contract is signed by her. You said again, if the museum needs money in the future, just call me. You can find me if you have any problems yourself. Good friend of Chia Yu Shuen added 20%. Lin Sin immediately swiped. The machine announced. Transaction amount 1 billion. That action shocked everyone else to the core. Paid off. Mr. Cao was confused. He could get 1 billion in an instant. How scary is his assets? Chia Yu Shuen went over and asked. Why did he have to do that? And the employee holding the camera was so shocked that his glasses broke. Lin Sin didn't want to do it for profit. So he said, remember, I once said I would collect all the existing literature. Wandering outside of China, these animals are treasures that belong to the Chinese people, not items that traders can buy and sell at will. Mr. Cao still hasn't learned any experience to challenge him anymore. You just bought a Wuxian museum to show off in front of me. The artifacts stored in this museum don't even cost 500 million combined. And you dare to say out loud that you want to collect them all. Literature in this world, if you have the courage, please attend the auction in Japan next month. He immediately introduced some treasures worth over billions. China's long-lost miles of mountains and rivers. Glazed goddess of mercy will all be there. All treasures are worth more than 1 billion. If you really have money, you can go there. Don't just stay here to show off. Lin, please feel free to agree. Okay, just wait. Whoever doesn't go is the other person's nephew. Mr. Cao told the secretary. Let's go. As soon as he walked out, his juniors asked, Mr. Cao, are we still going to beat him? What are we going to do? If we fight, quickly retreat. He worriedly thought, who can easily steal 1 billion Cao Jun? I will admit defeat, but... Cao Jun's phone rang. The voice from the phone rang. Cao Jun's commissar, has the museum's acquisition been successfully completed? As the first step in the Great Kamida Zaibutsu's East Asian Artifacts Collection Programme, we cannot afford to fail. He said worriedly, Mr. Kamida, very sorry. Capital, of course, everything went very smoothly. When it was about to succeed, there was an unreasonable kid in China who suddenly jumped out and robbed the museum. Mr. Kamida heard what Cao Jun said, but you can rest assured that I have successfully arranged for him to participate in next month's auction. Then you will have a chance to make him submit and apologize. Done. He burst out laughing. It's also very interesting. The Chinese water you guys have very good saying. Real dragons are not afraid of fire. What belongs to you still belongs to you in the end. Cao Jun corrected the saying. Real gold is not afraid of fire. At that time I will also go to the scene to witness Mr. Kamida's spirit. Returning to the room just now, there was still talk. The contract signing was completed. Now Mr. Lin is the sole shareholder and also the largest shareholder of the Wuxian Museum. Chia Yushuan's parents couldn't help but thank Lin Xin. They wanted to invite you to a meal as a way to repay the favor. Thank you, Master Lin, for the late Chia family. We will endure this disaster. Thank you, Master Lin. Mr. Schwen took Mr. Lin for a few drinks. We would like to invite you for a late-night dinner at the Howard Marriott Hotel. But you refused because you wanted to return to work and your friend asked for help. No need. You're still on duty at night, so you guys should go eat yourself. Huh, Master Lin. When Chia Yu Shuen heard that, he laughed and his favorability was increased by 10%. Chia Yu Shuen followed him back and said to work as she walked and asked him, Lin Xin, do you really want to go to Janpan country next month? Lin Xin said, of course, I am the type of person who likes to joke around. Chia Yu Shuen immediately asked to follow. When that time comes, can I go with you? Return to university. Lin Xin tiredly yawned and walked into class. Last night, the night shift at the Chia Yu Shuen Museum talked to me until midnight. Chia Yu Shuen fell asleep in a position that Lin Xin had to be very determined to withstand. But she accidentally fell asleep. Right now your eyes are like a panda. I can only sit for another 2 hours and feel sleepy. Luo Yaxi and Lu Cheng immediately stood up to block his way. Lin Xin, what's wrong with you? Did you have insomnia last night? Lin Xin, the other people in the class were probably already familiar with this. So they had prepared melons to watch what happened. What's going on? It's here again. Prepare to eat melon. Luo Yaxi caressed his face and said, lack of sleep is not good. Why don't you skip class and come to my room to rest? Lu Cheng suddenly interjected. Luo Yaxi, don't give such bad opinions. Okay, it's more important to go to class. Lin Xin will sit next to you in a little while. She looked weak and said, you can rest your head on my lap like that so you can go to school and rest at the same time. But you didn't even bother to give her the face to speak. Why did you come here? It wasn't me who said it. She screamed. I remember, every word you said. Lu Cheng pretended to cry. Locke said, but I can't control my feelings. I'm completely in love with you. I don't care if you have money. I just want. Lu Cheng brought out a homemade paper bead and wanted to reconnect. We can start over again. The yellow paper bead is very beautiful. Lu Cheng also promised to cherish you. This time I will definitely cherish it to make up for past mistakes. The others saw this public confession scene and immediately howled. Wow, public confession. Agree. Lu Cheng was convinced that he would agree, so he thought. First I made you 999 paper cranes, but you threw them away. I'm sure I'm very sad and very concerned about this. Your favorability is now 86%. Now you can definitely make the paper beads yourself. I was touched. If I were a normal person, I would have believed her words. But her favorability level exposed everything. I believe you, monkey. Your favorability rating is clearly 86 on your head. Percent. And dare to tell me that you completely love me. You turned around and walked away without paying any attention to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng is definitely not the type of person that if people treat her well, she will feel bad. Move. Otherwise you wouldn't. Don't mock so many people who like you. She called your name, Lin Sin, but you didn't take it to heart. Now you want to keep me just because you're unwilling. Only mind. At this time the lecturer walked in, told everyone to go back to their seats. Class has started. Everyone go back to their seats. While Lu Cheng and Luo Yaxi glared at each other. Time passed quickly. After the end everyone in school was preparing to go home. Lu Cheng and Luo Yaxi each held one of his arms. Luo Yaxi immediately took the opportunity to invite Lin Sin to come home. Lin Sin's room is very quiet and I sleep without fear of being disturbed. Lu Cheng acts like a good girl kicking Luo Yaxi. Luo Yaxi, you really haven't mentioned whether Lin Sin is your boyfriend, but it's not very nice of you to casually take a man back to your place to sleep. Luo Yaxi not average, talking nonsense about her. Lu Cheng you don't know. It's because my relationship with Lin In Hat is not normal that I invited him back. Because he is single and doesn't have a girlfriend. That's right, you are his ex-girlfriend. Right, so you can rest assured that you leave Lin Sin to me. I will take good care of him. Isn't that right, Lin Sin? Lu Cheng immediately said. We are just being angry with each other. Is that right? Last time Lin Sin even helped me. Luo Yaxi said. Lin Sin is such a kind person. Even if it was a little cat on the side of the road that was injured, he would still help. But Lu Cheng, if a good horse doesn't eat it, it has already eaten it. If your ex-girlfriend takes care of it too much, it won't be good anymore. Right, thank you Luo Yaxi for your concern. I've also heard a saying that rabbits don't eat grass near the cave. If it's all grass then of course whoever tastes better is the right person to eat. They were standing in the middle of the campus so this scene was also seen by other students. Lin Sin said helplessly there was some noises heard. Even if you guys are arguing, don't drag me in. I don't want to become famous all over the school because of this. A red supercar was speeding across the school grounds. The car crashed, going at too fast a speed, making everyone scream. By the time Lin Sin suddenly realized, he was resting his head on a girl's thigh. Cha Cha asked after him while driving. Lin Sin didn't touch him. Where are you? You woke up and cried. Cha Cha. The two of you sat on the supercar chatting. Now you sit up right away. No rush. Just lie down for a while. Lin Sin rubbed Cha Cha's soft thigh. Feeling thank you. It's just the right time. Cha Cha smiled and said, this time I can repay the past. Right, Lin Sin agreed. Of course. She said, then please remember to help me there. Lu Cheng. Lin Sin was robbed by another girl without saying a word. Who exactly is that girl? Dare to take Lin Sin away in front of everyone. When the other students saw this, they were talking loudly. The car just now seemed to cost 3.00.00. Who was that girl? It was so fast that I couldn't see clearly. Wasn't Lin Sin a crazy guy before? Why now, going back and forth with a rich lady and being so jealous? It's probably a rich lady or a young lady. Lu Cheng is so angry. Yet another one. Once these girls know that Lin Sin has money they will run away, come over here to compete for hateful robbers. Yet Luo Yaxi still said bad things about her. Before she didn't care about Lin Sin, but now Lin Sin is so far away that she can't be reached. Do you regret it yet? Unfortunately there is no more chance. Lu Cheng is not the type to talk back. Luo Yaxi, don't be proud. The person who picked Lin Sin up just now is a wealthy rich woman with a lot more money than you and me. If Lin Sin has a new joy then it's also her. Don't think that she can reach you. But Luo Yaxi said something that made her want to vomit blood. Lin Sin and I actually have progress that can't be compared. As expected, predicted. As soon as she heard it, she panicked and said, what did you say? Lu Cheng couldn't help but rushed forward to force Luo Yaxi to tell the truth. What despicable tricks did you and Lin Sin use? How far has it progressed? Luo Yaxi doesn't want to say anything. If you want to know, I just don't say it. Luo Yaxi laughed and left, making Lu Cheng angry but couldn't say anything. This bitch is definitely threatening. I don't believe it. But, in Lu Cheng's eyes, Lin Sin is no different from a weak scholar surrounded by foxes. Lin Sin is so simple. Under this kind of attack, I don't know if there is anything else. How long can she hold on? She angrily crushed the paper crane. No, I can't be this slow anymore. However, Lu Cheng was very confident because the two of them had had a close relationship before. Is Lin Sin's ex-girlfriend who understands his preferences very well. Lin Sin, you can only be mine. And for some reason Lu Cheng's favorability has increased by 4%. Smart sound, the alarm rang out, making Lin Sin want to fall off the bike. Lu Cheng's aversion level reached 90%, completing the first phase of inversion. Spent 800,000 yuan to Lu Cheng. Return 10%. 800,000 yuan has been transferred to your account. He did not hesitate to swear. Damn, what is going on? Lu Cheng himself me. And at the same time, your strength has also increased somewhat. The bonus is +1 for all attributes currently at level 3. Increased strength, increased flexibility, increased physical strength, increased intelligence. Lin, please think. This feeling is really comfortable. Then the system immediately gives a new reward. The reward is to choose one of 3 skills within the specified time. The B-level skill informs endurance running. The skill level C, mastery of swimming. Level D skill, mastery of jumping machines. He thought, the skill level this time is really low. Maybe it has something to do with the amount of play. When all the attributes increase, you can feel it. The whole person has become stronger and runs longer. No need anymore. After careful consideration, Lin Sin chose the swimming skill. Chose the swimming information, and after receiving the new skill, his body was a little different. A lot of knowledge related to swimming immediately appeared in my mind. And I also felt that the muscles in the abdomen, back and arms were greatly strengthened. Lin Sin did not notice that someone was using a tube, peeping to observe him and cha-cha. A guy wearing a western shirt stood from above observing. That guy's secretary stepped forward to announce, the president, getting ready to start the meeting. And everyone in the meeting kept talking, chatting excitedly about this morning. There was big news again. The main characters were still the previous 3 people, Lin Sin, Lu Cheng and Luo Yaxi. It was another battlefield. This time there was also Princess White Horse, who suddenly appeared to save her. Male lead. What? Is that so special? What a pity I wasn't at the scene. Wei Zheng Tang thought angrily. It's this guy Lin Sin again. Then he started the meeting. Yanjiang University has always been famous for his excellent learning atmosphere and good school youth lifestyle. The beginning is long, but his main purpose is still to bring down Lin Sin. But just now a male student and 2 female students caused trouble in school. Had a complicated relationship, and even knew people outside of society. Driving at a fast speed in the school, making everyone in the school know. The president of the literature department was immediately arrested. Wei Zheng Tang called out the names. Classmate Joe. It seems like these people are from your literature department. Right. Classmate Joe was called and immediately stuttered in panic. Yes, that's right. The boy's name is Lin Sin, the girl's name is. He also knows how to please people. Initially, he praised his classmate Joe. The previous president always praised him in front of me, saying that classmate Joe in the literature department worked very seriously and was very responsible. The speed of handling work is also very trustworthy. Sir, I read that I have very high expectations of you. When classmate Joe received his praise, he immediately stood up to thank you. Thank you, President, for praising Lin Sin's behavior. Really very busy. I immediately went to discipline him. His goal was fulfilled, but he still had to pretend to be a good president. There was no need to go to that extent. Our student council, for the sake of serving the entire school's students. As long as he sincerely repented and did not do it again in the future, then our goal has been achieved. Right, classmate Joe was manipulated by him and immediately agreed. He said, very true, now I go to work right away. The next afternoon, right at the school swimming pool, everyone was practicing and kept cheering, come on. Come on. Wu Ji and Lin Sin went to the swimming pool to clean up. Wu Ji immediately said, this student council is too outrageous. Not only warning him but also letting him clean the swimming pool for a semester straight. Lin Sin also thought it was his fault, so he also agreed to accept the punishment. It's okay, my friend, driving fast in school is indeed violating school rules. Wu Ji seemed to want to say something more, but Lin Sin interrupted again and said, punishment is not so bad. He looked towards the girls wearing swimsuits and said, there are many girls wearing swimsuits. My classmate Xiao Yu complimented her. Xiao Yu's figure is really beautiful. Xiaoyu was busy warming up before swimming and told her not to touch her casually. That friend whispered to her, "Xiaoyu, you look at Yang Li. Keep looking at you, I've been chasing you for a long time." Right, but Xiaoyu doesn't pay attention to that guy. So what's the matter? So her friend wants to know what her criteria for choosing a boyfriend are. Xiaoyu's eyes are high. In the end, it's just what kind of guy a guy looks at. Xiaoyu's standards are very simple. So she immediately said, "Swim faster than me." Her friend suddenly heard that and said, "What? How is that possible? You are a level 1 swimmer in your school participating in the provincial competition in your school. Who can swim faster than you? Isn't this you not looking for?" Lin Xin was cleaning, but he was doing quite well. Ladies, pay attention. Look, it's Lin Xin. Lin Xin, a very famous boy, recently has many beautiful girls chasing after him. But Xiaoyu doesn't even care about people like that at first glance. It was a boring man. However, whether due to carelessness or the arrangement of the system, a professional swimmer like Xiaoyu had cramps while swimming. His legs were cramping. How could that be possible? It was obvious that she had already warmed up properly. She immediately called for help. But this act of calling for help of hers in the eyes of her friends looked like she was diving. Look, Xiaoyu is diving deep again. His technique. Xiaoyu thought desperately, "Gosh, am I going to drown?" However, Lin Xin noticed her strange actions. "That's not right. That girl is in danger." You immediately rushed down to call for help. Xiaoyu. Lin Xin was like a fish swimming out into the middle of the lake. He quickly grabbed Xiaoyu and pulled her up. I don't know if this girl was too cool or why people saved her and didn't let her touch her, screaming, "Let me go. Don't touch me around." Lin Xin shouted in anger. "Shut up and breathe." He carried her and swam to shore and said, "Don't struggle. I'll take you to shore." Xiaoyu behind him kept going. Exclaimed, "So fast. He even used one hand to support me. This girl really doesn't know how to choose situations. At times like this she blushes shyly. I've never been close to someone such a boy." Lin Xin brought her safely to shore and was breathing heavily. He raised his shirt to wipe the water from his face, revealing all 6 abs, and warned, "Next time to pay attention." Xiaoyu's friend ran over in panic and asked, "Visit you? Xiaoyu, are you okay? Xiaoyu, you are about to scare us to death." After Lin Xin finished saving, he walked away, leaving the people behind with questions. That guy swam really fast. He didn't break discipline as quickly as he did. I recorded a video of him saving people and will post it online now. Is handsome. His name is Lin Xin. Right. Xiaoyu's friend immediately told her. Yes, he was that scumbag Lin Xin. But he looked very good to save his life. And swimming so fast was not very suitable for the standard. Are you ready to choose your boyfriend? Your face was so red that the friend was scared and shouted, "Xiaoyu, why is your face so red?" The guy chasing Xiaoyu saw that and got angry. "Xiaoyu, you're like that." The next day's headline, Lin Xin saved the person, immediately went viral on the internet, with the title of "A heroic man saving a drowning female friend." A series of comments erupted. "Isn't that Lin Xin so handsome? I was at the scene and he swam very well. Quick, I pressed the timer and he broke the record. Is it because of your impatience that you're not being careful and you're reaching your potential?" Wei Zhengtang. I see that not only is he not a bad guy, but he's even more popular. So I became angry. Damn it, Lin Xin. He held something in his hand and thought cruelly, should I make you completely in my life? A few days later at Lin Xin's university, a prom was held. The students were all very excited to participate. The school's prom tonight was held with great excitement. I heard there was a secret reward. The student council spent money this time. Everyone dressed up. Solemnly invite you to dance. I want to invite Luo Yaxi. Don't think anymore. Luo Yaxi has somehow fallen in love with Lin Xin recently. There's also Lu Cheng. The two main characters in the conversation they just mentioned appeared. Look, they're here. Aren't they love rivals? Why are they so close? This is the friendship of girls we don't understand. What a fight between two girls. Luo Yaxi just complimented Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, you are so beautiful today. But unfortunately Lin Xin's heart is not in you. You dress and make up beautifully. I'm afraid it's in vain. Lu Cheng had prepared in advance, so he replied politely. Luo Yaxi, thank you for your concern. Enjoy tonight. After tonight everything will be different. Luo Yaxi looked at her leaving in confusion. She, what are you trying to do? Luo Yaxi didn't pay any attention and left. Who cares? I'll go cut the steak for Lin Xin first. I'll be able to eat until he comes. Tonight I have to eat. Dance with him. Lu Cheng thought. Just follow the path of gentleness. Luo Yaxi, a little bit of her thoughts of the day. I don't even know why. She is truly a rose of thorns that knows how to capture a man's heart. Just I thought that would capture a man's heart. But I didn't know that men are animals by instinct. But maybe tonight she won't do anything to Luo Yaxi because she has a new goal. But before that there's still an obstacle to clear. Why hasn't Lin Xin come yet? Xiao wandered around the guild looking for Lin Xin to thank him. I just wanted to say thank you to him. Yeah, he probably will. I don't understand what I'm feeling, so I can conveniently ask for a contact method. She drank a glass of soft drink and blushed, thinking, at that time if it wasn't for him, I would have long ago. Lu Cheng appeared like a snake spirit appearing behind Xiao. Little haven't you just been saved by Lin Xin? Why do you still want to climb up? She said happily. Xiao was startled. Huh, seeing a strange girl approaching her like that. She immediately asked, who are you? Lu Cheng preemptively fixed a relationship with Lin Xin. I am Lin Xin's girlfriend. Lu Cheng, have you never heard of my name? She also said more to make Xiao lose her mind. Lin Xin, I'm very enthusiastic and honest, so I often help others. Lu Cheng said. He had been pursuing me for 3 years before I reluctantly agreed to be with him. Really, what am I talking about? After all, we love each other now. She brought her plump buns closer and said, in general, if you want to say thank you to Lin Xin, there's no need. Lu Cheng got closer, said, because he's busy going on a date with me tonight. She made a cruel face as if she had said the wrong thing. Do you understand? Xiao was scared and ran away in a panic. I know. She defeated a love rival and immediately became arrogant and fought with me. The system immediately notified her that her favorability increased by 1%. Lu Cheng's current favorability is 91%. Lin Tam is panicking in the dormitory playing games. Why has it increased? Why? Playing video games can still increase the favorability. Zheng Hao walked over and said, Lin Xin, the prom is about to start. Why aren't you ready yet? Lin Xin doesn't want to go and say, what is there to prepare for? Aren't I in charge of picking up trash? Student council, damn, that guy was always arranging things for his class. Then the class president sent me away. Zheng Hao also thought about this, so he immediately told him. In this matter, he might have offended someone. Lin Xin, immediately got interested and said, oh, let's hear it. One night under a starry sky. Lin Xin was wearing a suit preparing to go to the prom and thought. It turns out the student council president is Wei Zhengtang, in the past. Has started to like to use his position to target people he doesn't like. Before, it seemed like Zheng Hao was also being disciplined like that. Interesting, let's go see him later. His phone, he immediately saw the announcement from the class president. Lin Xin, you're going to the prom now. Because of the matter of saving people, the president said he wanted to hold a small award ceremony for you. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Lin Xin felt like she wanted to play, so she went to the ball. The awards ceremony. I thought it was more like a trap. People don't touch me. I don't touch people. Wei Zhengtang will play tonight. Kidding with you. Yang Li looked at Lin Xin's back, bitterly holding the brick in his hand, and had a bad idea. I found you, Lin Xin. That day it was clearly me who saved Xiao. Fame and beauty are both must belong to me. The hand holding the brick showed blue veins. He kept screaming in his heart. Clearly you just suddenly appeared on the street, but took the credit for saving my Xiao. First knocking you unconscious, then cut off one of your legs. He raised the brick, preparing to go and hit Lin Xin. See how you stole my girl. But suddenly he dodged. Not only that, he also grabbed Yang's head Li like a mother grabbed her child's head, surprising him, and let out a cry. He directly helped the other person kiss the ground decisively. Lin Xin clearly saw the person on the ground and said in surprise, you are, I remember, I see, you're that girl's classmate. Then he questioned, why did he sneak attack me? Even though he was beaten, he still shouted loudly, you dare to hurt my face, and even robbed me, my merit and my girl. This makes you a little skeptical. Your girl. Because he was so bitter, even though his face was swollen like a pig's head, that guy still tried to scream loudly. It's that bastard COU there. I've been chasing her for so long. But she doesn't like me. You don't even know her name. Yet she's blushing because of you. This bitch usually acts nobly. I should have pressed it down directly. Before he finished speaking, the facade was stepped on by your loving feet. After throwing Yang Li into the landfill, Lin Sin waved his hand and muttered, "Trash should still be thrown in the landfill." At the school dance right now, Luo Yaxi was excited to see him. The beauty chirped and asked, "Lin Sin, why did you come here?" He replied, "Because I heard there would be a good performance." Luo Yaxi coyly said, "Good show, waiting for you for so long. I thought you wanted to dance with me." Not resisting the charm of beauty with an endlessly good soul, Lin Sin hugged Luo Yaxi's waist and said, "Okay." She hugged his neck and praised, "Lin Sin, so you dance so well." He thought to himself, after increasing all his attributes, has many advantages. Both danced back and forth, making the audience cheer. So handsome. Wow, really beautiful dance. Suddenly a girl came up and asked, "Marshall, I invite you to dance." Luo Yaxi quickly Vang responded, "It's so embarrassing. I still want to continue dancing with Lin Sin. You can watch and wait." The other person will not respond immediately. "Senior, you danced for so long. You should still, it's better to rest a bit." Suddenly more beautiful women came and made Lin Sin turn into a main harem. They invited, "Lin Sin Senior, this guy is so good. Maybe, Lin Sin Senior dance with me." She was so jealous that the fire was about to burn in her head and the men were annoyingly talking. So jealous. Isn't this saving someone? A good thing suddenly falls to her head. Hateful. What exactly is this brat doing? So, isn't Lin Sin a famous dog licker? Then these girls circling around him all of a sudden. They argued non-stop. The president even said he would give him a reward. Does he deserve it? That's right. The president is also good, it's too much. At this time Wei Zhengtang interrupted and said, "You guys don't talk like that. Lin Sin really saved people. Right." He brought the water in front of him and politely said, "Lin Sin, the school needs people, an excellent student like you to set an example for us. I am the student council president Wei Zhengtang, representing the student council and all classmates. Give you a glass." You silently look at the glass. Zhengtang sees you asked silently, "What's wrong?" Those bitter people immediately added fuel to the fire. The president had a glass of wine. "Don't you give him face. That's really not polite." Lin Sin quickly took it and replied, "The president personally served the wine. How dare I not drink it?" Lin Sin emptied the entire glass, making him excitedly compliment, "It was great," while the girl group was worried and complimented, "Good alcohol tolerance." "Okay." The boy group, as if he was hostile towards him. He snorted coldly, drinking a glass and pretending to act. Wei Zhengtang smiled wickedly. He walked side by side with Lin Sin, then spoke up, "Classmate Lin Sin, actually I have something to say discussing with you, related to the student council. Please come over here." He also politely replied, "Okay, then I will interact with the president for a bit." It didn't take long to reach the conference room. You also looked inside. COU was sleeping on the chair. Lin Sin realized, wasn't this the girl at the pool? Her face was very red. With the kindness of an exemplary young man, he came to see the situation. It seemed like she was, "I have a fever and my head is a bit dizzy." So the young man collapsed into the beauty's arms. The president smiled evilly and muttered, "Great, the camera works normally, everything is ready." Zheng Tang showed his uglier look than a dog looking at the key in his hand. Excitedly said, "Lin Sin, this time you just take it slow and enjoy it." Returning to the hall, the audience was talking like a bazaar. "Don't you want to give prizes? Why haven't you started yet?" Zheng Tang walked up to the podium and said, "Everyone take your seats. Classmate Lin Sin will be here soon." "Well, it's almost time. My heart feels happy like a harvest. The medicine must be working. That medicine, everyone can't stand it. Let alone you. By believing that the person you hate will wear pants." He called out, because classmate Lin Sin wants to express his thoughts through the screen. "Now please Lin Sin." The crowd looked up happily. Luo Yaxi shouted in panic. On the screen showed a male and female couple actively increasing in population. A classmate pointed up and raised his voice. The president quickly looked. Zheng Tang looked childish. The golden deer turned back in bewilderment. "Oh my god, Lin Sin, what are you doing?" He openly criticized. "This is direct. I know you're quite comfortable, but can't you hold back a little? Everyone is also annoyed. I'm sorry. This guy is so disgusting. Go to the conference room to arrest him. I really want to go blind. They are like cows with their noses. Constantly reflecting. I know Lin Sin is this type of person. His name is Lin, please. My family has been poor since I was young. I'm a poor guy with no experience in life. This time I accidentally saved my classmate. Became famous and then did something wrong. This is the beginning of doing morally corrupt things. I look at his appearance, I know he's not a good person. Isn't he still being shady with the female students? What a disgusting thing. Then they shouted in unison. Our school cannot accommodate corrupt people like Lin Sin. Wei Zhengtang pretended to be emotional. Lin Sin, you really disappointed me. All the students shouted loudly. That's right. Quickly kick Lin Sin out of school. Make him drop out. Expel. Expel. Inner Zhengtang smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Chen looked at his herd of cows and thought with satisfaction. This is the ultimate response. This is the ultimate pleasure. Suddenly he smirked and walked to the stage and spoke. Seems like I missed a good item. This makes Wei Zhengtang's pupils shrink. Lin Sin looked lazy and continued. I just went to the bathroom. Why is it so bustling out here? Everyone is wanting who quit school. Lin Sin stepped onto a stage and asked in bewilderment. What's wrong? Why was the president so scared when he saw me? The others were also dumbfounded. What's going on? What's the situation? Wei Zhengtang is scared blue. You here, so who is in there? He smiled as if he could see through people's hearts. Calmly continued. How do I know? Isn't this the performance that the president arranged? The screen showed age restrictions. Watch. Even the content is of a person with a model that terrifies the audience. Look, that person has turned over. Isn't this person Lin Sin? The strange guy in the video even stuck out his tongue to lick the doll and then perverted said. Are you comfortable? COU, won't you leave me again? Woman, it's finally done, right? Viewers ask each other who this person is. I recognize him. His name is It's Yang Li. He has been chasing COU for a long time. Why is he here? He smiled and remembered 10 minutes ago. At that time, the medicinal properties have been checked. The passive skill of level 3 physique has been activated to cure hundreds of poisons. The effect of the love potion has ended. The cooldown time for this passive skill is 12 hours. Lin Sin has woken up. Thinking in her heart, the girl is in a coma. Set up a camera. There is also a room locked. According to the hero saving beauty motif, he carried COU and kicked open the door, accompanied by anxiety in his heart. But with the strength of this level 3 body, this door is like glue paper. Looks like she was given a lot of anesthetic and secretly placed in the women's bathroom. So there's no fear that Wei Zhengtang and his doglegs will find her. She won't be able to wake up in a short time, okay? So you put someone else's daughter in there. Then Lin Sin found the loser at the dump. He was hugging the trash can and called out COU's name. He happily said, Great, this is self-cultivation for me. Actor. His acting ability while in a coma is also perfect. Then Lin Sin threw Yang Li back in place, happily saying, the actors were in position. The president spent a lot of effort arranging a scene so big for himself. How could he let him waste his heart like that? Lin Sin also kindly gave him a doll, waved off and said, the mannequin was transferred from the makeup room, and had the same hairstyle. You snap your fingers. It's so fun. The good drama begins. On the screen, Yang Li was still breathing out some cheesy and disgusting words. Aren't you brave, COU? Look at how powerful this guy is. Lin Sin put her hand on Zheng Tang's shoulder and joked. This person's taste is really heavy. Yet he fought with a mannequin. His heart was still mocking. He even took off all the clothes on his body. This has nothing to do with me. He seemed to stutter and kept saying no. Then he screamed, no way, no way. I clearly saw you falling on top of COU. Zheng Tang when he received it. When he realized he was being set up, he covered his muzzle. He immediately asked, oh, why don't you confess? The hall was like a few neighbors waiting to talk. And the whole group was surprised. Lin Sin questioned, come on, tell me in detail how you saw me fall on COU. The dangerous look in his eyes made Zheng Tang scared and could only cry out. He asked, didn't you talk a lot just now? Why are you silent now? Teacher Sun suddenly burst in and shouted, being rude. These students breathed a sigh of relief. It was homeroom Teacher Sun. That's great. He was homeroom teacher's son of the literature department. He was the teacher who had been at the school the longest and was the strictest. He criticized Lin Sin. You are not even a student officer. You dare to question the student council president. A student like you who is not forward-thinking. Is it really strange for the president to mistake the wrong person? Lin Sin sneered and objected, mistakenly admitting the wrong person. So he said that he saw me falling on COU. How are you going to be cunning? Teacher Sun angrily pointed at him and scolded him. President Wei worked hard, carefully, and devotedly, and even rewarded students like him. The white-eyed wolf was not responsible for not following the program's instructions. Presenting, lecturing in the conference room, and even doing this disgusting and vile act, making the president lose face and destroying the educational environment. He must be disciplined so that he can speak to the teacher and students throughout the school. The other boys looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Then they tried trying to scream to spread it to everyone. Committing such a big mistake with just discipline. I don't accept it. I feel it's not worth replacing the president. I must let Lin Sin drop out of school immediately. I had to stop studying and vent my anger towards everyone. They all unanimously suggested dropping out of school throughout the hall. Seeing that all of his friends wanted Lin Sin to drop out of school, Luo Yaxi tried to argue. What's wrong with you guys? It's obvious that the president has harmed Lin Sin. Wei Zhengtang he smiled meaningfully at the homeroom teacher. Then he whispered in his ear. The homeroom teacher has been bribed by me. The students down there, and the student council, are all my people. You fight me. What's going on? He shouted. Lin Sin wanted to run away. What set of techniques caught him? So those guys rushed towards him like a pack of hunting dogs. However, Lin Sin was as steady as a pillar, indifferently looking at his name and surname. Everyone can only complain a few times because they don't pay attention. The president rushed forward to challenge. Lin Sin, that's right. If you resist too much, I have a reason to beat you. But don't think the flowers were blooming and spring was coming. He grabbed his face with one hand. He was also lifted into the air so Zheng Tang could only scream and struggle. He replied, "What's the hurry? The important work is only starting now." The homeroom teacher saw that his favorite student was caught and immediately called security. This bastard has beaten someone. Security, gatekeeper, quickly restrain him. Lin Sin just watched indifferently. At the climax, someone shouted, "Stop." 3 men came, led by a middle-aged man with a cane. Immediately there was a loud call. The principal. Principal Sun changed his face to a happy one and asked, "Principal, why are you here?" "Here." He coldly snorted and said, "If I were too late, something that couldn't be resolved would have happened." Homeroom Sun pointed to Lin Sin to accuse. Yes. This student caused a big problem like that, affecting the school's reputation. We decided to let him drop out of school. But because what he did had such a bad impact, we still needed to take him into custody. Suddenly the principal, the leader, raised his stick and tapped him on the head to question him. His influence was bad. After giving the opponent a stick, he criticized. Whose influence was bad? It was because there was a teacher who accepted bribes, but he was the one who smeared him. Dirty school. Seeing the harmful situation, Wei Zhengtang knelt down and made excuses. Principal, you were wrong. The ringleader is Lin Sin. Principal Sun was just helping me. Zheng Hao went to launch one kick, made him only cry out in pain. Then angrily said, "There is no place for you to speak here." Principal Sun showed humble advice. Principal, he is the young master of the Wei family. The court Wei Zheng's house at our school is Wei Zheng. His father donated to build it. He shouted, "Shut up," then decisively slapped the opponent again, causing the opponent to lie on the floor. Peng Billion walked up to Lin Sin, opened his mouth to sarcasm. Why did Director Sun perform such a grand ceremony? He seemed to fall into a cowardly position, stammering, You are young Master Peng. The Peng family is one of the great leaders. Shareholder of Wuxian University, you and Lin Sin. So that's it. That's how it is." Faced with the eagerness of the students to eat melon, the school principal grabbed his shoulder and announced, "I now declare, the behavior Wei Zhengtang's bribe to Dean Sun severely damaged the reputation of Wuxian University." The school unanimously decided to dismiss and expel 2 people as punishment. He looked at Lin Sin, who was smiling like a fool. That victory with loving eyes. affectionately said. Fortunately, our Wuxian University has an outstanding student like Lin Xin, who was able to attract the pests in the school, returning the purity of Wuxian University. He is the light of our school. To two losers like Wei Zhengtang and Homeroom Sun, he is like a giant shadow about to swallow them. Everyone was very surprised after seeing it. Why is it like this? We have been deceived. What is the meaning of this? The president and director's son are the bad people. Above the stage, Lin Xin pointed back and raised his voice to the stage screen. Everyone, the viewer on the screen, understood it clearly. At this moment, a video image of Wei Zhengtang appeared, helping Miss Xiao lie down on the sofa and saying, this girl without any doubt drank a glass of water mixed with medicine. Sleep. Then he turned back to the camera smugly, a perverted expression clearly visible on his face. Who said he was so perfect? The student council and this whole school can only be like subhumans. Before me, the audience below saw the whole thing and got angry. Some shouted, some whispered. It turns out he is that kind of person. It's really disgusting. This guy with a human face and a beast even dares to deceive me. People still kept cursing. They threw everything they had on hand while cursing. I always suspected he was a sinister villain. Sure enough, I was also harmed by him because I didn't have any evidence. Proof of patiently enduring for a long time. Do you like to pretend like that? Tear his face off. Expel him from school. Can't forgive. Go to jail and sit. If you don't beat him on the front, you won't be able to release your anger. All questions and items what they threw up made Wei Zhengtang feel like he was falling to the bottom of society in despair. It's over. I've lost everything. It's all Lin Xin who hurt me. In a moment of despair he shouted, Lin Xin, I risked my life with you. Then pulled out the knife and ran towards you. His pathetic and stupid actions could not make Lin Xin's mind waver. Lin Xin lightly held the blade of the knife and raised his foot, causing him to slip, but fell and rushed towards the audience, screaming. You in a cool figure said sarcastically. President Wei, it's time to get off the stage. He was lying under the stage surrounded by angry audiences who kept making him pale. His feet were cold. Right immediately all the spectators rushed to him, grabbed the attacker's hair, and the person who tore his mouth kept talking. If he liked acting like that, it would be done for you. Tearing him apart. Let's see how you do it. Making him scream in confusion. Up. No. After a while, everyone stopped to look at the results. After being filled with onions. His hair was messy. His clothes were tattered. His mouth was foaming like a person at the bottom of society. Everyone still didn't know. Satisfied. You also have the qualifications to be president. It's not over yet. He dares to drug a female student. Send him to jail. At this time a female judge spoke up in the stands. The student council principal, we need to quickly elect a new president. The school principal said in a low voice. Then he raised his hand and touched Lin Xin's shoulder with a bright face and said, Classmate Lin Xin, you are brave and kind and also helped the school remove 2 elements. Toxic. The position of the student council hall was given to you. What do you think? Everyone below was surprised. The school principal recommended it. It was a heavenly step. They supported him enthusiastically. I supported him. At this time, Lin Xin humbly reached out and put his hand on Zheng Hao and Peng Billion's shoulders and replied, thanking the principal for his praise. This time also thanks to Zheng Hao promptly discovering the plot and young master Peng informing him. Come here, otherwise the effect will be unpredictable. Lin Xin reached out and introduced himself to the principal. The principal, the position of president, must be filled by a capable person. Zheng Hao, who was formerly in the student council, took on the position of head of the group. Position. It's just that he was forced out of the student council by the previous president. Zheng Hao is both talented and capable. I feel that the position of president should belong to him. That's what everyone says, but no one knows it's due to laziness. I don't want to do such a difficult job. Everyone was surprised by Lin Xin's subtle refusal and said, what? Such a good opportunity to take advantage of it. So cool. Lin Xin is really a man. Sir, if anyone dares to say bad things about him in the future, I will stab him to death. In countless audiences, there are girls who are crazy about Lin Xin. Their faces red with sparkling eyes looking towards him. For example, Lu Cheng. She said, Lin Xin is so outstanding, worthy of being my man. At this time, Lin Xin walked down the stage thinking, everything is over. Go see if Xiaoyu is in love. On the stage, Zheng Hao shouted loudly, continuing the dance. Passing through the bathroom, Lin Xin scratched his head and looked at Xiaoyu, who was still awake. He was too lazy to wake her up. Xiaoyu, how many drugs had he taken? Suddenly a hand came out from above the door, sprayed something inside, making Lin Xin's face start to turn red. Why does it feel a bit? Immediately he fell asleep and leaned on Xiaoyu's lap. Someone suddenly appeared behind him, sprayed medicine into the bathroom where Lin Xin was. That was Lu Cheng. She smiled proudly, then grabbed the other person's collar and pulled him up. After adjusting to her direction, she boldly sat on Lin's lap. Xin then tore her skirt to reveal her pearly white legs and said, the skirt was really cumbersome. Her face started to turn red and she said, Lin Xin, you are already mine. She leaned on Lin's shoulder, pleased tremble with joy, then raised his hand to lift Xiaoyu's chin without shame and pleasure, scolding, you rotten whore, open your eyes and see clearly. Lin Xin is mine. You will never have it him. All day dreaming about being stuck with him. Dream away. Song. She leaned closer to his lips, touched his cheek with her hand and said, Lin Xin, I won't leave you again. Right now he's cradling her, causing her to suddenly exclaim. Lin Xin was still unconscious, but it seemed to be the effect of the drug she used. It made him pant and throw her down with her back towards him, causing she couldn't resist but screamed. Ah, wait, Lin Xin. Suddenly she screamed again. She thought, Lin Xin, he's not awake. Could it be animal instinct? Damn, I want, she exclaimed. Wait. Her face was now covered in sweat and she couldn't resist screaming. Right outside, looking into the toilet, the scene was gloomy, not knowing what happened inside. Suddenly Lin Xin woke up and opened her eyes wide, looking at Lu Cheng. His foot stepped on her skirt. The scene made Lin Xin bewildered. What is this? Looking at her face that looked like she was falling asleep, and the bottle right next to her, he suddenly realized the situation and said, Lu Cheng, damn, this is a magic potion. This crazy woman. Lin Xin raised her hand and ruffled her hair while screaming. A slightly worried look appeared on her red face as she continued over and over again, her passive ability to detoxify hundreds of poisons. Haven't recovered yet. She's playing tricks on you. Damn it. Lin Xin put her against Xiaoyu's lap, then spanked her a few times on her ass and said, damn it, give her a lesson. If not, you kiss her. I love you so much that you don't know whether to live or die. Suddenly the phone in your pocket announced an incoming call. Lin, please answer the phone. Captain, the other side spoke. Good evening, Mr. Qian. I just saw the name Peng. The kid boasted in the Yanjiang Prince daughter group that he had just helped him with something. Yan Bao seemed to be participating too. Why didn't he call us brothers? Lin Xin immediately went to the group to look and saw a photo of Zheng Hao and Peng Billion holding each other's shoulders and a text message saying their relationship with Mr. Qian had increased another level. Quickly admire me. Below was a photo of Yan Bao smiling. And in return, this time I also have a part. Lin Xin thought to herself. You braggart. As for the captain, he continued to say, Mr. Qian, do you remember the private dining party on the yacht that I strongly recommended to you last night? Tomorrow night it will be held in Yanjiang. This time there will also be arranged a very special performance. Mr. Qian respectfully attended. Lin Xin replied, it's okay, I'm in a bad mood. Let's go on a cruise to relax a bit. Immediately the captain happily replied, ah, that's great. Welcome Mr. Qian to join. They all laughed loudly and clinked beer. The four young men walked back arm in arm, excitedly saying, the drinks at the ball were boring. It was better to go out and drink beer. Trin Hao agreed even though he was drunk. That's right, I'm the president now. Everyone can drink freely. I pay. Lin Xin helplessly replied, okay, you've said this hundreds of times tonight. At this time, Trin Hao's hands were shaking. He pointed to the bathroom and said, I want to go solve my sadness. With loving brotherly love. The rest of us also hurriedly suggested, let's go together. Lin Xin looked at the three ghosts swaying in the night and couldn't help but chuckle. After the physical attributes were enhanced, drinking alcohol was no longer easy to get drunk. Where did the loud scream come from? What do you want to do? Let go. Side not far away, a beautiful woman is being teased by the perverted F4. What's wrong? Don't let her move. Isn't she here to sell? Shen Adong weakly shouted, get out. However, their mouths are still pouring out some dirty words. So white. Ha, I like people like you who are kicking. She waved her careless hands and said, let's just look, not touch. Seeing this perverted F4 immediately took one side and me and the other. Pulled Shen Adung's hand and smiled happily, saying, I can't hold it in anymore. Now I want. She stood right in the tiger's mouth, constantly reminding, no way, I'm not that kind of person. Here you guys is committing a crime. Don't, leave me alone. The blonde guy next to her looked at her with perverted eyes and shouted, shut up, making the guys angry. I now have the responsibility to put out the fire. After a while of waiting, suddenly Lin Sin was standing right behind them. He spoke up, hey, people didn't agree but you guys were still forcing them. They were stunned. Even Shen Adong was surprised. Soon the person standing in the middle moved into Lin Sin. They spoke bitterly and loudly said, how dare you come out alone? Do you want to be a hero to save a beauty? Have you watched too many movies? Right. He crossed his arms, looked around and replied, go away, I don't want to take action. With more blood than brain, they rushed forward, wanting to take the right and threaten. Still arrogant, go die. Lin Sin looked at him with a serious face. Shen Adong also ran in fear, spoke softly, be careful, but you stepped back again, causing two of the F4 group to accidentally punch each other in the face. Looking at their comrades lying at their feet, the blonde's mouth was wide open, speechless. Not stopping there, Lin Sin immediately joined behind to help. They leaned their heads against each other, so the rest of them also reeled in confusion and lay down on the ground. Shen Adong came forward to return the sword and said, they were all fainted. She asked annoyedly, do you know what you just did? Is it very dangerous? At the same time, the system also announces, pings, detects a beautiful girl, starts a naughty mission. 24-year-old beautiful woman, 172 centimeters tall and 50 kilograms in weight. When the target's favorability with the host exceeds 90%, she will refund 10% of the money spent by the rebel plus the host's personal assets. All rewards will be returned. Attribute +1 level 3, choose one skill. When reaching 100%, change identity and renew the dependency relationship between host and target. Lin Sin silently groaned in his heart, but started the counterattack mission. Unexpectedly he looked so pure. What a pity he was a girl selling flowers. As an exemplary young man, he waved goodbye and advised, Miss, although you look very beautiful, you should not do this profession. Listen to my advice and find a normal job. Go. Shen Adong was startled and said out loud when he was misunderstood. What? However, he could only scold in a low voice. Where did this name come from? Single-handedly learning how to act chivalrously. He almost died. Ruined my plan. The pervert was beaten so much that he trembled and called out to his mother. But then Shen Adong stepped under his feet. She adjusted her headphones and reported. The suspicious person was controlled and taken away, notifying Team 4 to prepare to collect the net. The other end of the line immediately replied, yes, Captain. The next day, he and his friend went to the yacht. He happily waved to the other person. Brother Kian played happily. I went to another boat to discuss previous business matters. He replied excitedly, okay, go ahead and do your work. Inside the dining hall, rich people's debauchery and girlfriends. Lin Sin looked at it and couldn't help but exclaim, oh, the atmosphere is great. There are also many girls wearing bikinis. Not far away is Shen Adong, who has transformed into a waitress. Listening to her teammates talking through the headset, the captain asked, what's the situation? Have you collected the net? She said seriously, the target has been targeted by me. Prepare to act at any time. The other side yes an hour and then hung up. The beautiful woman carefully observed her surroundings, reminding herself that there could be no mistakes in this action. There was absolutely no way a situation like last night could happen, where she almost got called rudely. There, Lin Sin appeared from somewhere and called out, this is free, right? I'm just thirsty. As soon as he saw Shen Adung's face, he was surprised. Is it you? The other person was also surprised and asked, why are you here? Seems like he successfully spread his ideals. He exclaimed, he changed jobs. He can be a waiter. He has better prospects than his previous job. Shen Adong was helpless and mechanically said, welcome to the party. Enjoy the party. Please enjoy. Silently praying in your heart. As long as you don't ruin my plan. Suddenly someone shouted from afar, hey waiter. Boss Jin waved his hands and said, Come over here. Shenra Dong confusedly walked over and asked, "Would you like some champagne?" The purple-haired girl next to him smiled and spoke up. "Little sister, I'm an employee serving on this boat. Don't know how to serve. Today Boss Jin wants to play something new. Let's play with him. Boss Jin's strength is very strong. He won't be cruel to us, Boss Jin." The guys around followed him in praise. It's still Boss Jin who knows how to play. He threw money at Shen Adung's face, smiled pervertedly and said, "He's been playing too much these days. Today I want to play pure. Yes, it's not bad to restrain the temptation. Take the money and come over here." Boss Jin licked his lips, waved his hand and emphasized every word that came out of his mouth. "Serve you carefully." His face darkened. He thought uncomfortably, if he wasn't inside right now. Lin Sin saw that women were being bullied and couldn't help but interrupt. "It's so embarrassing. This mister, we do not provide special services. By the way, I remind you that this behavior is against the law. You don't deserve to be taken seriously." Boss Jin is a jerk. Feeling like he was humiliated, he shouted, "The waiter is just like you, also dare to show your face to me." Lin Sin was bewildered and reminded, I'm not a waiter. The owner of this boat called me here to play." The purple-haired sister saw her sugar daddy being looked down upon and stood up to scold him. "Aren't you a servant when you dress like this? You look poor, but you're also a guest. We've been to parties many times." "Yes, but I've never seen you before. What's wrong? Today I want to learn how to be a hero to save a beauty. Where's your invitation?" Lin Sin took a grape from a nearby waitress to eat, calmly replied, "There's no invitation letter. The boat owner invited me. Or should you go ask the boat owner?" The guys around heard that and immediately spoke contemptuously about you. "If you want to participate in this party, you need a 100.00 entry fee per person." "Man, you said you were invited by the boat owner. Who are you? You're showing off, right? You're a poor and coward sneaking onto the boat. If you're not a servant, you're a thief. Throw it straight into the sea." Boss named Jin held the beautiful woman in his arms and kept screaming, "Today, no matter who you are, you must kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, before throwing you into the sea, I will have to break your legs." Your third, there is also that female waitress. She also knelt down, just kneeling in the same way. The others followed and ordered Shenra Dong, "Get on this boat, and then why are you pretending to be pure?" Furthermore, that rotten woman didn't even apologize to Boss Jin. She looked scared and hid behind Lin Sin. Boss Jin's group of people surrounded her, loudly threatening both of them. "So we can teach you the rules of the game of powerful people. Money." Shenra Dong secretly considered that the biggest target had not yet taken any action. If he retracted the net now, he would lose some of it. But right now, even though he had a few martial arts skills, he could not fight many. Such a person is okay. At this time, Lin Sin still calmly spoke with a confident demeanor. "What you mean is, anyone who has money can play as much as they want. Right, okay, now I will call Captain." Your words made me angry. Surprised everyone. Everyone looked at each other with eyes and mouths. Unfortunately, his phone rang again. The number you were calling was temporarily unreachable. The people around him silently cheered. He thought and laughed loudly. He thought to himself, Captain Tuan is discussing business with customers. He definitely doesn't have time to answer the phone. A few people standing near him spoke up contemptuously. "You pretend more, kid. Make a call." Called Captain, "But I was actually scared by you." "Not much. Scared for 3 seconds. At this time the waitress with long purple hair spoke up. "Poor guy. You better buy the boat, come on. Then we will all have to listen to what you say." Boss Jin pointed and continued. "If you buy this boat, then this waitress will also be yours. Let me forgive you tonight. Her once. Just. Can you buy it?" Lin Sin smiled back and replied, "This is not a bad idea." Then Lin Sin turned to tell the staff, "The waiter, to call your captain here." The staff member listened in bewilderment. About this, Boss Jin raised his hand and said, "Go, even though the boat owner not here, but the captain can also decide to buy and sell. Give this poor guy a break. Act with him a little. Time flies. The captain finally comes. He raises his hand and returns say hello to Boss Jin." The director immediately reached out to Lin Sin and said, "He wants to buy this boat. This is a big deal. Why don't you hurry up and entertain him?" The captain replied in disbelief. Besides, Boss Jin kept joking. This boat of General Boat is very valuable. Even you said it was expensive. He could buy it, he said while glancing at him. Lin Sin immediately pulled out one. The card was golden in color, surrounded by sparkling light, and he said, "Don't waste your words. Bid." The others saw the card and exclaimed in surprise. That card seemed to be Long Han's black card. But it's a little different. It seems more high-end. Made just like the real thing. At this time, Shenra Dong started to hesitate and walked over to hold Lin Sin's hand. "Or, you can go ahead. There's no need." That's not the case. She thought, she can't let him offend so many people because of her. If tonight's mission fails, she can only give up. Lin Sin looked back to comfort her. Rest assured, this scene increased her favorability by 5%. The captain came forward with the sales contract and showed it to him. It turned out that this gentleman really wanted to buy. Then, this ship, the price is 700 million, with 100 million being the money for the procedures. A total of 800 million. The paperwork for the procedures are all here. You sign it and it's okay. The captain finished speaking. Everyone started. There's a stir. Please sign now. If that card really has 800 million, I'll immediately jump into the sea. Boss Jin, I see you shouldn't waste your time with him. It's very valuable. What about the card? This farce. You can play however you want. The captain asked. Sir, do you need to swipe your card? If you really want to buy, please swipe your card. Lin Sin picked up the contract and waved it. Signed. Of course I won't sign. Everyone immediately criticized. I know. I died laughing. I quit acting. What a pretender. Then he hugged Shen Adung's waist and said, but she signed. Everyone was surprised and unexpectedly said in unison, what? Lin Sin continued. I swiped the card. She signed. I bought this boat for her. Then he leaned closer to her ear and said, that's right. I don't know your name yet. She hesitated. Her face turned red and replied, my name is Shenra Dong. Immediately he went to swipe the card with looked extremely cool. Then he said, okay, this boat will be the first gift I give to Shenra Dong. Immediately the card scanner rang. The transaction was successful. 800 million was deducted from the account. Seeing that, all the idiots who had just said bad things about Lin Sin were startled. Boss Jin spat out all the wine he was drinking. He actually bought it. No need to pay in installments. Just paid it all at once. Who is he, with this level of wealth? He is definitely not an ordinary person. He was actually invited by the captain. At this time the captain opened his eyes and bowed his head and said, this, Mr. Shenra Dong, you two are the current owners of this ship. Our ship has a total of 100 employees. All serving you. The girls around are all bowing. Hello Shenra Dong. Lin Sin turned his face towards Boss Jin and spoke. As he said, if I buy this boat, this waitress will be mine. Right? He could only answer correctly. The employee just lit a candle. The joke is that he has now turned his face as quickly as flipping rice paper and said, not only her but all of us belong to you. May I ask what is the name of the boss? Who is both young and beautiful and rich like this? Can we get to know each other a little? Shenra Dong is still confused and wondering who he really is. And behind him are some guys who are deliberately trying to gain sympathy from him. That's right, their name is Kim. That guy dares to offend you. It's ridiculous. I didn't look at him right from the beginning. Old man, your shoelaces are off. At this time, the big guy Boss Han came closer to Boss Jin and said, Boss Jin, you are mistaken. This kid is not ordinary. Right now, he has no choice but to hold on to the last straw. Boss Han, it was me who was wrong. But he dares to make me lose face and also make you lose face. If Boss Han can help Boss Jin relieve this anger, then I will give you all the business matters in Myanmar. Boss Han smiled triumphantly. Boss Jin's sincerity was hard to refuse. Okay, let me deal with him. The fat goat is at his mouth, so he has to take a big bite first. He called out to Lin Sin. This young master is so generous. I am Boss Han. Everyone often calls me Boss Han. Not knowing how to address this young master, he asked with an evil face. Without hesitation he replied, my name is Lam. At this moment, Shenra Dong suddenly remembered, Boss Han is the boss of the Black Tiger Gang, specializing in trafficking smuggled goods from Myanmar and Laos. He also built 2 underground warehouses to store smuggled goods. In recent months, the headquarters has continuously tracked his traces. The goal of tonight's action is him. At this time, Boss Han continued. The atmosphere tonight is very good. Lin Sin wants to play some games. He replied, I don't know how to gamble. And gambling is not legal. I won't play. He has no intention of letting go of Lin Sin and continues to encourage him. No, someone like the Lin Sin family who spends hundreds of millions has never gambled. So how can those 800 million be your entire capital? No, his subordinate was not inferior and interfered. Boss Han is so mean. Even if Lin Sin has no money, he is still the owner of rich people. How can he say that? He showed a very bad attitude. The provocation made him unable to help but say, of course there is money. But, he immediately sarcastically said, if you have money, then you are not brave enough. Lin Sin's eyes turned dangerous as he looked at him. Boss Jin also jumped in and said, stop it Boss Han, there are some people who have a lot of money but can't stand losing. Even if they lose 100 or 2 yuan, they will be so upset that they won't be able to sleep. I'll play along, I'm fine, Shen Adong gently reminded him. Don't let them provoke him. I heard that Boss Han only gambled thousands of billions. Even if I had 1 or 200 billion, it wouldn't be enough to fight him. Boy, mumbled, losing 200 billion, that's just beautiful. Lin Sin turned around and said with a very interested expression that made her unexpectedly gasp. Lin Sin pretended to be stupid and fell for the trick, waving, hey, Boss Han, suddenly I felt like playing a little bit would be quite interesting. Shen Adong stood next to him and exclaimed in shock. You, Boss Han grinned triumphantly, I was fooled. He looked at Shen Adong. But recently I haven't been very lucky. Gacha can't draw SSS either. So you play for me. If I lose, I'll give you the money. If I win, it's all yours. But you're not allowed to say no. Your eyes are an O, your mouth is an A huh. Lin Sin's mind immediately flew to Cloud 9. I gave money, she bet, lost 2 billion and got back 200 million. This earns more money than giving a gift to the female boss. Pressing the screen until her finger who can understand cramps. It's best not to be able to go upstream from now on. Even if you lie down, you won't spend all your money. Shen Adong worriedly shook his body. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what I said? Bet, with him you will lose miserably. Then the 4 people sat at the gambling table. Boss Han gave his opinion. Baccarat is too complicated, but considering that Lin Sin may not understand it, it will lose a lot of the feeling of participation. Then playing blackjack is simple. First, how? He agreed without hesitation. If he liked it, he moved. He put his arm around Shen Adong's shoulder, looking extremely confident, while she crouched and worriedly thought. As a servant, she had just been given a ship by a rich man, so she definitely couldn't refuse the rich man's request. In order not to expose his identity, he could only help him play. More and more people gathered together to watch the show. This time Lin Sin was miserable. How could a waiter be as good at gambling as Boss Han? A few gossipy people gathered together to chat. Having money can really make Boss Jin call him father. But even in the casino, even having more money will only enrich Boss Han. It seems that this Lin Sin is the second rich man has a big shrimp brain. The purple-haired girl who is the hostess of the casino shouted and dealt the cards. Boss Han encouraged the general. That's quite lucky. Lin Sin, do you want more chips? Lin Sin immediately waved his hand without hesitation and threw the chips out. I'm all in. It's up to you. The first match is over. This match Boss Han wins. You pretend to be a deer and cry out. Oh my god, what a pity. The name Boss Han just grabbed the chip and smiled triumphantly. It's okay, Lin Sin Jia. The next game is a win. You chill make another request. So next game I bet 200 million. By the way, what's the face value of this chip is so small? Give me 2 billion. The purple-haired girl happily replied. Okay, Shen Adong looked at him again. This guy hasn't seen the coffin yet shed a tear. Several people gathered to watch also gasped. 2 billion, such a big deal. His money is still not at the limit. Boss Han clapped and cheered. Worthy of Lin Sin style. Indeed a bit of encouragement, but the mind of a rich second die has become confused. After winning 2 billion, then his illegal business relationships will quickly be restored. And after that, every game Lin Sin would win. The host continuously announced. Boss Han won. Lin Sin minus 200 million. Boss Han won. Lin Sin minus 500 million. Boss Han won. Lin Sin minus 1 billion. Boss Han's big win is as impressive as a toad. Lin Sin, are you still going? Lin Sin didn't have time to finish speaking. Of course. Oh, Shen Adong grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. Some viewers couldn't help but let out a few words joke. Oh, this waiter is too proactive. Don't fight anymore, just keep going like that. Shen Adong pressed you against the wall. You pick the number. Are you crazy? Even if you have money, you can't waste it like that. So she scolded loudly. Do you really think that if you just double each time, you can get back what you lost before? Stop delusional about your strength. There is no such thing as luck in the casino. No luck, the system informed. The favorability was -3%. Contrary to her reaction, he thought with amusement, being so grown up, this is the first time being pressed against a wall by a beautiful girl. It doesn't feel right. Bad. He reassured her. It's okay. If you lose, I won't let you. There's no need to get so excited. He told himself. He should still gently advise her, to avoid her being afraid of going home. After all, she doesn't understand that she lost to make money. Shen Adong turned away confused. I'm not excited at all. I just want to tell you, I have no chance of winning. In my heart I calm myself down. I almost couldn't control my emotions. I almost got exposed. Lin Sin again drew a false story. Why can't he win? Does Boss Han know how to turn his cards? Like in It's Like That in the movie. Can it turn into the card you want? Should I report it? It seems like reporting gambling has a reward. She can only hold her head 3 parts helplessly, 7 parts are the same. It's all over the place. In the movie it's just a scam. That's the kind of trick at the bottom of society. She has full experience in catching his cards. On the table are all cards. Under the table are all censors. When the cards haven't been dealt yet, the censor already knows the number and order of the cards. Which cards will be dealt to whom. And the dealer knows everything before starting. The dealer gives reminders via Bluetooth. Boss Han knows this round should double the bet or surrender. Whether it is stealing cards will be detected immediately by censors. Chips and censors are in compliance with regulations and their function is to prevent players from cheating. The only cheating thing is the dealer's warning to Boss Han. But this action cannot be caught. She crossed her arms and explained. Sir, I said, you don't have enough qualifications to win. You understand? Okay, he nodded. Oh, this knowledge has been absorbed. It's really a gamble for 2 people. Next he hugged Shen Adong's waist and aggressively came back. Knowing the principle is very easy. Let's go. I will take you to teach the gamblers a lesson. You sprayed glue. What? Returning to the discussion, he said with his hands on his hips. I suspect there is something wrong with the cards. I suggest checking a bit. Boss Han replied contemptuously. No problem. Check it out. Let Lin Sin lose his heart and listen. A few people who like to gossip are commenting to each other. He's starting to get impatient. Has he lost all his money? Still lucky I haven't done business with him yet. Another person continued. Sure, that's more than 1 billion. Now except for this ship. Has he become a poor person? The dealer girl tilted her head and teased. You, Lin Sin, you can check me however you want. Unfortunately you're a vegetarian. Thank you. I'll check this table first. It won't be too late to check your clothes later. Your level 3 strength, take a look. Lin Sin scratched his head and pretended to be blank. It seemed like there was no problem. He shrugged. So let's continue. Unfortunately, the more I play, the more bored I become. You teased. Boss Han won so much money, but every time he gave out chips, he was cautious, only daring to give out a few tens of millions at a time. Cloud the gossip monger, the seller of cucumbers, heard that and followed suit. Was he afraid of losing? Others whispered. A gamble of tens of millions is not small. So it remains to be seen who is the front man. Boss Han is at the top of society, pushing out a pile of chips. Every time Lin Sin plays hundreds of millions. In comparison, old Han is really stingy. Okay, then I play big with Lin Sin. 1 billion. He is determined to win it all. Shit. The dealer started a new match. Suddenly her hand froze. Boss Han realized there was a problem. Lin Sin waved her hand impatiently again, dealing the cards. She scratched her head in confusion, not knowing what to do. Not funny. Boss Han is stressed. What's wrong? Hurry up. I'm anxious to turn the situation around. He realized the problem. Now I realized the censor was no longer responding. He still decided to give me the copy. Going far away from home. Dealing cards. I don't believe he's so lucky. The game ended. Everyone around him was all mouths wide open, shaking his head. Did he finally win? Won a match? All the capital recovery is over. Boss Han is not okay. He slammed the table and stood up screaming, "You damn brat. You dare to play with me." Lin Sin stubbornly argued, "What's wrong? You won so many matches, no problem. Losing just one match and already venting. It seems the one who can't play is Boss Han. Right? He can't win," and then kicks him down, pointing at Shenra Dong. "This brat cheated earlier. I've been gambling for so many years. She can't be ignored. Where can I be? She is the expert you invited to come." Two young men who don't know where they come from jumped in and said the truth. Lin Sin, cheating is not right. Although this is your boat, the gambling table is also. There are rules of the gambling table. Cheating at the gambling table is not a small thing. Where did you get another green card? Lin Sin had a lot of money, but did it wrong. Shenra Dong objected. "We didn't cheat. If you don't believe it, you can check it out." At this moment Boss Han pulled out a knife. He stuck the knife down on the table, with the other hand pulled out a dangerous toy and pointed it at Lin Sin's body. According to the rules, cheating must cut off a finger, and confiscate all bets. If you don't do it, then eat my copper candy. Lin Sin became a star again, not afraid of challenges. "I'm also a little curious. Based on the hand speed I've practiced for many years, is the gun fast or is it my hand that is faster?" Shenra Dong intervened. "Don't provoke him. He will really let you go see your ancestors." Boss Han really pulled the trigger, but he was the one who fell because of being fertilized with onions. Someone shouted, "What happened?" Only Shenra Dong witnessed the whole process. "I saw it just now." He shot the chip in his hand, hit it on the gun body. Dong that time he used 3 punches on Boss Han's stomach, hitting him hard. This speed was too fast. The accomplice Boss Jin shouted again, "Security, quickly arrest this person. He cheated on the bet and even dared to hit someone." The 2 guards actually came, but they were to control him. Lin Sin Dung asked, "Boss Jin, are you forgetting something? I'm the master of this boat. You said the guards will listen to someone. Then you kicked your foot at Boss Han, who got hit a few times. Opened his mouth to reveal the cards in his body. The other guys didn't believe it either. Pretended to ignore it. Boss Han cheated. This guy's feet are cold." Shenra Dong stuck his head out again and whispered, "Strange. I probably wouldn't do that kind of card-stealing trick at Firefly level. How did you win just now?" He revealed that when I checked the table, I secretly broke the sensor. The previous game was simple. It's a lucky bet. Then when I beat him, I conveniently put these 2 cards in his heart. She laughed. "You're too bad," the system announced. Favorability plus 15%. At that moment, Captain Han hurriedly opened the door and asked loudly, "Oh my god, what's going on?" A few people excitedly responded, "Captain Han is here. Just now Boss Han cheated on the bet. With Lin Sin still shooting. This one is beyond help." Hearing that, he immediately walked over to look at Lin Sin's body. "Are you okay? Haven't been hit by bullets? Have you been injured by a knife?" You smiled happily replied, "I'm fine." Those people were horrified. Captain said, "Is Lin Sin the famous Lin Sin?" While everyone was not paying attention, Shenra Dong immediately contacted the outside. "The biggest target has been subdued. Immediately take action." Captain officially announced, "Okay, this person is Mr. Too Poor that I always mentioned. Tonight I specially invited him to visit." There was a lot of excitement around him. "Mr. Too Poor, sir, you are truly humble. Let's meet again. My name is Tran." A girl was clinging to him and asked, "Does Mr. Too Poor's younger brother lack a girlfriend?" "Mr. Too Poor, I have a super good project." Some even shamelessly said frankly, "Mr. Too Poor, I know 48 types of positions." At this time, the mobile police came in to give orders. Everyone was quiet. No dispatch was allowed. Action. Now we have to catch the smuggling gang. Please cooperate. One of the team members reported to Shenra Dong. Boss Han and his subordinates have all been taken away. The team can be withdrawn. She nodded. Yes. Collected the team. Then she looked sideways. Where did that person go? He seemed to be helping to catch criminals. And his money had to be returned. Other people were surprised. Damn it. The servant, this incident is again. Today is full of bad things. Lin Sin ran away. Phew. Luckily I climbed out the window during the chaos. If the police caught me gambling, it wouldn't have been ruined. Star. In the girls' dormitory, Luo Yaxi stretched out on the bed wondering, where did Lin Xin run off to? Why didn't he reply to my message? She thought about it, wanted to meet him at her rental house. I had dinner the day after tomorrow. After that, no, that's too direct. She put her hand on her chin, blaming it on being suddenly interrupted that day. She had to find another opportunity. Then Lu Cheng returned about. Her appearance is dull, but her face shows an excited expression like a call girl. I'm tired to death. Luo Yaxi shyly asked. Lu Cheng, what's wrong with you? It looks like someone was scolding you. Licked and put it on the plate. I have to protect myself. She sighed again, blaming Lin Xin. He looked normally polite and honest, but turned out to be so rude. Who is sticking to my waist? Me. It's just that such a roughness can make me feel a joy I've never had before. Luo Yaxi of course doesn't believe it. Is that so? But I feel like he's not rough. This dress you tore it yourself, right? She opened her mouth to go out and show off her red handprints. I don't have that kind of strength. Normally I can't even open a bottle cap. If you don't believe me, look. Luo Yaxi was shocked. That is, the handprint. Such a big handprint. It probably wasn't because she hit it herself. That is to say, no, it can't be. Lu Cheng looked at the previous thing with disbelief. Luo Yaxi's eyes were sarcastic. Luo Yaxi, why are you shivering? Wear more clothes so you don't get cold. Finally, Luo Yaxi put on a thin shirt and ran out. Lu Cheng watched and laughed. Sinister. Now I want to dedicate myself to Lin Xin. It's too late. It's too late. A man will forever belong to his first woman. Thinking of that, she bit her finger and drooled. Lin Xin, he is so amazing, especially when he hit me at the end. It makes people feel at ease. When can he continue? At this time, Luo Yaxi was outside the men's dormitory. She was extremely upset. There was no response to any messages or calls. Are you sleeping? She stared at the phone. It seemed like Lu Cheng is not lying. If it's true, I have to take it. She commented on Lin Xin's family background. The best quality with money, beauty, and muscles. The essence of a woman who loves so much like Lin Xin has never had. Girlfriend, definitely the object of competition for many girls. She is determined. She absolutely will not give up. Luo Yaxi didn't pay attention. The other male students were drooling at her. What about that girl, wearing so little clothes, waiting for someone? The young man next to him guessed. Maybe he had an argument with his boyfriend so he ran here. Others exclaimed, those legs, so beautiful. Time passed quickly until morning the next day. Lin Xin leisurely walked and munched on cake. Last night I was playing cards and fighting. I was so tired, I had to go home and go to sleep quickly. Suddenly he noticed someone's figure that looked familiar. Luo Yaxi. The other boys were also talking loudly. Hey, isn't that Luo Yaxi? The guy next to him said. I also saw you yesterday. He's here waiting for someone. Isn't that waiting all night? At this time, Luo Yaxi also ran to hug him and called. Lin Xin. She smiled happily and said. Lin Xin, you're finally back. He was stunned. You waited for me all night. She gently replied. It's okay, I'm so busy. I should just wait for you. I wanted to let you know. I know, you were confused. You know what? Good girl obediently put my cheek on his chest. You're so amazing. I know the gap between us is very large. There must be many girls older than me pursuing you. So I volunteered. Is a sensible person. Then Luo Yaxi suddenly became weak and fainted. Oh, suddenly so dizzy. Lin Xin quickly caught her. There. He picked her up like a princess and asked. Are you okay? I'll give her. Please go back and rest. Then I took her back to her room. Luo Yaxi spoke up. Thank you for taking me home. Lin Xin was covering her with a blanket and suddenly stopped. I'm awake. She lazily took off her shirt and held his hand with one hand. Lin Xin, you are so kind to me. In front of this charming landscape. You hesitated for a moment. She sat up and asked for advice. Last night I've been busy all night. Let me give you a massage. Lin Xin blushed and speculated. She waited for me all night. And even wanted to massage me. By the way, that's an unusual tactic. Are you sure it's still embarrassing to be addicted? But the meat is already at your mouth. It's free, so why not eat it? Then smiled and asked, do you know how to massage? Then lie down on the bed and let Luo Yaxi sit on his back. Of course you know. Just relax, come out, rest. Lin Sin exclaimed with satisfaction. So comfortable. Luo Yaxi did not hesitate to use his feet to work. And this one is even more comfortable. He happily enjoyed this moment. To say it, this place is a bit far from school. In 2 days I'll take you to buy a room near school. A chance to spend money. But Luo Yaxi excitedly kissed him on the cheek. Oh my god, really? You are so good to me. I love you so much. Notification system. Favorability plus 4%. Luo Yaxi's favorability 95%. She intentionally lay on top of the naughty hand below. Asked. From now on I will massage you every day. Is that okay? Lin Sin enjoys the blessings from heaven. Of course it is okay. Then a few dark sounds came out. Puff puff. After a while Lin Sin tiredly fell asleep. The lady sitting next to me texted Lu Cheng for advice, but it was actually an underground flex. Lu Cheng, what should I do now? Lin Sin just said he wanted to buy me a house. Before he gave me over 1.00.000 to buy a bag. Now I'm buying a house again. I don't feel so good. What should I do? It's so frustrating. On the other end of the phone. As expected, Lu Cheng exclaimed in panic. What? Lin Sin bought a house for that bastard. Don't you deserve it? Even though on the surface she was bitter and gritted her teeth. Through text messages she was gentle. Cutely replied. Oh, is that so? He gave it to you. So you should take it. Anyway, Lin Sin has so much money that she can't spend it all. Raising this pet. Giving it to beggars. I'm fine with it, can manage how he spends money. Luo Yaxi immediately replied. That's right, then I'll agree with him. Lin Sin and I haven't been together for long. He gave me so much money. It's not very good, she sarcastically said a bit. Then said, I don't think I've ever heard of Lin Sin spending money on you. As sisters, you hide it very well. Right, this friendship is truly that of tree sisters, damn. Lu Cheng was so mad at the text messages that he cursed. Damn it, but through the text messages, he changed into another personality. Money is just a vulgar thing. There's nothing to say. Lin Sin and I are united. Is important. Luo Yaxi he doesn't understand our feelings. Luo Yaxi lay happily imagining Lu Cheng's reaction. Dying of laughter. Waiting for Lin Sin to buy me a house. I'll take a selfie with Lin Sin there on the sofa in the living room and send it to you. You continue to go crazy in anger. Close your eyes and open it in the afternoon. Lin Sin is fresh and full of energy. After the morning massage. It's so refreshing to sleep. The phone's bell rang continuously. He turned it on and saw. Who sent the message? The jar exploded. Yesterday there was Luo Yaxi. Lin Sin, where are you? I have something to tell you, tell me. Text message from Lu Cheng. Your waist still hurts, but it doesn't feel bad. When can we go eat? With a photo from a burning angle. Today's news is Yun Bo smiling. Mr. Kian, I have found a professional team and chip development is more stable. If I have time I want to meet you. Then Chia Yuxuan. Today along with the teacher, I went to arrange the things stored at the museum and discovered that there were also Cha Cha and Lin Sin. I finished filming so I was preparing to go home. Before I left, I wanted to see you. You panicked. What the hell? Why are there so many messages? I haven't read the messages for just a day. Then I scratched my head sadly. Before it was all me texting girls. They didn't even reply. Now on the contrary, there are so many girls rushing around and it's miserable. How can you find so much time to talk to them? Suddenly a text message caught his eye. Mr. Kian, the car you ordered today has arrived. When can I give it to you? He sighed and sighed. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about this. But now I still haven't saved enough money for the car. He texted back. It's been hard. I can pick up the car myself. He touched his chin and checked the schedule. There was nothing going on in the afternoon. Go there too. See if the car is as beautiful as in the photo. The day of the auto show Yanjiang. The congress was held extremely big and magnificent. Each car had its own consultant on duty. Lin Sin leisurely walked and looked. The auto show is really big. President Chen is a thief cunning. I came to pick up the car. He conveniently used my car as a display item. Many luxury cars have not been given real names, by the way. It was my first time going to a car show. You observed the guests came to visit and exclaimed. Heaven forbid, there were also quite a few foreigners. A girl exclaimed. Boss Stephen is here. Behind Stephen were Che Meng Yun and Zhu Kun. Zhu Kun asked with concern. Che Meng Yun, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. She replied indifferently. Not thirsty. He asked again. So are you hungry? I'll get you some food. She didn't care and answered casually. Not hungry either. On the other side, Mr. Stephen is listening to the report. Boss Stephen. Today's business is not bad. Sold out. A waiter brought water to him. Do you want any drinks? He replied. No need. Thank you. Lynn, please call me by the way. Give me a cup of cola. The waiter's eyes looked at you not very well. You didn't care to take a sip. So refreshing. I didn't expect the car show there's also food and drinks. His vision collided with the ice cream counter. Mom, there was also free ice cream. And it was Häagen-Dazs. Outside they were sold for 30 yuan a box. Then he happily came to call. Beautiful girl, give me an ice cream. The female employee criticized openly. This poor and ugly guy also ran to the car show. The short-haired girl smiled and replied. Really, I'm so embarrassed. The ice cream has already been distributed. Hearing that, he regretfully left. Oh, it would have been nice if I came a little earlier. But right after you was a young foreigner arriving. Do you still have ice cream? The other two employees immediately turned over faster than flipping rice paper. Yes, yes, yes. The spoon is on the box. Please use it slowly. The foreigners left when 3 girls came. It was Häagen-Dazs. Give me a portion. Those two turned around like Hollywood actress. Sorry miss. It's over. The lady in the pink dress left. Ah, what a pity. The smiles on the 2 waitresses' faces seemed very satisfied. Lin Sin couldn't stand it anymore, so she intervened. Wait a minute. He annoyedly questioned. Told me and these 3 girls that we were out of ice cream. The foreigner just now. You said again. So what? This ice cream of yours is to judge others by their appearance. The 3 girls immediately exclaimed. Huh, there's also this. It's true. You see, those 2 foreigners both had ice cream to eat. The girl from before was so tense. What is this all about? 2 waitresses smiled awkwardly. Sorry, this is a limited quantity per day. Only provided to a few special customers. His mouth said so, but in his heart he felt. It's so annoying. Lin Sin didn't just reply. Special customers are only people from outside the country. She was speechless right away. You repeat. Do you still have ice cream? Give us some. She still stubbornly said. It's so embarrassing. Just now it was the last part. It's over. You asked. I don't believe it. You opened the trunk for me to see. The drama is so intense that it caught Stephen's attention. Who is making noise in my exhibition area? Zhu Kun said proactively. Mr. Stephen, it's these Chinese people who are causing trouble. I'll go solve it. He left and deliberately added more. Che Meng-yun is also worried that your brother President Chen's business will be affected. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Che Meng-yun doesn't care. This guy Zhu Kun is so annoying. If it weren't for his cooperative relationship with his brother, I really wouldn't want to pay attention to you. Ta. Zhu Kun walked over and asked. Hey, what's the noise? The female employee called. Manager Zhu. Lin Sin explained. Huh, are you the one in charge here? Just in time. These 2 waiters only giving ice cream to foreigners. People from our country are not qualified to eat it. Who would have thought that the answer he received was not what he thought? What's the problem? Foreigners have money. You don't. Why? Someone like you who specializes in car exhibitions, eats and drinks at temples, still has the face to be here causing trouble. These people are perched with a bit of seawater and thought they were high-class seafood. He replied, causing you're disappointed. I came here to pick up the car. The other 3 people immediately hugged their stomachs and burst out laughing. You don't understand. What's so funny? Zhu Kun has eyes and can't see Mount Tai Sun. Moving his mouth away. A poor and ugly guy like you. Take a car. Get a car worth 60 yuan. Don't even write a lie. In the Yanjiang car exhibition there is no car worth less than 1000.000. Understand? The fragrant smell of drama attracted many people. What's wrong? What's so noisy over there? The other person replied. This person seems to be a poor and ugly guy who mixed in here to eat and cause trouble. People heard it right away. The judge was green. Mom, what kind of qualities is that? Quickly kick him out. Zhu Kun asked again. What's wrong? Why are you still standing there? Your skin is really thick. At this time Lin Sin pulled something out. Well, finally found it. The thing President Chen gave me this morning. He gently took out the black card. Everyone immediately turned their faces 180 degrees. I didn't see wrong. This is a full fire VIP card with only 5 cards from the Yanjiang Auto Show. A full fire VIP card that people must have spent more than 0.000000.0000 in the assets. He glanced at the 2 ignorant employees, finally able to pause and listen to what people were saying. Right. The 2 women kicked their rice bowls away and quickly bowed their heads. Sorry, we were wrong. I don't know who he is. You refused. Am I wrong? You go to class. The person you have to apologize to is not me alone, but all the Chinese people at this car show. The main reason is that they tasted some sea fish but criticized the smell of pond fish. Without the slightest bit of concern. It has nothing to do with whether I have money to buy a car or not. One of the 3 girls also spoke up. Yes, ice cream is just a small thing. Do you think we really only care about a small jar of ice cream? What we noticed was that the girls knelt for so long that they couldn't learn how to stand up. The people who were excited about eating melon immediately clapped their hands loudly. Very well said. Your sister is so awesome. He also came back to compliment. Little sister is really cool. Give her a like. Zhu-kun bites his teeth and is spicier than eating chili. At this time, Chae Meng-yoon ran to hug Lin Sin. Mr. Lin Sin. He was bewildered. She was. Chae Meng-yoon was as natural as a fly. Mr. Lin, please. Why didn't you announce your arrival? You are an important guest. Wait until later when the ribbon is cut. You have to stand in the center. You exclaimed. What? Only then did she remember. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chae Meng-yoon. I'm President Chen's sister. I've always listened to my brother talk about you. I admire him very much. To my grave, Lin Sin replied. Yes. Hello. Then took a look at her appearance. Not expecting President Chen to have such a hot sister. Zhu-kun watched and gasped. Chae Meng-yoon cursed silently. Who is this pig who suddenly came to steal Chae Meng-yoon? She turned to order him. Hey, Zhu-kun, these 2 people are from the Stephen Car Business Company. I don't need to tell you how to solve this matter. Right? He was stunned. This is annoying. I didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. Because it didn't affect my business. I could only. Then pointed at the other 2 employees and said as if I was slapping myself. These 2 people are temporary employees. When he did something like that. He also felt extremely angry. Stephen's car company will now send you guys to pick up boxed lunches to express your attitude. Everyone is in an uproar. Then you can still hear it. You too. I'm already very suspicious as to what this ingredient is. The karma is coming so fast that the 2 bad guys are speechless. Manager Zhu, this isn't our fault. He's going to shut me up. Keep your mouth shut for me. Chae Meng-yoon hugged Lin Sin's arm. Wait, just dismiss him so lightly. That employee was so embarrassed that she just wanted to dig a hole to hide in. What did she want? Chae Meng-yoon asked him. Mr. Lin Sin, do you need it? Should I call the security guard to beat him up and vent my anger? He smiled and said, no need to pay attention to them. She immediately turned to chase away those 2 mean girls. Consider them lucky, if they don't have qualifications. Then live well. Mr. Too Poor is generous. Go away quickly. The 2 girls bowed in confusion. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then run away and meet the karma of falling down. Hey, those who carelessly are treated as jokes. Very coconut. An inexperienced young man asked. Who is Mr. Too Poor? He has never heard of it. But why did President Chen's sister proactively stick to the man she first met? The boy next to him replied. You don't know how proactive your goddess is. Zhu-kun heard it and trembled with anger. So it turns out it's him. Before he insulted me on livestream. Now he robbed Chae Meng-yoon. Everyone gradually gathered around Lin Sin. Miss Chae Meng-yoon, you just said this person is Mr. Too Poor. This is Mr. Too Poor spent tens of billions on that livestream platform. There is no fake place. Some people took the opportunity to get acquainted. I am the company that consumes Jian Bian. Others interrupted. Mr. Too Poor, long-time admirer, I'm. At this time, Zhu-kun couldn't do anything but run away to tell Stephen. Mr. Stephen, I'm sorry, this problem was originally very easy to solve. But I didn't expect that the other person was Mr. Too Poor. The rich man. The second generation has been very popular lately. This guy has a little money and is boastful. Likes to go everywhere causing trouble. Definitely an anti-social guy. He pointed at Lin Sin, who had put the thing to boil. This time it must have been intentional. Came to cause trouble, affecting the sales of our Bao Mu cars. Stephen replied, okay, I'll go deal with him. He approached and asked, Mr. Too Poor, right? Then he crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, I'm Stephen. I heard that Mr. Too Poor is extremely rich. Spends money like water. Why do I feel a bit fake? I smell the stench of a Ponzi scheme somewhere. Lin Sin wondered in bewilderment. What is a Ponzi model? Che Meng-yoon explains. Mr. Lin Sin, a Ponzi model is a scam originating from abroad. Basically it is a white wolf's bare hands. Tricking investors. You use besides his face. It turns out that you foreigners invented it. De Fan immediately raised his eyebrows. The biggest feature of the Ponzi model is that the fraudster is very superior. Always has the feeling of being present in upper class and act very generously. The main purpose is to trick more and more rich people to invest. Isn't this what you always do? Public opinion is manipulated after hearing what he says. It seems like he's saying that's quite true. Many times I looked for him to invest. Other people were also hesitant. It was scary. I almost went public. It turned out Mr. Too Poor was a scammer. Che Meng-yoon spoke out against it. Stephen, do you have proof? If not, then shut your mouth. Old man, he hasn't seen the coffin yet and hasn't shed a tear yet. So does he have proof to prove that he's not a fraud? Lin Sin contempt. I usually yawn and sleep. What about this? I'm so sleepy now. Go drink a cup of peanuts to wake me up. He wouldn't let you go so easily. These three girls are the ones you came to use as a background. Right, excited. Cooperate with each other, the cool girl from before exclaimed. No one did anything. No one touched anything. De Fan threatened. If you don't honestly hand it over, I will call security. The river wants to be quiet. The wind never stopped. He raised his voice. Is it Stephen? He decided to follow him. Congratulated him on successfully returning to the lost box. Let me play with him. Che Meng-yoon also chimed in behind. Unable to do anything, Lin Sin immediately went to bully the family's daughter. People, old people shouldn't be rude. So Fan, do it now, won't you run away? It's very simple, just prove that you have more money than me. I will believe you, but if you lose then announce it to me. The whole city you are a scammer. Che Meng-yoon exclaimed indignantly. Mister, a few curious people are very interested. Mr. Stephen is one of the top 5 car dealers. Coming to Yanjiang to advertise his business. New brand Bao Mu. Others laugh and bully people too much. Others speculate. This second generation rich guy can't have more money than Mr. Stephen. Lin Sin has pinned it. Okay, let's play what? So if you lose, you have to announce to the whole city of Yanjiang that you are a businessman who specializes in bullying small people. Don't you dare to play. The conditions you proposed did indeed cause enough damage to him. Old man immediately crowed loudly. You brat, you're arrogant enough. I'll make you fail miserably. Then point at a stranger. Hey, passerby, I'll give you a car worth 1.00.00. Young man will enjoy it. I'm so confused. Really, thank you Mr. Stephen. He arrogantly challenged. Mr. Too Poor, do you dare to play? Che Meng-yoon shouted. This is not fair. You are the company director. The cars this was originally yours. The bossy old man approached. These cars are really the goods I paid for. Is there a problem? Or Mr. Too Poor doesn't have the money to buy them? You're angry at yourself, mister. You patted her head. It's okay Che Meng-yoon. Then generously raised his hand. President Chen's 2.00.00 supercar at the exhibition is not bad. These 3 girls, each one to comfort the bullied spirit of them. The employee shouted. Successful purchase. Total 6.00.00 yuan. Viewers were surprised. The whole pot was really wasted. Directly paid in full. Face didn't even change color. What a waste. Doubting their resources Mr. Too Poor. I have never doubted before. The three girls came and bowed. Oh my God. Thank you, Mr. Too Poor. This gift is so precious. We don't know how to thank you. He replied. Don't take it to heart. Isn't it an exam? Can't lose to that foreigner. Chae Meng-yoon rested her head on his shoulder. Lin Sin is so stylish. I know you're not average. Usually. He waved his hand. Spend it like this and see how many cars you can buy. I'll give a car to that passerby. Do you still dare to compare? Lin Sin calmly asked. This. The total amount deducted continuously increases. Minus 1.200.000. Minus 2.500.000. Minus 1.600.000. Minus 3.00.000. Minus 1.600.000. Minus 3.200.000. Zuku nervously ran over to whisper. Mr. Stephen, we have given away all the cars worth 1.00.000 or more. Except for the first two. We actually gave away everything to passersby. We have already lost several thousand. He knows he is about to die. I really ran out of money. How is that possible? Every time he gives me a car 2 or 3 times more than I do. And he still pays it all off. Can't he use his money forever? You took the opportunity to tease him. Mr. Drip, why did you stop? Is it because the warehouse ran out of cars or the card ran out of money? So he played with you to death. Before that, it was all a small battle. I admit that this scammer has swindled a lot of money. He can spend it so wastefully. But I will give him a Lamborghini. The global limited edition LP74 is worth 4.00.00 yuan. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. How are you going to compare? You're so contemptuous that you don't even glance at it. Is that so? He saw you leaving and loudly strangled himself. What do you think? Do you want to run? If you can't find a limited edition luxury car, then you've lost. Chae Meng-yoon objected. Stephen, don't be grumpy. Lin Sin spent a lot of money just now. Better than him. He wanted to change the rules of the game. Put his pants on his head to avoid humiliation. The old man boldly said. Originally, as long as he offered the same price as me. What does it have to do with him liking to spend a lot? Me. If you don't get a car, then pay more. A lot of money is just cheating people to get it. Quickly find the authority to investigate him. The person next to him nodded. That's right. Mr. Too Poor is a loser, okay? No need to compare anymore. Scammers can get the limited edition right away. At this time Lin Sin spoke up. Limited edition. Is it just this? The short-haired girl immediately ovulated. What? That is the ideal Rolls-Royce car. Ghost. Old man de fan holding his head. This is only for exhibition. Not for sale. The person next to commented. Lin Sin pressed the self-destruct button. He replied without hesitation. Thank you. He laughed with tears in his eyes. The good drama is over. You should kneel down and admit that you are Mr. Too Poor's fraudster. The old man was talking. Many people were watching. No need to pretend. Not finished speaking, then President Chen ran over and smiled happily. Mr. Too Poor. Mr. Too Poor is here. Why don't you give me a shout so I can come pick you up? The people around shouted. President Chen. He holds your hand. Mr. Too Poor. This is the phantom Rolls-Royce that you ordered. Without your consent I placed it in the exhibition area to attract customers. I hope you don't notice. Now you want to try the car. Old man is suddenly bleeding from his mouth. A young man cried out. What? President Chen is right. This is his car. You don't even bother to look at Chae Meng-yoon. There's no need to try anymore. I believe you. Swipe the card. I gave this car to Chae Meng-yoon. She blushed and looked at him. The notification sound rang. The toll was collected successfully. Having collected 80.00.00. Stephen heard it and his internal injuries spurted out blood. He shouted in a daze. What? The people eating melons also had an explosion. Everyone held their heads in terror and cried out. That car, Stephen's, is nothing compared to this. 8.000 thousand. More expensive than Stephen's limited car. Even more exaggerated is that such a car is said to be a gift. If someone gives me such a car, I volunteer to call him Dad. Chae Meng-yoon gently hugged Lin Sin's neck, then kissed him on the cheek. President Chen looked at the two of them, then scratched his head and asked foolishly, Mr. Too Poor, he said, really gave it to my sister. Chae Meng-yoon's eyes looked at him with trepidation. She gently said, Mr. Lin Sin, you are so kind. He awkwardly coughed twice. Coughed. then changed the subject. Pay attention to Steven. What are you talking about? Why are you standing there? Keep fighting. Seeing that you still want to continue playing, he quickly bowed his head and admitted defeat. I lost. Hearing that, you don't force him, I'm just reminding you, so if you're willing to play, hurry up. His whole body began to tremble, secretly regretting, I was wrong, this guy is not a scammer but actually has money. Spending so much without even blinking. Really, I don't dare to imagine how strong the background behind it is. Scary, too scary. Then, before the eyes of so many people, he trembled and opened his mouth to say, I was wrong. I dared to doubt Mr. Two Paw's identity. Lin Sin looked at him displeased. Said the point, knowing I can't escape this fate. So he clenched his teeth and shouted, I am a dirty-minded capitalist. Seeing that China was easy to repress and make money, I deliberately came to make money from the people. I am here. Integrity. Passersby were immediately angry and shouted. Each other scolded him. Damn this foreigner. Your mother will pay. Support domestic products. Never buy Bao Mu cars again. Seeing him being so obedient, Lin Sin was tired of playing, so he said, Okay, go away. He quickly replied, Yes, I thought this would be the end of this matter. But who would have thought that the people would suddenly get agitated? They were like bees in a hive, scolding him and Zhu Kun. Don't think it's that easy to get away. Arrest him. This manager is also an obedient dog. Return all the cars. Still have to arrest him. Compensate for the mental damage doubled. Steven turned pale, risked his life and ran away. Don't come here. On this side, some people took the opportunity to surround Lin Sin. They both praised and drew closer relationships with him. Thank you Mr. Two Paw for helping us see the foreigner's face clearly. Is Mr. Two Paw missing jewelry? Mr. Two Paw is so cool. He helped us vent our anger. At this moment, suddenly my phone rang. He vibrated. He immediately went to the corner to answer the phone. Hello. Che Meng Yoon was alone in deep thought. Mr. Lin Sin is so attractive. Even though it's our first time meeting, I really want to. Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately turned pink. Then she said in a sweet voice, Mr. Lin Sin, I want to go on a date with you. She suddenly fell silent, because the person who should have been standing next to her was nowhere to be seen. She shouted in confusion, where was he? A kind person immediately pointed it out to her. He answered the phone and ran away. In that direction, she suddenly felt at a loss. Just now there was such a good opportunity. I shouldn't have hesitated, angry to death. Then she watched her brother become a punching bag and punched him. President Chen shouted in shock. Why hit him? At this time, Lin Sin had already left the exhibition room. Seeing you, Yun Bo was leaning against the car and waved. Mr. Two Paw, here. He looked over, his tongue smooth and said, Yun Bo, I haven't seen you in a few days and you look so beautiful. She couldn't help but blush. Really, she secretly wondered. It's strange. Other men complimented me on being beautiful and I found it offensive. Mr. Two Paw complimented me back, making me a little happy. The system displayed a notification. Favorability plus 2%. Lin Sin shyly scratched his head and said to her, It's so embarrassing. The school requires us fourth-year students to do internships. I can only trouble you to help me find a company. She quickly replied, No problem, sir. Everyone else thinks that Mr. Two Paw has so much money that he doesn't need to earn these internship points. But I understand you. You are definitely like me. Not agreeing to take over the family business but want to build a new career for yourself. That's why he went to practice. Hearing that, on the outside he smiled brightly and followed her. Yes. But in his heart he thought, mainly that if he lacked this little point he wouldn't be able to graduate. The two of them quickly get in the car and continue chatting. Yun Bo said his plan. Mr. Two Paw, I will arrange for you a director position. Monthly salary of 600.000, plus 5 assistants. Lin Sin quickly refused. No. Lower. It's okay for an employee with a monthly salary of 5.000. She immediately agreed. Okay, worthy of being Mr. Two Paw. The next day, at a luxury building, in the office, a few female employees stood together gossiping. What did they hear? Among the new employees who arrived today, there was one who was arranged by the general manager. Wow, so we have to take advantage of this to strengthen our relationship. In the future I can advance one step further, hopefully become a handsome guy. At this moment, Team leader Yu Wu appeared to inform everyone. The manager is here. Quickly return to your position. A female employee looked the way she dressed, then whispered to the person next to her. You see, Yu Wu is dressed especially hot today. Yu Wu glanced around disdainfully. A group of ugly people dreaming in the middle of the day. There was what am I doing here? It's your turn. Finally the manager came. He even brought two guys and introduced them. Everyone pay attention. These two are new colleagues. Come on, introduce yourself. A person wearing an elegant jacket, wearing a dazzling gold watch, stroking his hair to create a look said, Hello everyone, I'm Zhu Wenmang. The other person is Lin Xin. He said friendly, Hello everyone, I is Lin Xin, a fourth-year student at Yanjiang University. Yu Wu quickly concluded, one is a poor student, the other wears a Rolex. You can tell by looking that Zhu Wenmang is the general manager who arranged. The manager and Zhu Wenmang looked smiling meaningfully at each other. He thought to himself, son, don't worry, the only person officially transferred this month must be you. Unfortunately, the company does not allow relatives to live in the same department. So it has to be done. A little humble. A moment later, Yu Wu brought a stack of documents and threw them on Lin Xin's desk and said, New guy, this is your job today. You didn't ask much but just replied, yes. After that, she gently placed a thin file on Zhu Wenmang's desk, then gently said to him, Zhu Wenmang, this is your business today. Lin Xin couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. At this time, he asked her suspiciously, wait a minute, team leader, why is my workload several times greater than Zhu Wenmang? She immediately became annoyed. I'm the team leader, you're the team member who has to follow orders. There's a problem what? Are you doubting my decision? Hearing that, he decided not to argue with her anymore. Okay, but in his heart he still lamented. Working as a hired worker is not easy. The first day was watched light, and Yu Wu glanced at him contemptuously, not looking back at what kind of poor person she was. Unfortunately, I am the bright moonlight that you can never reach. Then she walked next to Zhu Wenmang and said, Zhu Wenmang, if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. He held the documents in his hand, pushed the boat along and said, Team leader, I don't quite understand this part. She deliberately leaned closer to him and asked, where anyway? He was interested in observing her at close range. This woman was okay, still very hot. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye it was already 6 p.m. Lin Xin took the stack of documents and handed them to Yu Wu. The team leader, the work was done, making her startled and surprised. She quickly opened it and looked even more frightened. The progress of completing the report was too bad. Cow, why is he so powerful? Thinking of this, she narrowed her eyes calculatingly. Then, she suddenly brought that stack of documents to Zhu Wenmang's place, smiling brightly and said, Zhu Wenmang, these I've finished helping you with this job. You give it to the manager to sign. He quickly takes it. Okay, thank you team leader. Lin Xin immediately fell backwards at their brazenness. He questioned loudly Yu Wu. What do you mean by this? The work I completed. He takes all the credit. But she's too old to be reasonable. A college student like you who hasn't even graduated yet should practice more. Many people don't even have this opportunity. He smiled faintly and asked, You're really skilled at this kind of brainwashing talk. Aren't you afraid of the director knowing? She retorted sarcastically. It's so funny. He still wanted to meet the director. He was too lazy to deal with this type of thing. So he turned around and left and said, Okay, I hope she can always maintain this stubborn and arrogant appearance. A moment later, Zhu Wenmang and Yu Wu left the company together. On the way, he flatteringly said, Team leader, today it's all thanks to you. My official status is solid. She said gently, being polite to me what's the point? Just call me Yu Wu. He immediately complied with her. Yu Wu, can you have dinner with me? She covered her mouth and smiled shyly. This rich husband is 9 out of 10. Zhu Wenmang instructed, I'll go get the car. You're here waiting for me. Then quickly leave. At this moment, Lin Xin was leisurely getting off work. Suddenly he saw Yu Wu stood next to his car and lamented. It was so unlucky. Why did she always stand right next to my car? He approached and said, Please give up. She immediately turned to look at him. After there, she arrogantly turned around and walked away. I knew it right away. Just now, in the company, she argued with me in front of so many people because of her dignity. Now, She took the opportunity to run over and talk to me when there was no one around. I, Lin Sin, am speechless. She's still talking non-stop. You don't even look at your own appearance. A toad wants to eat swan meat. It's really ridiculous. I admit, you do have some ability. But it's a pity it's still an undergraduate student. She also helped him analyze his situation. Without money or support, in today's world there is no advantage. He's suddenly feeling embarrassed for her. I think she misunderstood, but she acted like she didn't hear. Continuing to compose herself. Want to be a spare tire. Sorry, you haven't reached my standard of being a spare tire. So tired of this crazy lady. He immediately pushed her away and walked to his car. Get out of the way. She was blocking my way to get the car. This action successfully made her stunned into silence. Suddenly a car horn sounded. Zhu Wenmang drove a red car back. He saw Lin Sin and said, Lin Sin, why are you driving this tattered car? Yu Wu immediately took the opportunity to regain his dignity. Like this, let's go. I just found out that Zhu Wenmang is driving me to eat. Maybe I can give you a lift for a while. This is a rare opportunity to ride in a luxurious car. He immediately followed her. If Yu Wu said so, then I can give you a ride. Even though they acted like they had money, you still calmly sat on your motorbike, making them confused. Then he suddenly accelerated and ran away. Yu Wu was startled and quickly turned to avoid it. But unfortunately she slipped, so she fell face down on the ground. Screaming loudly, Zhu Wenmang quickly got out of the car to help her up. Yu Wu, are you okay? She angrily scolded. It's okay, that bastard. He immediately said, he's jealous of me, stop it. But even vented his anger on his sister. I can't forgive him. Yu Wu worriedly took out the mirror, looked at it and scolded him. What a pitiful man. He didn't have me, so he wanted to destroy me. It's disgusting. I painfully touched my $1 million nose. Secretly feeling bitter. My 120.000 million nose. I must chase him away. At this time, Lin Sin was in a very good mood and thought, just let the male dogs this woman dances for 2 more days. The more arrogant she is, the more painful it will be when she falls. The next day, Yu Wu comes to make things difficult for you again. Lin Sin, buy coffee for all colleagues in the department. Now immediately bought it. He was suspicious and asked her again, why did she ask me to buy it? She immediately said it was natural. It's a rule for new people to buy coffee for their colleagues. Hearing that, he immediately pointed at Zhu Wenmang and asked, oh, so why doesn't Zhu Wenmang buy it? She started to lose patience. Today you buy, tomorrow he will buy. Is there still a problem? Zhu Wenmang also interjected a few words. A student is a student. Doesn't know anything about society. Only knows how to study. Doesn't understand human situations at all. Now the team leader is giving him a chance. Or is it saying that he doesn't want to have a good relationship with his colleagues at all? When the people around heard that, they looked at him dissatisfiedly. He looked at them and spoke meaningfully. Is that so? You two are really nice. Zhu Wenmang suddenly walked over and put his hands on his chair and said, Lin Sin, don't be acting weird in front of me. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and threatened, there's someone above me. After you finish your internship, it's up to me to decide whether you can stay or not. After hearing that, he immediately turned his nose in contempt usually. Oh, what happens after that? He thought to himself. After finishing the internship, I already have enough graduation points. Who wants to stay here to work? He smirked and said, if you were my little brother, then I can think of a way for you to stay here. Yu Wu immediately said, Zhu Wenmang, you treat him so well. Lin Sin, why don't you quickly say thank you? He suddenly smiled mysteriously, with deep meaning. Zha said, I think he should say thank you to me. The other two were startled and surprised when they heard it. His voice was full of provocation. I was your little brother. I was afraid your life would be ruined. That's why I advise him to give up this thought. He won't even be able to thank me soon. Zhu Wenmang immediately got mad and pointed at him and shouted, what are you talking about? He said lightly, I'm right. I'm a student, so I don't have money. Then you preemptively attacked him, but waited for the salary to be paid. After finishing, I will definitely invite everyone to drink coffee. So this time let Zhu Wenmang buy it first. Zhu Wenmang has so much money, let alone a part. Even people in the entire company can invite it. Is that right? Hearing that, he couldn't help but answer nervously. Well, the whole company has at most 1,000 people. Of course I can invite. I'm not you. He smiled and looked at him. Then I want a cup of mocha. Thank you. He was immediately angry. Mr. Yu Wu quickly put his arm around to block him. Thank you Zhu Wenmang. Only a generous person like you can make friends. Unlike someone who just poor and did not understand the etiquette in the office. The surrounding colleagues also followed suit. Thank you Mr. Zhu Wenmang. The team leader was right. Satisfying his lust for vanity. His voice also softened. Thank you everyone. It is my honor to be able to buy you coffee. Lin Xin took the opportunity to say another sentence. That's good. Too bad. From now on all the coffee was covered by you. His heart immediately contracted. Good news, he saw his father. The two of them exchanged glances. He secretly whispered, Dad, this kid is bullying me. He nodded to show he understood. Reassured, he also nodded as if responding. He suddenly spoke. Everyone paid attention. There was a big project. Everyone was immediately attracted to him. The manager is here. Order is gone. He stood in the middle of the office and announced that he had just received an item of 8,000 thousand. But they requested that the plan be delivered within 3 days. Whoever's plan is approved is usually 80,000. The time is urgent. The task is important. Everyone quickly divided into groups and made plans. Paying attention when choosing members. They must be people who know how to unite. Everyone immediately shouted enthusiastically, yes. Then they quickly divided into groups. Group A included Yu Wu and Zhu Wenmang. Then Group B. Group C also was quickly established. In the end only Lin Xin was left alone. Some people couldn't help but mock him. No one wanted to group with Lin Xin. But you smile like it's nothing. That's fine. Is there a problem? Zhu Wenmang proudly left. You just go ahead and be arrogant. Let's see how many days you can still smile. Lunchtime. Lin Xin was busy eating alone, while he and Yu Wu were still focused on discussing the project. Blinking his eyes, it was time to get off work. He leisurely stood up to leave, and his colleagues around him had headaches and worked overtime for this important project. 3 days later, he looked at the commercial plan of Prosperous City Central Park on the computer screen. Happily snapped his fingers, and finished, with level 3 mental attributes. He did it. This plan is as simple as nothing. Seeing him sitting there humming and loving life, Yu Wu couldn't help but be curious. He hasn't worked overtime in 3 days. And the meeting starts in an hour. So why is he still comfortable with bangs like that? Zhu Wenmang said contemptuously, looking at his appearance. He must be lazy. There's nothing difficult to understand. However, when Lin Xin stood up to go to the bathroom, Yu Wu still walked to his table, sneak a look. Then she opened her eyes wide and stared at the content on the computer. This. Zhu Wenmang was puzzled by her reaction. What's wrong? She replied in awe. His plan was very professional. The product positioning was very precise. And the added perspective was also very fresh. She also added, better than the plan of our 3 groups. How can this really be done in 3 days? He heard that and said loudly, what? He must have paid for it. Hire someone to do it. She was sweating nervously and interrupted him. This is not important. The meeting is about to happen. Absolutely cannot let him do the report. At this moment, Lin Xin turned around and saw her standing right at his desk. He asked, Team leader, what was going on? She quickly made an excuse to send him away. There was almost half an hour left for the report to start. And he was the only one free in the entire department. You go to the meeting room to clean up and prepare a bit. Yu coldly replied, oh, then turned around and left. Yu Wu looked at his back, silently plotting. Lin Xin, we are happy to accept this plan of yours. A moment later, in meeting room B, Zhu Wenmang loudly presented the Pod Urban Space Development Model, increasingly prosperous, towards ecological infrastructure such as parks, water systems, mountains and hills. Man, the image quickly shows a fresh ecological model. He continues to speak out. This model can help promote new consumption hotspots of education, making surrounding areas level up. At the end, he suddenly saw a line of text on the screen. This sincere park project. The future scene is hard to predict. The person who worked on the project, Lin Xin, scared him to death. He quickly grabbed the thing that made him click back to the previous page. Seeing that no one was paying attention to his actions, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Oh shit. So dangerous. Fortunately no one saw. A man wearing glasses, he praised the manager. Very good. Very good. This plan is much better than other plans. This employee of yours has a lot of potential. He couldn't help but laugh. It's too much praise. Director Zhang is satisfied with this project. It's good. Zhu Wenmang pretended to be shy and used the method of showing off his talent. After all, I graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology MIT. I must have the ability worthy of the school. Yu Wu immediately clapped his hands and flattered him. Wow, Zhu Wenmang, so you have such high academic ability. So good. Director Zhang said, extremely satisfied. So he is a talented student at Massachusetts Institute of Technology MIT. I have no idea about making any changes to this perfect plan. Hearing that, the manager immediately looked at his beloved son with pride. It was a success. Son, well done. Then he stood up suggestion. If that's the case, then this contract can be signed. Right, Director Zhang quickly replied. No problem. His face was filled with ambition, thinking, if this contract is in hand, then I will be promoted to the next level. The director is also simple. Director Zhang took the pen and prepared to sign. Zhu Wenmang only felt his whole body boiling. The reward is 800.000. I can pay the last part of Rolex. Yu Wu secretly planned. Me and Zhu Wenmang divided equally. Can get 400.000. Immediately go buy Chanel's new spring bag collection. At this critical moment, Lin Xin suddenly pushed the door in. Stealing my plan. Other people, you are really shameless. The owner immediately exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xin, seeing you appear, Zhu Wenmang nervously signaled for help. Dad, quickly kicked Lin Xin out. He immediately scolded him angrily. Being rude, you dared to be late to such an important meeting, and even came to cause trouble while signing the contract. Get out of here. Don't think that getting out will be the end of the matter. After signing the contract, I will settle the account with you. You calmly retort to him. Are you late? If you hadn't tricked me into going to meeting room A, the one who signed the contract now would be me. Right. Next then he looked at the two thieves with a serious face and asked. Yu Wu, Zhu Wenmang, you two stole my plan without daring to admit it. The manager quickly shouted loudly. That intern should shut up for me. Director Zhang looked at him suspiciously. What was he talking about? But he ignored him and accused him. Everyone could see the leader's ability. Did he have to steal his plan? Dare to slander him? For colleagues, immediately pack up and leave here immediately. Lin Xin decisively walked past him and asked Zhu Wenmang. Zhu Wenmang, do you dare to open the 11th page to show everyone who signed it? He was immediately scared, stepping back in fear, weakly protesting. Why did I have to open that page? Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Wu immediately changed the white to black and said, Everyone listen to me. The story is like this. That day when I had a meeting to discuss the plan with everyone, Lin Xin naturally said something that was a bit constructive. So I wrote it down, and wrote this plan as his name. Then she strongly questioned him. This is considered to have given you face. You want to use this as evidence to say we stole your plan. Hearing that, the surrounding couldn't help but stir. Lin Xin, he's been off work for the past 3 days. On time. I haven't seen him working overtime a day. Who would believe that he could come up with such a good plan? Who would have believed that he was not only lazy but also wanted to steal the results that his colleagues worked hard for? Lin Xin smiled coldly. I can't help but say that the team leader does have some talent for dealing with emergencies. But it could be made up. But my computer still has a few draft plans. Team leader Wu will handle it like this. She was immediately speechless. At this moment, the manager suddenly smirked evilly. Then suddenly he shouted in panic. My watch is gone. Everyone immediately turned their attention to his side. He pointed at Lin Xin and asked, Lin Xin, are you the thief? Then he gave the order, went to his seat to search. Zhu Wenmang did not say a word but walked very confidently. Go, without forgetting to answer, yes, manager. In just a moment, he held up the Rolex watch and shouted loudly. Found it at Lin Xin's place. Sure enough, it was stolen by him. Lin Xin looked at him coldly, diverting attention to the matter. You guys know how to play. The manager and Zhu Wenmang smiled deeply. He thought he was sure of it. His reaction was quite good. While he and Yu Wu were talking, he went up and took off his watch. Then asked Zhu Wenmang to pretend to look for him. But even if I guessed it, it would be of no use. Thinking so, he immediately put on a smug look and said, The evidence is clear to you. What else can you resist? But because I'm a good person, If you kneel down and beg me, I won't report to the police. But dismissal is inevitable. The employees who were led by him are still before he was satisfied. He scolded him repeatedly. The manager could not be merciful and had to report to the police and impose a fine. It was too scary to have this kind of person as his partner. Who knew when something would be stolen? Where? Lin Sin clenched his hands and endured to listen to everything. His face was gloomy. His eyes narrowed, giving off a dangerous look. The owner shouted as the water encroached on him. Don't go away. Right. Okay. Protect. Pulled this person out. The two security guards immediately obeyed and quickly rushed towards him. Yes, manager. Suddenly an angry voice rang out. Stop. The two security guards immediately froze and stopped moving. I saw the staff standing in 2 rows behind me, making way for a short-haired girl to come forward. One person recognized her and immediately exclaimed in surprise. She was the director's secretary. She stopped in front of the manager. He immediately bowed and asked, "Why are you here?" She didn't say anything, but leaned over to let Yunbo appear. When he saw her, he couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Up, director." Then he changed his flattering tone and said, "Oh my God, why did the director come without saying a word? Let me have someone greet him." The secretary annoyedly corrected him. "When do you want to come?" At that time, he quickly followed suit. "Yes, look what I said." Then he suddenly raised his voice and ordered the staff. "Quickly bring the chair here. You, quickly go make my Tei-Ho Longjing tea." On this side, Director Zhang approached and wanted to talk to Yunbo. The boss thought to say hello. "I'm from Meisheng Real Estate Development Company. It's an honor to meet the boss." But she ignored him, went straight to Lin Sin. The secretary immediately answered him for her. "Sorry, now the director still has something to deal with." On the other side, the manager had prepared everything, smiling brightly and inviting her. "Director, the tea has finished brewing. Please sit down, and say that I just negotiated a large project of 8.00.00 with Boss Zhang, and am about to inform the boss." But surprisingly, Yunbo invited Lin Sin to sit down on the chair. She even brought him tea herself. Invited him to sit and drink tea. He calmly replied, All the people who witnessed this scene turned grey. He pretended not to see and whispered, "The tea was hot too much." Yunbo quickly said worriedly, "Sorry, let me blow." Then, she actually picked up the cup of tea and gently blew it for him. The people giving him trouble were like seeing lightning strike in the clear sky. They gasped, mouth full of horror. What's going on? Am I still dreaming?" The staff also exclaimed with eyes wide open. "I'm not dizzy, right?" No matter how scared they were, Yunbo still asked him gently like water. "This warmth should be fine." He took a sip and said with satisfaction, "It's just right. Thank you." She said softly, "You go ahead and drink the tea. I'll handle this matter." Then she silently signaled the secretary. She nodded. She walked up to the manager and raised her voice to question. "Zhu Daji, do you know where you went wrong?" He stammered in panic. I Lin Sin. He is the person appointed by the manager." At this time, suddenly an employee came with a stack of papers and respectfully said to her, "Secretary, I found it." She immediately threw that stack of papers directly at Daichi. "This is the copy. The draft plan was found at Lin Sin's place. See it for yourself." He obediently took a look, then knelt down with a smile on his face. The plan, it was Lin Sin's doing. I blamed him. Employee hearing that, I was suddenly surprised. The secretary slowly listed the good things he had done, colluding with subordinates to appropriate the fruits of others' labor, taking advantage of his position to taking care of Yu Wu's subordinate. Promoting the uneducated Yu Wu to team leader will affect the department's performance. Zhu Daji and Yu Wu's faces are bloodless. Zhu Wenmang's expression is also unique. No less. The secretary continued to say, violating the company's rules, secretly bringing his son into the department. You did a lot of things behind the company's back. Right? This sudden turn of the car surprised everyone. What? All of this was done by the owner. She slowly added another sentence. Now, you offended Mr. Keon. Your luck I finished. His brain froze and couldn't load. He asked again in confusion. Wait, boss, Mr. Keon. She kindly explained to him. Mr. Keon, who invested 500 million into the company, now the largest shareholder, is Lin Sin. The other three people sounded like lightning struck their ears. Blood and tears of sadness flowed in a stream. How could this be possible? It can't be. him. Yet it was Mr. Keon. The secretary loudly announced the punishment for them. Zhu Daji, Yu Wu, Zhu Wenmang, expelled right here. He painfully scratched his hair and begged. Don't. Yu Wu's heart was frozen and he couldn't say anything. Zhu Wenmang looked at her viciously. Now he was completely engulfed by hatred. It was all because of this despicable woman. He grabbed her hand and said, cruel. Despicable. She also has an ambiguous relationship with my father. She even came to the hotel with me. But she is not the average type. Immediately responded. What did you just say? I am the one who suffered the most here. I thought you were the one arranged by the director. It turns out you are just the son of a manager. What are you pretending to be, a rich second generation? Zhu Daji looked at them dumbfounded. Then he madly rushed over and grabbed her shirt. You scumbag. You even dare to seduce my son. Zhu Wenmang immediately punched him. Mom is working so hard at home. Dad is at the company, flirting with his subordinates. He shouted in shock, daring to hit me. This disobedient boy. He violently pulled Yu Wu's hair and cursed. And also this despicable woman. Die for me. And then he screamed at him. You dare to hit me. I will go tell your wife. There was no point in a melee. The secretary got angry and scolded. It was so noisy. The security guard dragged these three people away. The security guard immediately stepped forward and dragged him out. They all cried out helplessly. The staff knew very well which way the wind was going, and hurriedly said, Mr. Keon, I'm sorry for my ignorance. It's all because of Zhu Daji who lied to us. I've been lying all along. Always disliked Yu Wu. Thank you, Mr. Keon, for venting your anger for me. I will always stand by Mr. Keon's side. Yan Bao asked you, Mr. Keon, are you satisfied with this result? You smiled slightly. Okay, go ahead, let's do this. But when your company hires people in the future, pay attention and consider their character carefully. She suddenly said apologetically, before she wanted to let him be the director. But he didn't agree. Now that you're upset, I feel guilty. You laugh it off. I'm a person who likes to be modest. Daji and Yu Wu are struggling to scratch their hands on the ground and hear it but are speechless. Yan Bao dear, the two of them walked and talked. Lin Xin, do you still remember what I said about finding a professional team? Their research has made great progress. Let me show you, he answered briefly. Okay, the employee who witnessed this scene muttered in disbelief. I didn't see wrong. The legendary strong female general manager also has a weak side. In Yan Bao's office, Lin Xin glanced around and exclaimed. Her office is so luxurious. She replied while typing on the computer. In fact, most of my time is spent at the engineering company. Technical, haven't been here for a long time. Then she introduced to you. This is our latest achievement. He walked over and put his arms on her chair, then bent down to look intently at the computer screen. I didn't understand but found it very wonderful. Everything, it's all numbers and codes and I don't know a single word. Then he happily took out his phone. In general, good job Yan Bao. I invested another 500 million in her. She couldn't help but look at him in shock. His hand quickly clicked to transfer 500 million. At the same time, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Favorability plus 10%. She said with trepidation. Thank you. I will definitely not disappoint you. Yes, at this moment, suddenly the chair she was sitting on shook. A loud bang rang out. She lost her voice and screamed. Looking at Yan Bao falling to the ground, Lin Xin asked in confusion. Yan Bao, are you okay? At this moment, her whole body was stuck in the chair. She awkwardly spoke. Mr. Keon, I seem to be stuck. I don't know why he suddenly thought of a cool image. A blonde girl wearing bodysuit was humming and singing. I'm doing laundry today. When she put the clothes in the washing machine, she was shocked to discover something. Oh no, oh no. Half of her body was stuck in the washing machine. She quickly asked for help. You and I are stuck. Just thinking about this made his heart feel restless. Stop, stop. Why do these thoughts appear in his head? Strange image. You awkwardly looking at Yan Bao. It's also my first time encountering something like this. What should I do now? It's urgent. At this moment she spoke miserably. Lin Xin, I can't move. Help me. You hurry. I came closer, grabbed her arms and pulled her up. I pulled her up. She immediately screamed. No, no, it hurts. He immediately said in confusion. Sorry, sorry. The secretary was standing outside the door and heard the movement inside and couldn't help but panic. She banged on the door and worriedly asked. Director, what's wrong? Do you need my help? What's wrong? Yan Bao immediately called out. No, I'm fine. She sat in the room sadly. If she saw this look of mine, the image I worked so hard to build would collapse. Seeing that, Lin Sin immediately said softly, being a director is not easy. Let's do this. I will hug her on the sofa, change her position, and maybe she can pull her out. She immediately agreed. Okay, I'm so sorry. You quickly wrapped his arms around her legs. Then he lifted both himself and the chair up, his mouth kindly asking if this hurts. Her heart pounding, and shyly replied, it's fine. Next, he put her face down on the sofa again. Okay, she lies on her stomach. Lift her waist a little. I support her. She has a little patience. She blushes and does as he says. Then try to feel it a bit and say, well, in general, it's better than being stuck and not being able to get out. The secretary was secretly eavesdropping and immediately covered his mouth with a look of disbelief. The director is as brave as a man. Smart, talented, strong and proficient. Why, no, I must have been thinking wrongly. Lin Sin pulled the chair hard and finally got it out. He quickly asked, Yan Bao, are you okay? Yan Bao rubbed his numb calf and replied in a mumbled voice. Thank you, looking at her sexy figure and her long white legs. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He quickly regained consciousness and helped her stand up. Kindly reminded her that her dress was torn. She said softly, it's okay, I have a dressing room. I'll go change into other clothes. A moment later, Yan Bao took Lin Sin to another room. As soon as the light turned on, he immediately saw two neatly arranged wardrobes. He couldn't help but blurt out, oh my god, there is another room in the office. Changing clothes so lavishly, poverty has limited his imagination. Suddenly his eyes fell on a purple cotton dress. He immediately complimented, this dress is so beautiful. Yan Bao immediately looked over. Then she entered the dressing room and said, I'll change quickly, you wait for me. He briefly replied, okay, but after Yan Bao went inside, he observantly discovered the ball. Her figure was printed on the door. It was like a slow-motion movie, making it easy for him to see every move of her changing clothes. He couldn't help but be shocked. He suddenly had an idea. It was a good idea. When a gentleman encounters a situation like this, of course he has to take a chair and watch carefully. If he thought he would do it, he would actually take a chair and seriously sit and watch. But not long after, Yan Bao suddenly spoke, asked, Lin Sin, are you there? He immediately felt guilty and answered nonsense. I didn't look. No, I did. She continued changing her clothes. I want to say my sincere thanks to you. In fact, my family did not approve of me starting a business. They all thought that my engineering company would fail. Only he believed in me unconditionally. Not only investing 1 billion but also without any restrictions. Anything, so I can work comfortably. Her face is full of determination and hope. I swear, I will absolutely not let your investment fail. Lin Sin secretly thought to herself, I still wish you would fail. If your business prospers, you won't come to me asking for money anymore. Only when you lose money will I have a reason to invest more money. But on the outside he was still very gentlemanly and replied, it's okay, I don't care about money. If you want to repay me, just try to spend the money. Her movements stopped slightly. Trying to spend money, I understand. Lin Sin's meaning is, there is no need to save money. I want to spend a lot of resources to research and develop the chip industry. So that Hoa quickly escapes from the oppression of America. This speculation made her feel that she was insignificant. That she had always only thought about money. And Lin Sin, so talented. This was her vision. The system displays a notification again. Favorability plus 20%. Jiang Xiyan's favorability increased by 52%. Lin Sin touches his chin. I was so pleased with my thoughts that my affection suddenly increased a lot. As expected, trying to spend money is a romantic statement. At this time, Yan Bao had finished changing and walked out, wearing the dress that Lin Sin complimented when just now. The whole charming body sparkled and said, I finished changing. Lin Sin, can I invite you to dinner? Lin Sin blushed admiringly. Oh, it's this dress. Jiang Xiyan was extremely pleased with his expression. Xiyan coldly asked the secretary to arrange a car to Julongshan Hotel. The secretary replied, yes, the director. Some employees saw Jiang Xiyan wearing a sexy dress like that. I can't help but be surprised. Moreover, this is the outfit I just changed while talking to Lin Sin. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't help but think that they were having an affair. The men saw their president being won when the other guy lost his racket. He was extremely depressed. On this side, Chairman Yan and Lin Sin were having a delicious dinner. Jiang Shi Yan opened his mouth. I've seen that plan before. It's so wonderful. I really can't believe this is your first time doing this job. Hey, Lin Sin replied humbly. It's okay, this project is relatively simple. Thanks to this humility, her favorability towards him increased by 15%. The favorability is now 77% already. That night, Chia Yuxuan was taking a shower and also made a video call with his friend. Jiang Xiyin's voice rang out from the phone. I really didn't expect that his working ability was so good. And he always kept calm and cool. Degree. Chia Yuxuan was curious, so our arrogant president was finally moved. Chia Yuxuan had just returned from dinner with him. She playfully replied, I don't know, but Yuxuan, don't you have to fly to Japan tomorrow? Why don't you go to bed early? What? Or maybe I went with my high school friends so I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Chia Yuxuan was so embarrassed that she became angry. What are you talking about? He and I are just normal classmates. Jiang Shi Yan continued to tease. A normal classmate would help you with such a big thing. Don't if you forget. It's like you've sold yourself to someone. Chia Yuxuan angrily turned away and didn't want to talk anymore. Jiang Shi Yan just laughed and turned off the phone. Lin Sin went abroad. She suddenly felt like going on a date. Can move to another place. Kamida Kento is waiting for his assistant to report the amount of capital he has. According to this person's report, this amount of capital is enough for him to be able to buy anything he wants at the auction next week. Kamida is satisfied. So what about those arrogant Chinese people? Cao Jun said that person has already booked a plane ticket. Old Kamida heard this even more satisfied. If you dare to offend our Kamida consortium, first humiliate him at the auction, and then, let him stay here forever. 10 days later, sitting on the plane, Chia Yuxuan suddenly saw the notification. 2 days later, the largest auction held every 4 years in Japan officially opened. This auction also attracted the attention of collectors around the world. Lin Sin sitting next to her noticed that her face was a bit different and asked questions. She explained, very excited but also very nervous. Excited because she could see extremely precious archaeological artifacts. Nervous it's because, I heard that Cao Jun who was working for Kamida, a famous Japanese chaebol, when he provoked you, it was definitely not with good intentions. If you lose at the auction, I'm afraid he will. Lin Sin confidently reassured her. It's okay, whether I bet with him or not, I will buy all of the Chinese literature. At this moment, the two people's economy class suddenly heard a loud scream from the children. Child, Ultraman attacks. This boy noticed his beautiful sister and immediately ran over to mischief. The boy kept pushing hard on the back of her chair. Chia Yuxuan gently turned down and reminded, little friend, kicking the back of the chair is that's not good. The boy burst out laughing. Sister, you are so beautiful, let me see your body. Chia Yuxuan was shocked after hearing this. She didn't understand how a child could utter such dirty words. Not achieving his wish, he immediately angrily punched her phone. Lin Sin angrily stood up and was about to chase after him and curse him but was stopped by Chia Yuxuan. Lin Sin looked unhappy heart. You are too honest. When children are naughty without discipline, they will be even more naughty when they grow up. Their passenger compartment was silent for a few seconds when this boy came back. He was holding my toy. I ran everywhere, constantly shouting and joking. His superhero toy accidentally got stuck on her dress. The boy didn't pay attention and continued running, so he fell to the ground. Chia Yuxuan's entire dress was torn. This time Lin Sin couldn't hold it anymore. This kid was stealing and screaming. He screamed loudly and yelled in pain. Hearing his child's cry, his mother immediately ran to raise her voice. Who was bullying her? The boy quickly ran to his mother, pointed at Chia Yuxuan and said that she was the one who bullied him. The mother didn't bother to ask clearly, but instead blamed the two of you. Why do you bully my child? Lin Sin was about to say it clearly, but Chia Yuxuan once again stopped him. She softly explained that she had misunderstood. It was her child running and jumping in the aisle of the plane. So his toy was hooked on her dress. After hearing this mother still shouted in a loud and arrogant voice. What's wrong with children running around for a while? Didn't you run when you were little? Are you crippled? Chia Yuxuan is still gentle. It's okay for children to run. But this is on an airplane. She should have taught her children that they can't run and jump on airplanes. This lady still argues bluntly. What about airplanes? The plane is your home. If you say I don't know how to raise a child, then you definitely know how to teach it. You've given birth before, you slut, wearing clothes that reveal your legs and arms. The son saw his mother say that and followed suit. Pointing at him, the face said she was a slut. It was true that she was spoiled because of her mother. This time it's too much. Chia Yuxuan stood up and said again, what do I wear? Besides, whatever I wear is my freedom. Do you teach your child like that? I don't know how to teach. My son understands more than a slut like you. There's a lot of aunties. The boy standing below heard his mother say that and followed suit. I understand much better than that slut. Mom, I saw that slut wearing pants. Hearing this, she quickly covered her child's eyes. Her son still continues to talk nonsense. Now those sluts, if their clothes don't look good, they like to put holes in their pants. And they like to rip that dress off. She looked at her and smiled evilly. My family's spirit was affected by shameless women like you. Chia Yuxuan was so angry that she couldn't say another word. This is when Lin Xin stepped forward to protect you. I wondering why there was such a brash child. It turned out that his mother was also like that. The ill-mannered child ran around on the plane. The mother did the same, arguing loudly on the plane. Her face Chinese people's noses are all humiliated by you guys on international flights. She's still talking and fighting. You guys and girls want to bully us. I'll call the flight attendant to chase you off the plane. I'm not scared to death right now. It's okay to call the flight attendant. That's great. I was just about to tell the flight attendant about the crimes of this uneducated brat. Maliciously using a toy to ruin her dress. As a result, he couldn't stand up and fell to the ground. Then started to yell at her and harassed her with language. It was estimated that he was caught by the police and had to be educated for a while. And then had to pay for it. Anymore. The little guy's face turned blue and he quickly ran to hug his mother's hand. Mom, please scold him, seeing that she was speechless. He then turned to ask if Chia Yuxuan was okay. This type of person is the type of person who kidnaps her. Bullying the weaker and afraid of crime. If she had a tougher attitude, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Chia Yuxuan blushed. Her self-conscious favorability increased by 5%. Being unreasonable, she continued to argue bluntly. Being mean to men and women. She could only be poor and poor in economy class. What arrogance. You guys don't have the money to sit in first class for the rest of your life. The other people in the same cabin had had enough. They stood up and told her that even if they sat in economy class, they wouldn't lose any of her money. After arguing with the two of them, she started arguing with the others. What the hell does this have to do with your business? Are these poor people colluding with each other? Looking at us. We thought we were easy to bully. Really? Lin Xin coldly called the flight attendant to take this mother and child back to the first-class cabin. At the same time, in the flight attendant's lounge, Xiao Ying is busy drinking milk tea and chatting online. Chun walked over and saw that she was wearing lipstick again, so he kindly reminded her. Xiao Ying saw Chun carrying the breakfast and wondered who she brought it to. The two of them quarreled just to please this guest. Xiao Fang heard the argument and immediately ran in to remind her. She knew full well that both of these people wanted to target Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei is a famous second-generation rich man in Yanjiang City. And also sells plane. He's still good friends with the president of Spring Airlines. Who wouldn't want to hook up with him? Even the captain threw away his driver's seat to run to flatter Mr. Fei. Hearing someone calling in the economy class, Xiao Fang asked Xiao Ying to come out and deal with it. But she didn't want to go down to the economy class at all. Just because there were passengers in the first class that needed to be dealt with. Xiao Ying walked over, smiled warmly and asked if anyone needed any help. As soon as she saw the flight attendant, Chia Yuxuan immediately pointed to the mother and daughter and reported. Is this lady okay? Knowing good and bad, not staying in the first-class cabin but running to this place to cause trouble. Affecting our rest. Seeing her boldly expose bad things without any stumbling blocks. Lin Xin is proud praising. She couldn't argue with her, so she showed off her position. I'm the wife of the chairman of the board of directors of the Yanjiang Fortune Group. Do you believe me or believe this poor thing? Just heard about it here. Seo Ying immediately decided to defend her. Is there some misunderstanding here? Logically speaking, this lady bought a first-class ticket to enjoy the feeling of peace and quiet. Pleasant first-class cabin. You said she ran to the economy class to cause trouble. A bit unreasonable, right? Lin Xin frowned in displeasure. She meant, the first-class people are all highly qualified. It wouldn't causing trouble, so are we in economy class causing trouble? Seo Ying says with her mouth that she has no such intention. But in her mind she is constantly criticizing him for being in economy class and not knowing his identity. That old woman immediately laughed when she heard that. See, this is the gap between people of the upper and lower classes. Do you still want to chase me away? With my extensive connections, take you being on Summer Airlines blacklist is not a difficult thing. You will never be able to sit on Summer Airlines again in the future. Lin Xin picked his nose as if nothing had happened. I don't believe it. This attitude of yours once again angered her. At this moment, Mr. Fei also appeared in this place because of their noise. Seo Ying immediately bowed her head and apologized when she saw him. There was a guest staying. Economy class caused trouble. I have finished handling it all. When I saw Mr. Fei appear, she came over and asked me to be his last name. You're dead. This is Mr. Fei, a famous second-generation rich family in Yanjiang City. Their family sells airplanes. The members of the board of directors of Summer Airlines all know that if you often fly on the plane to talk about business, I will tell him to put you on the blacklist. After saying that, she immediately extended her hand to greet him. Hello Mr. Fei, I am the wife of the chairman of the board of directors of Yanjiang Fortune Group. We met at the party last week. Just now it was these two dog men and women who caused trouble. I tried to dissuade them, but unfortunately these low-class people refused to listen to me. Seo Ying and Mrs. Fei were both waiting for Mr. Fei to give them a shouting match. But no, as soon as Mr. Fei saw him, he was so happy and shook hands to say hello. You're Mr. Qian, I can meet a real person. It's me, in the Yanjiang Prince Daughter Group. I'm just one airplane salesman. Lin Xin finally recognized this person. Being remembered by him, Mr. Fei felt very honored. On the contrary, the other three people found Mr. Fei's attitude towards him extremely unpleasant. Unexpectedly, Mr. Fei actually turned into a junior before that younger brother. Only the stupid son blurted out wondering, Mom, why did that trash nod to that man? The consequences of his stupid words. This grandchild immediately received a slap from his mother's attorney. Mr. Fei turned around and asked the flight attendant to promote two people to first class. The money was directly deducted from his card. The other three people were even more shocked after hearing this. Moreover, I don't understand what kind of family background you have that you can receive such good treatment from director. Lin, thank you for his good intentions. But you don't want to go to first class. Because you don't want to look at this old lady's face again. It affects your mood. Whatever is difficult, Mr. Fei is worried. After your words, she immediately fell on the company's blacklist. Right at this time, she suddenly started acting again. She suddenly felt so dizzy. Her heart hurt so much. Mr. Qian, don't you see how pitiful we and my mother are? Her son dares to be rude to Chia Yuxuan. You will definitely. It's not easy to let go. A tiger father gave birth to a tiger son. The mother and child of their family threw tantrums. Cried loudly. People with money are bullying us weak mother and child. Mr. Fei saw this and shouted loudly. That's enough. The whole plane heard the noise you made. Disturbing public order. As soon as the plane lands, you will be punished by the security manager. Everyone else in the economy class extremely satisfied with the ending that this mother and daughter received. People began to spread the video of her cursing the entire economy class online. To see if she could continue to sit on the plane anymore. This side. After hearing everything, Seo Ying could only cry. After that stormy flight, the three of them finally arrived at Japan Neo Airport. Just as Mr. Fei said, the two of them, mother and son, was escorted away by the security team. Lin Xin happily talked to Mr. Fei. I will come to attend the auction in 2 days. I plan to buy back all the cultural objects of the flower country. Mr. Fei was very impressed. Mr. Qian is so noble. Truly the pride of the flower country. Comparing with you is so embarrassing. But Mr. Qian must be careful. Kamida Kento. He is a very famous Japanese tycoon, with a passion for literature, especially those of our country. In every auction, as long as it is a literary object that he likes, No one has ever been able to win. This person is cunning, revengeful, and cruel. He will first use his financial resources to crush his opponents, then humiliate them. In the next few days, those people will be seriously injured unexpectedly, although there is no evidence. But in the words, rumor has it that it was the ninjas and samurai he hired who did it. It's possible that this time Mr. Kian will have to face Kamida Kento in this auction. Chia Yuxuan only then understood. No wonder Cao Jun used a trick to lure you here. It turns out his purpose is to want you to clash with Kamida. This Cao Jun is too cruel. Lin Xin, how about we go back? Okay. Lin Xin pretend to be determined. If I leave, the cultural objects of the flower country will fall into Kamida's hands. I will not let this happen, he thought to himself. Besides, he can also earn a bunch of counterattack gold in the auction. So it's a win-win situation for both sides. Mr. Fei admires young people with such a determined attitude. In the crowd suddenly a suspicious character appeared. In a corner without anyone paying attention, all three being followed by a woman. Last night, old Kamida called her and said, according to intelligence, Chia Yuxuan appeared at the airport with a rich Chinese man. You know what to do, yes. My best subordinate, Iris Saito, the dark shinobi. She bowed her head and accepted her order. This subordinate will let that stupid Chinese know what a Japanese tycoon is. Don't worry, master, I won't kill him, I'll just give him a warning. He must stay, live to go to the auction and kneel before him. Over the radio, Iris Saito announced that he had confirmed Chia Yuxuan. At this moment, Lin Xin felt thirsty again, so they separated the two to go buy water. On the other hand, Iris Saito on this side put the ring on. Her plan was to pat him on the back with poisoned kakushi. The specially prepared poison could cause death. The target experiences weakness, vomiting, and diarrhea. Iris Saito slowly approached him. Was about to make a move when she was startled by his scream. Damn, what kind of water is this? 80 yuan a bottle. This stuff only costs 2 yuan in the country. Japan, are you crazy? Forced to sell water. Is it so expensive? At this moment he saw a public water tank. With the ideal of life. Saving is a national policy. Lin Xin rushed to do one sip of water. As expected, free food is always delicious. Looking at his attitude, she couldn't help but become suspicious. This is a rich country. Rich people bought a museum for 1 billion yuan. Couldn't believe it. Just like that. Iris Saito hadn't acted yet but followed Lin Xin outside. Seeing him appear, Chia Yuxuan expressed shyly, I told Mr. Fei's car to go first. This time with you go out. I want to experience more different lifestyles. In fact, she just wants to be alone with you a little more. Lin Xin didn't ask any questions and called a taxi for the two of us. After knowing the price of the national car was up to 152 yuan, Lin Xin immediately invited Chia Yuxuan to sit on the airport bus. The ticket price was only 30 yuan. When you should spend, then spend. When you should save, then save. Anyway, there's no rush. By the way, you can also enjoy the scenery along the way. Iris Saito couldn't believe that these words could really come from the mouth of a millionaire. Star. She followed them both to the hotel lobby. This time, Lin Xin showed off her amazing saving ability by pulling out 3 coupons. Poor, stingy, taking advantage of the little things. From the above observations, Iris Saito is sure he is not a billionaire. Judging by his appearance, she guessed he was Chia Yuxuan's assistant. She decided to ask for information about the millionaire herself through this assistant. At 10 p.m., Lin Xin was engrossed in her game when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. He ran out and looked through the cat's eyes to see who was coming. Outside, Iris Saito is wearing a cool outfit, holding a tray of food in her hand. She greets Lin Xin through cat eyes and introduces herself as a hotel waitress. Bringing dinner for her older brother. Hearing that, Lin Xin happily opened the door to welcome her into the room. Just when he was also hungry, but he still didn't remember if he had booked this service in advance or not. Iris Saito pretended to stand next to him and watch him eat. Just after eating one piece, Lin Xin immediately received a notification from the system, checking the truth medicine, activating passive skills, eliminating poison. The effect of the truth medicine was disabled. Lin Xin chewed, wondering why there was truth-telling medicine here. This medicine was originally only used in the military. At this point, he could be sure that she was the Kamida Kento sent him, so he decided to have fun first. Lin Sin immediately stepped into the role. He held his head and complained of pain, while Iris Saito stood next to her and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, the system notification appeared again, detecting a beautiful-looking woman. Beautiful. Start the mischief mission. Iris Saito shyly pulled back her hair. Tell me, where is the rich person surnamed Lin who accompanied Chia Yuxuan to participate in this auction? Lin Sin's mind now has preliminary information about full name, age, height, weight, along with a warning: when the subject's affinity for the host exceeds 90%, 10% of the fee will be refunded. The counterattack money is spent on the host's personal assets. When the favorability reaches 100%, the identity is changed, and the dependency relationship between the host and the target is changed. Her current favorability is changed. With Lin Sin now it is minus 30%. Because of that mischief mission that suddenly appeared, Lin Sin reluctantly had to show her lustful face, looking at her breasts and saying, I like people with innocent faces and hearts. The soul must be full. Iris Saito immediately became embarrassed and quickly covered her speakers. However, she was not too surprised by this reaction, because as far as she knows, some people have extremely weak will. After taking medicine, if you tell the truth, you will lose your ability to control yourself and speak your heart's thoughts, no matter how vile and despicable the thoughts are. Iris Saito quickly caught up and followed Lin Sin. People are also very I like you. So can you tell me, where is that rich person? Lin Sin pretended not to know and then slapped her thigh. She was so hungry, she couldn't remember for a while. Fed me, then I told her. Of course it was okay. After that she immediately placed her butt on his lap, then very skillfully fed him pieces of fruit. Lin Sin comfortably hugged me woman in hand, constantly praising her deliciousness. Looks like a bad boy. He's not acting. After being fed, Lin Sin finally revealed it to her. That rich man said he would appear at the meeting. The auction officially started, because that's the way to be majestic. Iris Saito thought thoughtfully, so that's it. Then it really fits the arrogant personality that Cao Jun said. Even though he already had the information, believed what she wanted. But her next action was surprising. She calmly rode on Lin Sin's lap. She whispered in his ear, "Let's play something else." Then Iris Saito quickly grabbed his neck and used force to lock his arms. Lin Sin pretended to be stupid. "Can you still play with love like this? Iris Saito turned the cards over to you. You have no use value. Sleep peacefully. Take a nap." Lin Sin then fainted just like she said. "When you wake up tomorrow, you will forget everything about today." Having said that, she carefully put on her mask and left here. After confirming that the door was closed, Lin Sin just got out of her role. I have to admit, no as expected of a professionally trained person. Her leg strength was not light at all. If it weren't for the level 3 arm strength of the blocker, she would have really been knocked unconscious. Unexpectedly, the auction hadn't even started yet. That Kamida couldn't wait to deal with him. This made him look forward to this auction even more. Scene changed to the main auction hall. The silent hall suddenly became bustling, probably thanks to the appearance of President Kamida. He appeared with Iris Saito and Cao Jun by his side. She whispered to the owner, "If that person just appeared today, then I can ambush at the door, then directly kill him." "No need." Confident Kamida. Perfume has a saying, "The turtle retracts its head." Isn't it to visualize opponents like this one who don't dare to appear? He's hiding, showing the panic in his heart. In terms of momentum, he has already lost. Cao Jun continued, "If he dares to appear in the auction today, this will be the day of his death." Iris Saito also follow along. That's right, the perfume people are all equally despicable and useless. Everyone is as cowardly as a mouse. Isn't Chia Yuxuan's assistant last night an example? Was walking. Suddenly she stopped and asked, wondering why there were so many people in front. That was Chia Yuxuan, and the person next to her was. Cao Jun suddenly shouted loudly, "Damn it, Lin Sin." He also seemed to feel this surprise, so he turned around and gave them a confident smile. Cao Jun couldn't believe his eyes. Hadn't he already arrived? Iris Saito was equally surprised. What? He was that rich man star. Lin Sin and Chia Yuxuan walked up to the three people to say hello. They were all familiar faces. This fat guy with big ears and big face in the middle is the Kamida bastard. Right. Iris Saito panicked. Why did the medicine say it really didn't work? Could it be that he saw through my identity from the beginning? Old Kamida silently cursed the girl next to him for being so useless. Cao Jun was quick to speak and immediately responded to him. Full name Lin. You also dare to come here. You are indeed very brave. But in front of President Kamida, you are more or less a bit arrogant. Lin Sin smiled gently and invited him to go first. I will do it. How dare you be rude in front of me? Sir, I'm a junior here, so I still invite you to go first. Kamida then responded to him, welcoming the talented young man from Perfume, hoping that Mr. Lin would not disappoint me any longer. His tone full of gunpowder could not make Lin Sin tremble in fear. I guarantee I will have a surprise for this old man. On stage, today's auction will be run by a young girl. This will be the largest charity auction in the Kingdom of Japan, which is also a world-class auction. 90% of the auction amount will be donated to the World Relief Organization. The auctioneer begins to introduce the big names appearing in the auction today. Today, first is Mr. Kateto Kamida, president of Kamida Shoji in this country, followed by Andy John from the England country, Louisiana from the France country, Babik from the South Arabia country. Last is Mr. Lin Sin from Perfume. Lin Sin's name was just announced. Everyone around immediately started talking. They had never heard of this name before. They sat in the back and mocked him. There's no such person in the Lin family or group in China. Probably a nouveau riche who came here to broaden his horizons. Lin Sin turned black and said nothing. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the stage. Lin Sin took the auctioneer's mic and spoke. So shy. To bother everyone's time, I'm Lin Sin from Perfume. Originally our Perfume is a country that values politeness in the East. I shouldn't overwhelm the host here, but in order to in the future, everyone can communicate more easily, I would like to say a few sentences to clearly show my attitude first. 1. Lin, please, I came here this time for the perfume literature. So just the perfume literature I look at. If I win, I will definitely be able to auction, especially the perfume artifacts that were stolen and left outside, and finally appeared on the auction list. I will have to get it even more. Hi, if this is the auction, charity auction, I will play something interesting for everyone. No matter how much money I bid today, I will multiply the amount by 2 and donate to charity. 3. Kind reminder, everyone, please bid carefully. Otherwise I'm afraid you will lose miserably. Am I right, Mr. Kamida? Other people in the hall heard it and immediately started talking, thinking that this perfume kid is really arrogant. I don't know how high and how thick the sky is, but when I heard that I would double the donation amount, I'm still handsome. Old Kamida responded at this time, just showing off his prestige, jumping around like a clown. No need to be afraid. His assistant soon also reported. This time the John family brought 5 billion, and from the Far Kingdom and the Middle East brought 4.8 billion and 4.5 billion respectively. The 8 billion funds you have prepared are more than enough to sweep this entire auction. This auction is a step in implementing your plan for great East Asian literature. Now the front page of DJ newspaper has been prepared. After the auction, your heroic demeanor will be published in the press immediately, and will also conveniently announce to the whole world your great literary plan. By then, the shares of Kamida Group will definitely skyrocket. Mr. Matsumo, who is supported by the Zaibatsu, will have the ability to become president this term. Old Kamida immediately appeared extremely satisfied after hearing this. Very good. Conveniently killed an ant on the way forward towards my great future. The auction officially started. The first item was the incense burner of the same period. The starting price was 8,000.000. Kamida's number 001 immediately bid 30,000.000. Is there anyone else offering a higher price? Kamida quickly glanced around. This time, Lin Sin is studying the auction list with Chia Yuxuan. Is this an Arhat statue sold in the perfume of the Dex dynasty of the Japanese kingdom? It is not suitable for the perfume culture at all. How can this be sold? She carefully explained to him. In ancient times there were many countries that made things to export to foreign countries. The style was a bit out of place. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned away confused. I'm sorry. Your knowledge of literature is more profound than mine. But I still want to explain it to you. He sincerely expressed that he really liked how focused he looked when talking about ancient literature. A person's appearance is always the most beautiful when they work seriously. Chia Yuxuan blushed and didn't know what to say. At the same time, Her favorability towards him also increased by 5 points. The air was filled with the color of both of their love has flowed to the old Kamida's side. He seems to be discriminatory. A ridiculous patriot. Next is the auction of perfume artifacts. By that time I see you can still avoid a direct attack. How is my appearance? Immediately. The second cultural relic. The blue and white peacock plate from China. Starting price 1,000. Lin Sin's number 008 slowly posted. The remaining 4 people are waiting to see the end. How much money does this arrogant kid have? Didn't let them wait too long. Lin Sin confidently shouted. 300 million. Was not unexpected. The other 3 people couldn't believe their ears. They were bidding for the first time. Why are you so tense? Only Kamida seemed to look down on him, thinking that this was the hasty mentality of the weak wanting to show off. What a pity. His assistant was confused and wondered if he should compete. Kamida pretended to be erudite. This porcelain plate only cost 180 million at most. If he wants to buy at a loss, then just let him buy it. No one bid higher. Then the Manhwa peacock plate belongs to number 008 for 300 million. Lin Sin took Chia Yushuan's hand. This peacock disc was given to her. Very suitable for her beauty. The couple next to him were also very surprised by his action. Depending on conveniently gifting documents worth up to 300 million to your girlfriend. Although seriously, it was a museum purchase for both of them. But Chia Yushuan also appreciated him very much. In contrast to the 2 people's euphoric scene, the other people in the hall had to listen to this lovebirds. The sex is so irritating. Continue. The third cultural relic is an 8-foot magatama from the Sichuan and German era of our country. Starting price 800,000. Kamida personally bid 20 million. Lin Sin still Fong Tai is still calm but shouting the price up to 500 million. Cao Jun sounds annoyed. Damn, didn't he say he only bought literary objects from the flower country? This is definitely to anger the president. Kamida indeed was a bit uncomfortable. What a stupid way to do it. Spending that much money just to make me angry. So childish. The result was an 8-foot magatama was brought in by number 008 for 500 million. Lin Sin loudly declared, I'm giving this magatama to M. Saito Kite. Thank you for your massage service. Saito couldn't help but be startled after hearing this. Old Kamida angrily turned around and reprimanded her. She said the top secret name. Did I give it to him? She was scared and quickly explained. I didn't, master. I really didn't say. He must have used some trick to know my identity. Master, trust me, I will refuse that magatama. Kamida raised his voice. Refuse? Why refuse? This is a gift he gave you. I order you to accept it. Saito reluctantly accept this gift. Your favor and you are now minus 10%. Lin Sin chuckled. Using money as a tool to make people lose their goodwill is truly rare. And you can also enjoy that guy's twisted expression. It's too much, hey Pepsi. On the other hand, Iris Saito is very angry right now, not understanding what his purpose is, giving her harmful things for no reason and being misunderstood by the owner. But besides being angry, I'm still a bit in love. Because after all, this is the first time she's been given a gift by someone else. And her liking for Lin Sin has increased by 5%. Lin Sin couldn't help but be startled when she heard the announcement. Why did it increase? This side, because I remembered that the giver was a hateful person, so the favorability decreased by 3%. Women are really difficult to understand. Lin Sin felt extremely sad. Not because the favorability is reduced. During the auction, her popularity kept increasing and then decreasing, making him feel like he was being poisoned by notifications from the system. Which was still healing. Lin Sin suddenly said arrogantly, loud enough for the whole hall to hear. I thought the auction would be very fierce. But unexpectedly no one bid. Thank you for giving in. Thank you, many thanks. The following items are not from the Chinese nation. I'm not interested. Everyone can do as they please. Everyone felt hot after hearing this, but there was nothing they could do about this brat. The auction continued to take place smoothly. The item was sold. Brought out at this time is a vase from the Shameless era. Starting price is 5,000.000. Andy John offers 8,000.000. Louisian offers 1.000.000. Babak offers 3.000.000. Kamida plays with the price of 8.000.000. The vase from the shameless era. This finally belongs to Kamida. Others quickly applauded him. Cao Jun whispered to him, President, definitely don't let that rich guy fool you. On the surface they are flattering you. Really his eyes were always staring at Lin Xin. They were observing Lin Xin's movements. The reason why you were able to auction the artifacts just now was because Lin Xin slightly moved his little finger. They thinking that Lin Xin wanted to increase the money. Before he could finish speaking, this guy was given a slap by old Kamida. Shut up for me. Cao Jun humiliated Ly apologized to him. Lin Xin also quickly added more fuel into the fire. So you guys are always watching me. Rest assured. Rest assured. Next is the cultural heritage of the flower country. You want me to take action? Then satisfy you. Old Kamida was angry. Ha-1 the fifth literary object was immediately brought out. A map of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in late Tang dynasty of China. Starting price 8,000. As expected of a national treasure. Many plaques. The price was raised. Number 001 of Mr. Kamida also contributed shares with 800 million. Lin Xin yawned. Instead of increasing million by million like that, he decided to go big. 2 billion. This number of 2 billion immediately surprised many people. The number 2 billion was still surprising. 5 made everyone experience another shock. Old Kamida screamed out of control. I said 2 billion 5. Cao Jun was scared but still had to speak up to remind him. President, you forgot the strategy. Is it ours? This time we have to put all our effort into auctioning many items. If we spend money like this, Kamida seems to have really lost his reason. He gritted his teeth and ordered him to shut up. If you give in every time, then where will this Kamida's face be? If you want to play, then Lin Xin will also push to the end. 3 billion. Kamida angrily raised his number. 3 billion 5. Lin please enthusiastically respond to him with the price of 4 billion. The growing number that makes everyone gasp. This painting was only valued at 200 million. Now the price has increased 20 times. Here, obviously throwing money out the window. They weren't too surprised by Lin Xin, but they didn't expect that even President Kamida would spend money so uncontrollably. On the other hand, the servants and assistants who were with him when this guy is standing still before his excitement. Old Kamida suddenly showed a cunning smile. He put down his sign. I don't follow anymore. 4 billion. This painting belongs to you. Mr. Lin Xin. This time the whole audience understood everything. It turned out that the president of Kamida deliberately appeared agitated and fought the bidding. All just to make Lin Xin spend a lot of money. Lin Xin's finances, it can't be infinite. If he keeps raising the price like this, he won't be able to last for long. Although it's easy to think of ways to counter Lin Xin, he also needs the person raising the price to be patient and able to withstand criticism. With a strong mind when faced with danger, worthy of being the president of Kamida, he is truly extraordinary. Lin Xin did not feel bitter after hearing this. Okay, is that the right way to play? He replied with one ironic words. I accept, Mr. Lin. Auctioneer announced. Number 008 auctioned a map of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in late Tang dynasty of China for 4 billion. Just now it seemed like that. But Kamida now seemed to be sitting on fire. He quickly ordered his assistant to borrow money from Sanryo Shoju and Futu Shoji, using real estate as collateral, to borrow 10 billion. He smiled evilly and revealed his plan. All the remaining finances after the auction of other artifacts were not enough to maintain my future plans. People like Lin Xin are arrogant. He will definitely, regardless of everything, just like in the beginning, collect all the cultural objects of the country in the hall. So the last item, the Guan Yin lapis lazuli, is the most important. As long as he has that Guan Yin statue, how can a perfectionist like him endure this kind of mistake? Then wouldn't it be a failure to establish a character that spends a lot of money right from the start? Has he fallen? So he will definitely not be able to endure this final defeat. He will definitely defy everything. As long as I can get that lapis lazuli statue, I can grasp the rope of control. Lin Xin. After hearing this, his assistant couldn't help but admire. So it's like that, Mr. Kamida. The more money Lin Xin spent in front of him, the more unable he was to give up that last piece of Chinese culture. This is related to his stance and reputation. Kamida is sure that behind Lin Xin must be a group of rich and patriotic Chinese people. So that can explain why he has so much money. So, old Kamida has made up his mind. This battle can only win, cannot lose. Iris Saito, sitting behind, heard everything and suddenly blushed. So he represents the flower country. On the surface looks like a joke, but is a representative of a country. Her favorability towards him increases by 5%. Iris Saito quickly adjusted her thoughts, forcing herself to remember him is my opponent. -2 favorability. This woman's mood continues to be unstable. Bad news for Lin Sin is again hit with a rain of system notifications. The 6th auction item has appeared. The Flower Country's Banquet Buddha's Head. Starting price is 100 million. Lin Sin raised the price 500 million. The old Kamida immediately followed with the price of 1 billion. This time the hall enjoyed another tense duel. Lin asked for a price of 1 billion 5. Still the same strategy. Kamida retreated. Others in the hall lavished praise on him, able to grasp the price and time very perfectly. Mr. Kamida is truly right, it's that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. If Lin Sin continues like this, it will become hopeless. Very quickly, in a situation where people intentionally raised the price, Lin Sin auctioned off a lot of national cultural artifacts. The amount of money poured out has also reached a huge number. 6 billion 8. At this time, Kamida has auctioned off a lot of cultural artifacts that are not from the Chinese country, plus borrowed finance. The remaining amount in his hand is now 12 billion 8. After a tense struggle, the relics have finally appeared. The lapis lazuli statue of the Yuan Hua dynasty era. Starting price 400 million. Just waiting for this moment, old Kamida decided to pull out all his weapons to fight with you. This is the last cultural artifact of the Flower Country. It is also the thing that Lin Sin must swallow his hatred. Are you ready, Lin Sin? The sound of the auctioneer's voice interrupted his delusions. The Yuan dynasty's lapis lazuli statue was officially auctioned. Starting price 400 million. Please bid. Lin Sin gently bid 1 billion. Anyway, this is also the last document. With this you can go home. Old Kamida just offered 1 billion 5. Smiling triumphantly at you, kid. The good drama has just begun. The whole hall now only pay attention to the two of them, because this time old Kamida decided to go all in with this item. It's no exaggeration to say that this fight is a battle of dragons and tigers. But they all think that perfume kid Lin Sin will soon lose. Lin Sin flirting back. I hope Mr. Lameda can always maintain this leisurely state. The whole time he just keeps his head down. It really suits his name, yours. If you still lose in the end, then you fear that you will be the laughingstock of the entire Japanese kingdom from now on. Right. After saying that, you raised your chin provocatively. Lin Sin Ra lightened the price of 3 billion. Old Kamida is still full of confidence at this time. Keep talking. You have already spent 8 billion 3. The remaining money cannot be more than me. After saying that, he immediately offered 4 billion. Lin Sin couldn't help but smirk at his thoughts. Being teased by the little boy, his face immediately contorted like a monkey eating chili. The two people then seemed to be playing a number game. 5 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion. When the number 9 billion was given, old Kamida started sweating profusely. Lin Sin still kept a relaxed smile and raised the number to 12 billion. This old man's face turned pale, gritted his teeth and gave the number 16 billion. Chia Yuxuan immediately stopped Lin Sin. This amount of money is too much. On the other hand, old man Kamida's assistant is also sweating. President, our finances are only 12 billion 8. It's too much. Kamida is still stubborn and gritting his teeth. This regarding my reputation. It's just a few billion. I still have stocks and many manners. The people participating in today's auction, needless to say how surprised they were. The auctioneer started shouting, 16 billion times 1. Anyone else follow? Kamida's heart was on fire. He was sweating profusely, but he still had to act to provoke him. Follow him. Boy, are you scared? 16 billion times 2 echoed in the hall. His assistant was even more panicked after hearing that. Chairman, those manners and stocks are your last assets. You really have to use those things in exchange for just one literary object. This has already exceeded its original value. Even if you buy this literary object, you will go bankrupt. Ignoring the words of resistance, he still firmly believes that, as long as I can win against Lin Sin, his wealthy fortune teller will definitely think of a way to buy back this artifact. At that time, not only will I not have to spend a penny, but I can still get a lot of good things. From Hua Guo. There are dozens of other Hua Guo museums in the plan, all of which can be credited to me. This is my true plan. So it is like that. Cao Jun and his assistant exclaimed in unison. Iris Saito also spoke up at this time. What if Lin Xin no longer needs this document? Then isn't it the end? Before he could finish his words, he angrily turned down and shouted, "Are you doubting me? Just wait. Lin Xin will definitely need it. He will kneel down like a dog, begging me to give up this document for him." After speaking, he tried to force a smile that couldn't be more forced. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Xin calmly chose to give up. This great treasure had to be given to Mr. Kameda, so the decisive moment has come. Number 001, 16 billion, auctioned off the lapis lazuli statue. Record in the history of the auction world. In the next 50 years it will not be possible to break it. The audience clapped and cheered for the old chairman. But he was not as happy as they thought. Even though he was immersed in his words, everyone's wishes. But on the contrary, he felt like he was sinking into a deep pit of despair. Kameda walked quickly in front of him and looked majestic. He laughed. Lin Xin, didn't you say you would buy all the documents? What's wrong with the flower country's goods? What's wrong? He only brought a little money with him. The most important lapis lazuli statue can't be bought. How should he talk to the perfume riches? Your patriotism is not worth money at all. He waved his hand and ordered Iris Saito to bring out the hot goods. He held the sword in his hand and declared, "According to the martial spirit of our kingdom of Japan, failure like you can only cut off his hand to apologize." Finished speaking, he immediately threw the sword stuck in the ground. Lin Xin slowly picked up the sword. And he was still talking endlessly. But being greedy for life and afraid of death was special. Your points. Definitely don't dare to accept such a glorious act. I can give you a chance. Now, you can borrow 19 billion 9. I will sell the Guan Yin Lu statue glass for you. You completed the task. There is no need to be humiliated and ashamed to death. No matter. You sneered and pointed straight at his face. I just want to see this look of him. Cao Jun angrily pointed back at him. After losing, are you still so arrogant? Are you still pretending to be a fool and trying to force the price? You can't miss even a single penny. Cao Jun and his boss just keep trying. Inspiration is ingenuity. Lin Xin suddenly stood up. He raised his head high and adjusted his tie to make it more formal. Then looked down at him again. By the way, Kameda, this dog of yours, it's really not good at all. Kameda, I don't understand why your attitude is like that. Lin Xin continued. Cao Jun told you that I would buy all the cultural objects of the country. I guessed right. Cao Jun quickly added. How? Now are you afraid to change your mind now? Lin, please remind him to remember the words you said at that time. Which were literary objects sold abroad in ancient times and perfumes. Cao Jun didn't even think twice and still opened his mouth to argue. At that time he said he would collect all the documents of the perfume that were left abroad. So what happened? Old Kameda heard this and immediately understood everything. He immediately slapped. He threw fire. Cao Jun suddenly fell to the ground. He covered his face in wonder. Mr. Kameda. He was panting at this moment. He just wanted to collect the artifacts that the Kingdom of Japan once plundered from perfume before. And the lapis lazuli statue is a product sold by the Japanese kingdom to ancient perfumes. To him, it has no value at all. Lin Xin sneered. And it cannot be said that it has no value at all. What? It still has the basic value of literature. But eyebrows and beard. Since the time of perfume, this style of Guan Yin statue has not been popular anymore. It is because it has to be exported to you that we created this image. If he had had the correct information, he wouldn't have failed so miserably. Now he used 16 billion to buy a literary object with the highest price being only 400 million. A big loss. He was famous all over the world. But it's a pity that he's famous for his face-slapping attitude. Lin, please take the opportunity to be sarcastic. Aren't you going to ruin your family to buy this treasure? No, it's truly a Kameda. Old Kameda, angry and trembling. He called someone to drag Cao Jun away. On the other hand, Chia Yuxuan now understood everything. She blamed and threatened me to death. I thought he was going to fight over this Guan Yin statue with the Kameda. For a moment, he still couldn't react that this was an object. Export. Lin Xin laughed it off. Sorry, if you want to deceive the enemy, you must deceive your own people. At this time, The sound of footsteps is increasing day by day. Many people from different museums are surrounding two people and offered to invite him to our country. On the other hand, old Kamida had to endure their ridicule when he bought that Guanyin statue for 16 billion. It didn't stop there, he was also pushed around by everyone. Sorry, where is the noble image of President Kamida anymore? At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Kamida's face turned purple, he gasped, clutched his chest and collapsed. Yes, at this moment, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in front of him. Mr. Kamida, what's wrong? You have to pay attention to your health. It turned out to be Lin Xin and Chia Yuxuan. He looked at both of their backs, eyes filled with hatred. Enemy. He slowly took out his phone and ordered all the fighters and ninjas of the Kamida family to go into battle. He ordered them to take back all of Lin Xin's artifacts. He wanted him not to see tomorrow's sun. In another development, at the permanent embassy of the Flower Nation in the Kingdom of Japan, Lin Xin and Chia Yuxuan was already here. There were many guards in the room. The Chinese embassy opened up. Mr. Lin, I already know everything. You spent a lot of money to buy precious documents. Wandering abroad in the country of flowers. I represent the embassy to express my sincere thanks to you. Kamida Kento's subtle tricks. I have also heard of it. For the most part we will definitely do our best to keep you safe. Lin Xin shook hands and thanked him. He asked this person to lend him a car. Chia Yuxuan suddenly pulled his hand. Her tone was somewhat worried. Lin Xin, don't go. Okay, it's very dangerous outside. I'm afraid. Lin Xin smiled reassuringly. I guarantee nothing will happen where. Trust me. Chia Yuxuan had tears in her eyes. She could only listen to him. A moment later, Lin Xin went to the parking garage. As he walked, he thought, if I didn't kill him this time, wouldn't I have gone on a trip in vain? Suddenly, a dart flew straight towards him from somewhere. Lin Xin calmly dodged the dart. That girl is none other than Iris Saito. Lin Xin didn't show any surprise. He came so quickly. Why didn't he bring the magatama I gave him? Iris Saito blushed embarrassedly. Why did I have to bring it? Lin Xin laughed teasingly. I saw it matches her eye color. She replied in a cold voice. I don't know why you gave me the magatama. If you want to buy me then it's useless. We Saito ninjas will only carry out the boss's duties. So it's a master-servant relationship. So it's easy to say. Lin Xin offered to hire all the Saito ninjas. How much does Kamida pay? You'll pay double. Iris Saito prepares to attack again. It's me as insulting our Saito family. Do you think we will arbitrarily cancel the contract and kill our master? Lin Xin still continued to act indifferently. Then it is only right that the master dies. The copper will disappear on its own. Right? Shut up, she shouted loudly and rushed in front of him. Lin Xin also bent his body to avoid her dangerous attack. Iris Saito wondered. He looked like he was completely helpless knowing martial arts. How could she avoid all her attacks? If that was the case, she threw another smoke bomb. Lin Xin didn't pay attention for a moment. The smoke cleared and no one was seen in front of. At this moment, Iris Saito appeared from nowhere. Her legs clamped tightly around his neck. The situation was hanging by a thread. Her sword was about to interact with his head. But fortunately, he still had enough reflexes to hold her hands. Iris Saito trembled. His strength was too great. Normally this position is the most difficult to exert force when attacked by someone. She decided to squeeze tighten your legs. Tighten your thighs around your neck. If only for a moment you will die due to lack of blood flow to the brain. Thinking she was the only one who knew how to do tricks. You quickly bit her thigh. Iris Saito was both hurt and surprised and jumped down. She didn't expect you to even have this trick. Lin Xin sighed. As long as he can win. The King of Eight Fists is also a strong fist. Now it's my turn. Lin Xin ran all the way in front of her. Iris Saito's face turned pale. She immediately raised her sword to defend. Lin Xin quickly grabbed her wrist and pressed it tightly against the car. Caught her. Iris Saito was about to knee his younger brother. Luckily he had guessed this trick. Lin Xin took revenge with an iron attack. Her two swords had now fallen. Lin Xin looked at her lying down. I breathed a sigh of relief on the ground. It was finally done. The current level 3 attribute. Fighting one ninja can still barely win. But if you deal with many martial artists and ninjas you will definitely lose. Right, think of a way. A moment later, Lin Xin put her on the car's hood and rummaged through all the toys on her body. He held the bottle of medicine and marveled. This was the real medicine. He didn't expect her to actually hide it in your chest. Really hide it well. Now, ninja girl, tell me the truth. Having said that, he immediately dropped the pill into her mouth. Iris Saito woke up dimly. The bewildered beauty had not yet understood what was going on. Was pressed close by the perverted Lin Sin. This position is really too offensive. The truth medicine has also been taken. Now is the time for your questioning. Iris Saito, her hands were tied tightly and she couldn't move at all. In the face of this situation, she still arrogantly said, I admit that I failed miserably. But to tell the truth, I have been professionally trained. Don't expect to find out any information, any news from me. It's useless. Lin Sin smiled and replied, That's right. Then a knife like the wind passed by and cut off the binding rope. Iris Saito, the golden deer, was stunned for 5 seconds. You just threw the knife while looking at her, calmly talking in disbelief. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be worth anything for me to tie you up. I'll take the weapons. I also have to deal with Kamida. Hearing that, she was surprised, bewildered, startled, couldn't help but question, Did you accidentally let me go like that? Without asking anything, he quickly replied, I only have one question. One ultimate wish. The premise is no. If I harm you, what must I do to make you give up chasing and killing me? But in your heart he silently added a fatal sentence. If you die, I can't spend money. Iris Saito, no, knowing people's hearts is as difficult to fathom as finding a needle in a haystack. She heard it as if honey was poured into her ears. Her face turned red and she quickly covered her face and turned away. Her heart pounded as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. She was embarrassed and twisted, thinking, why does he treat me so well? And even give me Magatama? Maybe. At the same time, Lin Sin received a notification from the system, adding 10% of favorability. Great. Yes, you have to do it to the end. You are a hero. You get in the car and prepare to go to the meeting point. Iris Saito became a friend. Nervously couldn't help but rush over, clutching the car door, asking him, wait, why don't you just go alone and look for Kamida like this? His face was calm. He said it was okay. So what? If I can't get any information from you, then I have to go ask another assassin. Right. Iris Saito, and as a fish caught on the hook, boarding a pirate ship, she was worried about his safety, so she revealed the information. Kamida was at Beach Villa number 2, Town 1, Higashiatami. Even though she had sent a group of soldiers, big assassins came to kill him, but in the villa there were still 8 gun-toting fighters and 6 ninjas. Thinking about him, her body trembled. Kamida. He was extremely cruel, whether it was towards his targets or subordinates. You don't know. Damn it, I really wanted to escape. But the rules of the Saito family are very strict. Lin Sin gently placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. No need to worry. I will go and discuss it carefully with Kamida now. Believe my request. He'll agree too. His eyes looked at her tenderly and said, just find a place and hide. Looking at the car that was gradually moving away, Iris Saito lowered her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin Sin, because why is everything he does beyond my expectations? I've lived through 18 pots of Ban Chung and I've never met anyone like him. Her liking for him adds another 20% to his liking. But don't see the flowers blooming and think that spring will come. Everything is not like a dream. In the midst of sublime emotions, she turned to panic when she saw that she was surrounded by 3 of old Kamida's subordinates. One of them used the device to report to the old man. The target has escaped, came out of the east door of the embassy, sent people to follow. Iris Saito failed the mission. Suspected of betrayal, the other end said angrily. Bring her back here. Iris Saito saw that. Her face fell. She froze. She broke out in a cold sweat. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. In another place, his mansion was on a bright island tonight. Security was pushed to the highest level. Patrol boats ran around the island like a pinwheel. In the room, Kamida stood looking out the glass window. He said to the person on the other end of the line. Lost track. On the end of the line, the other party quickly explained. We thought he was coming here, so we ambushed him along the road. But life was not like a dream. He seemed to be in our hearts and drove to another road, waiting for us. When I found his car, the person was no longer in the car. Kamida heard that. His face wrinkled like a monkey's ass. He got angry and scolded through the walkie-talkie. A bunch of useless Useless people. Sent a ninja from the embassy over there. Turned around and found everything for me. Having finished speaking, the old man viciously looked towards Iris Saito, who was tied to a chair with electric wires plugged into her body. Kamida approached and grabbed her hair. Questioned. Said, "Where did Lin Sin go?" Iris Saito said with difficulty, "I really don't know, master. He took all my weapons. And didn't tell me any plans." It's strange for someone like him to believe what you said. He angrily picked up the remote and pressed the button, at the same time saying, "Do you think I would believe it? Dreaming that I would let you go unharmed like that?" Iris Saito was electrocuted all over her body. She tensed up and screamed in pain. When the electric shock passed, she bowed her head, her body trembling in pain. Unable to speak, old man Kamida squeezed her chin and said in a harsh voice, "I have many effective interrogation methods, but I won't use them on you. Do you know why?" He continued, his face full of despicable lust. "Because I have to make sure that this perfect body of yours doesn't have any wounds, so that I can sell it. Got a good price." Iris Saito trembled and begged, Don't. At this moment, the alarm sounded. The urgent announcement came through the radio. There was an attack. There was only one person. I don't know where he infiltrated from. He killed several of our people, using ninja weapons. Hearing that, he loudly ordered, "Damn it, it must be Lin Sin. Turn on all the headlights." The ninja team set off. "Today did you run into the sky?" At this moment, you were like the wind dodging two passing enemy bullets. Then he held two swords in both hands and quickly cut a neck to kill one of them. But he was caught by the light. Determined the location, discovered the target, he couldn't escape. At the same time, a group of ninjas from the nearby woods rushed out like frogs pouncing on prey. Just rushed straight to the point where he just threw a dart at. Don't wait to die, in front of a strong enemy. He quickly threw his body and escaped. Coming to the cliff, Lin Sin did not hesitate to rush straight over, falling straight into the sea. The ninjas saw so at the same time jumped down to pursue. The person on the other side of the conversation announced that the target had already jumped into the sea. Our ninjas also went down. Old Kamida smiled sinisterly, thinking that jumping into the sea could escape. These 6 ninjas are all elites of the Saito family. Their underwater assassination ability is also very strong. Lin Sin is sure to die. In the deep sea, taking advantage of a loophole, a ninja holding a hidden weapon rushed straight towards him, intending to attack, stab you. But that guy could not have imagined that your speed was so fast. In the blink of an eye you had moved behind that guy. In front of this guy's wide eyes. You were cold. Definitely give him a shot to visit his grandparents. The remaining ninja saw this and quickly shouted. He was swimming too fast. Don't disperse. Gather in one place. Under his pressure, several ninjas quickly turned their backs to each other, only raising their swords to passively defend. He quickly moved around, playing cat and mouse with them. Couldn't help but laugh coldly. On land I really can't defeat you guys. But in the water you can't use stealth. Okay, my speed is not as fast as mine. I can still hold my breath for about 10 more minutes. Lin Sin couldn't help but feel embarrassed, thinking that the sea of the Kingdom of Japan is not clean at all. Damn it, not even I don't know how long I'll be immersed in seawater before I mutate. I have to fight quickly to win. In front of his attacks, the ninjas couldn't even fight back and attack. They were beaten until they didn't miss a single shot. One of them, because there was not enough oxygen, he broke the formation and swam to the surface, leaving his teammates behind. Seizing the unique opportunity, Lin Sin quickly rushed forward, and with one quick strike, he ended that guy's life on the spot. The remaining guys couldn't stand it anymore and rushed towards the water to get air. Looking back, they were scared to death. He was definitely not human. He had been swimming for 3 minutes. Why is there still no need to get oxygen? In another situation, the old man with a jar of Kamida no longer heard the gunshots. Guessing the result, he laughed widely with joy. What a fool. He was alone, also dared to come here to deal with me. But unfortunately I couldn't see his desperate expression when he was about to die. Iris Saito was filled with worry, silently calling his name, Lin Sin. Right after that, he took out a glass bottle, stroked his beard and looked at her contemptuously, saying, "The trouble has been solved. So now it's your turn. You realize what it is. Don't be afraid of me." Damn it, she silently cried that something was wrong. But all resistance was useless. Kamida squeezed her mouth and then put a few drops of water in. Then he rubbed his hands, stuck out his tongue, and said vilely, "Wait until I get bored of playing with you and then sell Thailand. As for Saito family, as long as I tell you that you failed your mission and were killed by Lin Sin. The Saito family definitely doesn't care about a lost commodity like you." Iris Saito was heartbroken, tears falling, thinking bitterly, "Lin Sin, when you said that, I truly believed that you were the one who could change my destiny." She silently prayed, "God, if there is a miracle, please let the miracle happen." Kamida Tien came to squeeze her cheeks and smiled lewdly. "There are no gods in this world, but I can take you to heaven." Suddenly a voice from behind answered his words. "And I can kick you straight down to the 18th floor of the earth." Prison. Lin Sin jumped in from the window. The hero saved the beauty. Iris Saito was so moved that she cried and softly called out. Lin Sin, notification system, plus 50% favorability. Wonderful. He quickly explained. "Sorry for being late. Those ninjas were so entangled." Old man Kamida took the radio and called but got no response. Unbelievable. How could that be possible? Then he cried out. He was so full of pain that he couldn't hold the radio because he threw a dart at his wrist. Not letting him recover, Lin Sin rushed forward and gave him a shocking blow to his stomach, causing him to squirt blood. Said coldly, "Sorry, those fighters of yours are still stupid on the shore. The ninjas are in the water." He knelt down at his feet, rolled his eyes, clutched his stomach and groaned. He said in boredom, "He shut up, be quiet, don't bother people," then went to cut Iris Saito's rope. He trembled and stood up. His heart choked up and asked, "Why? That's impossible. You're obviously dead. Lin, please say it's okay. Maybe it's because my swimming technique is good and God loves me." Then he held her up so she could lean on him, gently held out the sharp knife and softly said, "Do you want to deal with him yourself?" Old Kamida with tears in his eyes and nose. He quickly knelt down, clasped his hands, trembling, and begged her, "Don't, I was wrong, I'm sorry, very sorry, please forgive me." Without saying a word, she took the glass bottle, popped it open, then approached, grabbed the old man's hair, tilted his head up, and forced him drink the whole bottle to save. She stood up and looked at him, her face full of disgust. Killing him with one knife would be too easy for him. This one bottle was enough to make him die miserably. He looked at him trying to hook him. His throat was full of vomit. His hands were in his pockets. His face was cold and he didn't speak. After that, the two of them boarded the yacht and drove away, leaving him moaning in the mansion behind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This medicine is really scary." Iris Saito blushed, exhaled hot breath, looked at his questioning expression, held his elbow and tremblingly said, "Kamida just now forced me to drink that medicine." Without waiting for his response, she quickly rubbed it into her arms. As you said, sorry I couldn't bear it anymore." He looked eye to eye with Iris Saito sitting on his lap, blushing and said, "Let's go to shore first. Find a safe place first." She panted. "It's okay," she replied. "You drive the boat, I'll do it myself." Then she leaned down, put her legs on his shoulder, shyly moaning, "If you can't hold it anymore, you're not worthy of a man." Suddenly, the boat collided making her tremble. He shyly spoke up, "Sorry, I'll drive slowly." Iris Saito suppressed her cry, embarrassedly said, "Don't, just drive at that speed." At the same time, the system announced an additional 10% of favorability. Time flew by. When the sun came out, two people were hugging each other resting after a night of love on the yacht. He opened the flag in his stomach. "I didn't expect to feel something new." Iris Saito lay in his arms and said softly, "Kamida is dead. My master's contract was failed. I have to go home to Saito to be punished. He sincerely advised me, don't be a ninja anymore. Live and die. A girl, isn't it good for a young person like you to live peacefully?" She couldn't help but cry, choking up, "But I don't know what I can do. We are ninjas are all orphans who were adopted by Saito from a young age. Ninjas are our only destiny." Suddenly, he held up a black VIP card in front of her. There was 1 billion in it. She could do what she wanted. "I want to do. Be the person I want to be. From now on I will only live for myself." I was so emotional when I held the card. Sparkling eyes looking at you. Lin Sin, thank you. The two hugged each other deeply at the same time. The system sounds continuously rang in his head, adding 45% of favorability. Saito Asuka reached 90%, completing the first stage of playing, spending 1.5 billion in playing money for Saito Asuka, 10% refund equivalent to 150 million Chinese yuan. Transferred to your personal account, plus a current all-attribute bonus. All attribute level 4. Bonus 1 of 3 skills. Choose from time permitting. Mastery of piano skill level A. Mastery of hand dancing skill level D. Mastery of hexagonal dance skill level D. The next morning, the press reported that the company's president Kameda Kento Kameda last night died in his villa. According to witnesses, the scene was extremely scary, so much so that the descriptive words had to be obscured. His bodyguards also had many dead people. Preliminary speculation is that it was assassinated by a ninja, suspected that it was done by a rival tycoon. At this time at the airport, Lin Sin and a man shook hands with each other. That person held his hand tightly while saying thank you thanks. Luckily Kameda Kento is dead. You too can be safe. Thank you again for the dedication you did for the perfume. He replied with a smile. Thank you embassy for protecting us. That Kameda is considered evil and evil is rewarded. Death is well deserved. Stepping towards the plane, he clasped his hands behind his head and said to Chia Yuxuan beside him, "The matter has been resolved completely. Unfortunately it is rare to come to the Japanese kingdom. It is not possible to have fun like soaking in hot water." "There," she replied gently, "come again next time," in the form of exchanging literature. Looking at the plane carrying him in the distance, Iris Saito gently stroked her long pink hair. She smiled. Lin Sin waited after finishing some personal matters. "I will go to Perfume to find you, because it seems I have found my life's goal." At Arrival Terminal B, Chia Yuxuan is leading the workers loading and unloading goods. "Car, be careful, they are all precious artifacts." He was standing still to the side looking at it when he was suddenly startled by a prompt from the system. Counting down the time to choose one of 3 skills: 1 hour 16 minutes 23 seconds. Mastering the piano skill level A. Mastering hand dancing skill level D. Mastering hexagonal jumping skill level D. He looked at the system board and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, I almost forgot such an important matter." At that time he only focused on comforting Saito Asuka. He stroked his chin and thought, what the hell are the other 2 skills? Choose the piano, you can use it. System icon appeared. Had chosen to master the piano skill level A. Musical melodies suddenly appeared in his mind. Amazing. A large amount of knowledge about piano was automatically flowing into his brain. Suddenly there was the voice called him from behind. It turned out to be Luo Yaxi. She walked over with her bag and said, "I'm here to pick you up. Are you surprised?" He put his hand in his bag and looked down at her. "No wonder he asked me before, when are you going to fly back home? You're really considerate." Luo Yaxi leaned into his arms and shyly confessed, "I miss you," then stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. She shyly stroked his hair. "I'll take him out to eat first. After that, we went to see the house. I chose a 90 square meter house for about 150,000. He smiled happily like he had found candy, holding his hand and talking like a newly rich man. "That's right, buying a house. Only 150,000, how can it be enough? If you give a gift, you have to give an expensive one." He hugged Luo Yaxi and prepared to leave, secretly calculating, buying a house can cost a lot of money. Luo Yaxi's current favorability is 95%. Right, no, I don't know what it will be like when it reaches 100%. I'm curious. Suddenly Chia Yuxuan turned around and saw him and asked, "Lin Sin, where are you going?" He was startled, sweating like he was caught at the battle. He quickly turned his head to explain, "Oh, that, me and my friends," then turned around and didn't see Luo Yaxi running ahead, waving to the driver, making him stiffen. Chia Yuxuan said gently, his soulmate said, "Your friend came to pick you up. Must be a good brother." Before he could explain, she quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Then bowed her head and said, "This trip is to the Kingdom of Japan. It's been hard for you. Despite such danger." Having finished speaking, Chia Yuxuan was embarrassed and quickly left him and ran away. "Now leave the arrangement of these documents to me. You are lucky." Touched his face, thinking to himself, do they count as an indirect kiss? From inside the car, Luo Yaxi waved at him. "Lin Sin, get in the car." He looked at it and felt relieved in his heart. Oh my god, have you avoided a lifetime of heated disputes? Lin Sin and Luo Yaxi stood in front of the lobby of villa area. Luo Yaxi stammered in surprise. This is Dila Yipen's villa area. Lin Sin had the opportunity to show off to a pretty girl and said, I asked a friend just now. He introduced me here. Mr. True happily answered the phone before. Mr. Kian wants to buy the most expensive villa. Come to my Dila Yipen. Dragon Court number 1 in there is the most suitable for Mr. Kian's identity. Luo Yaxi and Lin Sin walked in. She looked around and said, but I heard that the cheapest villa costs 100 million. The pretty staff member bowed politely and said, Sir, Miss, hello, can I anything to serve for you too? Lin Sin calmly replied, I want to watch Dragon Court number 1. The employee, on the outside, secretly thought in disgust. Bringing people who do live streams here to record videos. It's so annoying. Okay, let's leave them to another colleague. Then tell the 2 people in front of us. Yes, sir, this is Dragon Court salesperson number 1. Please wait a moment. Can you see the introduction of the design board of Dragon Court number 1 first? The female employee turned away in disgust, leaving Luo Yaxi hesitantly saying, Lin Sin, this Dragon Court number 1 is 300 million. Isn't it too expensive? Lin Sin replied very stylishly. Yaxi, this is your first room. I don't want to be rude. If you want to give it, you have to give it the most expensive one. Luo Yaxi tearfully called his name. Lin Sin, the system shows up, plus 3% of favorability. Luo Yaxi's current favorability is 98%. Lin Sin smiled happily as if she was on cloud 9 thinking, I'm so strong. I have both earned money and increased my favorability. Suddenly a man and a woman walked in. It was Mr. Jin, and a big-breasted beauty walked in. Mr. Jin said to the girl, Today take me to see how the flowers are arranged at Dragon Court number 1. The girl next to me flattered me a bit. Mr. Jin is so good. Do you want to buy that house? Mr. Jin replied, Not sure, if it can make you satisfied. Buying it is just a matter of minutes. Big belly guy Mr. Jin came next to Lin Sin and asked, Who brother, did you buy a villa too? Lin Sin politely replied, I'm. Luo Yaxi eyes bright as headlights said, Oh my god, Lin Sin, look at this balcony and swimming pool. It's expensive but really very beautiful. Mr. Jin and his sister wearing a mane of hair next to him said contemptuously. What a coincidence. The brother also saw Dragon Court number 1 star. Lin Sin stupidly and happily replied. He also came for Dragon Court number 1. So what a coincidence. Luo Yaxi next door is in a serious mood. Sorry you two, we have decided to buy Dragon Court number 1. You can go directly to Dragon Court number 2 or number 3, check it out. Mr. Jin revealed his infamous eyes and replied, Really, my brother is still young. I didn't expect he was already a billionaire. If that's the case then of course we have to give in. Nini said let's see right. Beautiful girl Nini continued, Of course. Although we also want to buy it. Just consider it as a friend gift. Luo Yaxi was upset. Lin Sin left to ask the staff. Hello, please tell me it's a toilet, which direction is it? The employee enthusiastically replied, Go this way then turn right. At the men's restroom. Lin, please wash your hands after doing business. Suddenly Mr. Jin boldly walked in. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Lin Sin, my brother, stabbed you so you had to follow me. Right? He lit the cigarette. Then continued, That girl of yours is so sour. I don't think you can control it. Lin Sin deliberately pretended not to understand. What do you mean? I don't really understand. Mr. Jin pretended to flex with Lin Sin and said, It's just that you act very fake as a second-generation rich man. I also have to worry about you a little more. How are you going to clean up the ending? Look at me, nouveau riche. Is this acting without any flaws? Young man Lin Sin looked surprised, looking at Mr. Jin in front of him. He put his arm around his shoulder. Lin Sin said, I think you're very pleasing to the eye, so I'll give you some free tips. Come on, look at my Porsche and Lamborghini car keys. Lin Sin asked in confusion. These are expensive car keys. Mr. Jin smiled happily and said with a voice full of experience, Damn the key. These are all lighters. These are all my color props. Discrimination. The Nini girl out there is looking because of my Lamborghini key. He let me slip into my hand so easily. He confidently spoke repeatedly, causing Lin Sin to go out of his mind. This appearance of yours cannot scare people. The rich second generation must have a way. Dressed like a wealthy second generation. At first glance I knew you were a newbie. He took advantage of the opportunity to offer long posts. I also tricked Nini into talking about buying a villa. When I saw you say you wanted to buy it, I immediately borrowed this as well. Going into the water, the image of an emerging rich person who is not short of money and is happy to expand relationships has been formed. Isn't that very good? This is improvisation. Brother, there are many things you can do. Need to learn. I just had an intensive course in 30 days. Discounting the price for you to $998. Even if you are a beauty or a rich woman, you can easily get your hands on it. Please coordinate with me later so that you can have it. Excuse not to buy this villa anymore. Outside Luo Yaxi and Nini. The girl Nini looked down at Luo Yaxi's bag and said, "This Hermes bag of yours also looks like the real thing." Luo Yaxi responds in style. "This is real. Bought in Hermes store." Pretty girl Nini continued innocently. "Little sister, don't misunderstand. I'm not your enemy. Our goals are the same. It's just you so bad. I don't know how to look at people." Luo Yaxi asked in bewilderment. "Me, what is my goal? I'm a pretty and confident girl. Pretending to be a rich lady. We all have the same goal." She confidently held up the bag in her hand and said, "Your qualifications are very high. Only can you be high? Mr. Jin, this nouveau riche who spends heavily. This genuine Chanel bag of mine was also bought for him. 120.000 each." Luo Yaxi was shocked. Nini's older sister patted Yaxi's shoulder. "But it's okay, I'll expose his true face later for you." Nini energetically held Yaxi's hand and said, "Back, my sister is too stubborn." Luo Yaxi turned to Lin Xin and said, "Lin Xin, the more I look at Dragon Court number 1, the more I like it." Lin Xin elegantly said to the staff, "Hello, I want to buy Dragon Court number 1. Now go check in for me." The employee asked in surprise, "Don't you need to come in first?" "Yes, I'll go to work right away." Mr. Jin and Nini thought nothing of the same thing. "Come here, look, come on little brother. I will relieve you, let you escape. Come here, look little sister, I will expose this second rich fake for you." The sound of swiping the card. The transaction was successful except 300 million. Lin Xin pointed at Luo Yaxi and said, "The name of this house should be in the name of this lady." Luo Yaxi held his face in delusion and thought, "Villa of 300 million. Is my home with Lin Xin?" The employee and Mr. Jin and Nini were petrified on the spot. With great difficulty forcing out the words, "What?" the employee politely raised his hand and said, "You two, please go this way, I'll take you to Dragon Court number 1. Unlucky Mr. Jin and Nini were extremely enthusiastic. Unexpectedly the clown was himself. At the luxury villa area, Lam Tam held out his hand to receive the key from the employee. "Mr. Lin, this is the key of you. Starting from now on you are the owner of Dragon Court number 1. Lin Xin politely replied, "Thank you." The security guard of the villa was sleeping soundly. A footsteps rang out. It made me say the guard suddenly woke up. He seemed to be cautious and raised his voice. "Who said, Dragon Court number 1 is a villa that unauthorized people are not allowed to enter?" I kicked. The security guard took a full kick and ascended to heaven. General True after finishing he happily said, "Luckily I arrived in time. I knew right away that the situation would be like this." Leaving Lin Xin and Luo Yaxi helpless too. General True waved his hand and watched the two enter the villa. "I didn't do it. Please, Mr. Kian and the beauties enjoy their new home. I wish you both a happy life." Inside the villa, 2 rows of servants are neatly lined up waiting for their masters. Inside there is a room filled with wine. It looks like Crave. The outdoor swimming pool is filled with a luxurious feeling. The shiny gym makes people say, "Oh my god. It's so pompous." Lin Xin said very naturally. The bathroom is just as big. Enough for 10 people to bathe. Moreover, next to the bathroom is the steam room. Suddenly the shower faucet flushed. Lin Xin turned around in bewilderment to look. Luo Yaxi stood under the wet faucet and said embarrassedly, accidentally touching the switch. Lin Xin blushed and looked at the ring won by Luo Yaxi said, "Then take a hot bath. Don't let it get cold." Saying then turned around and left. "I'll go buy you new clothes." Luo Yaxi expressed shyness and held Lin Xin. "Don't go, this villa is so big. I'm a bit scared being alone." In the end, my clothes were scattered on the ground. The spring scene was exposed. The two of them pressed their faces close together. Luo Yaxi gasped for a few words. Two people's legs, one big and one small. Stepping into the bathtub to do adult things. A way of enjoyment. The two kissed passionately. Luo Yaxi's eyes filled with tears said lovingly, Lin Sin, I love you. The system suddenly showed up with 2% favorability. Congratulations to the host for another successful counterattack step and receiving the first 100% attack achievement. The submissive relationship between Luo Yaxi and the host has changed. From now on she will be single-minded. Never betray. Spend 300 million in game money. Refund 3,000. Bonus plus 1 full level attribute. You can choose a skill below B level as you like. Do you have a choice now? Lin Sin looked at the words on the system with bright eyes and thought. Successfully practicing. He happily continued thinking. Wholeheartedly yes. Never betray. No matter how many other beauties she knows I know. She will not be jealous. Nor will her liking decrease. So fighting no longer exists. Hugging left and right is no longer a dream. Okay, great. I'm busy now. Wait for your free time skills. Then pick him up. Luo Yaxi threw herself at him, whining and calling his name. Lin Sin. The next day, Lu Cheng woke up dreamily. She was startled to see Luo Yaxi walked in dreamily and asked, Yaxi, where did you go last night? Luo Yaxi climbed into bed and said, I'm tired. You open it and see my post yourself. Lu Cheng picked up the phone and was startled. Luo Yaxi's post with the words of love in his mouth, sunshine on his face, love in his head, beside him, accompanied by meaningful photos. Lu Cheng said angrily, holding the phone tightly, he is Lin Sin. Luo Yaxi just returned to her room early in the morning. She lazily lay down and yawned. In this world besides Lin Sin, can I see anyone else? It's convenient to say, the villa that's what he bought for me. It's our house. Lu Cheng said with a jealous frown. What house? Yaxi, don't blame me for so many things. You guys don't have any emotional foundation. Lin Sin is very good, maybe it's just a joke. Don't get too deep. Luo Yaxi was sleepy, his eyes almost glued together. Reply, thank you for reminding me. But my love for Lin Sin is so much that I can't understand. Even if other women fall for him, I won't be jealous, because Lin Sin knows that I will always be with him. Lu Cheng shouted, you're crazy. Sleepiness came. Luo Yaxi didn't care about Lu Cheng anymore. Didn't talk anymore. Last night Lin Sin tormented me until my limbs fell off. I support you to continue to hold on to Lin Sin if you can do it. Lu Cheng silently cursed in his mind. By the way, you keep being arrogant. Your last plan wasn't perfect enough. But this time Lin Sin will definitely feel it. A few days later, while Lin Sin is sleeping, the phone rang. What is that? It's early in the morning. On Lin Sin's phone notification are dense message notifications. Luo Yaxi, honey, today is my birthday. Let's go, let's eat and watch a movie. Lu Cheng, happy birthday to you. I really want to say these words to you personally. Lin Sin, happy birthday. Fortunately Peng Billion said it in the group. Otherwise I wouldn't have. I know. You are my major shareholder. It's not okay if you don't invite me to a meal. Lin, please read the message. I'm happy. I forgot my birthday. I've never had a girl wish me a birthday before me. Lin Sin replied to Peng Billion's message. I was very touched, but I already had an appointment with my roommates to eat together today, so it'll be later. Lin Sin thought to herself. What a fool. At the same time, dealing with so many women in one day is so annoying. I'm not a master of time management. The brothers in Lin Sin's dorm room laughed and said, today is your birthday. Tonight now we invite you to dinner. Lin Sin replied excitedly, guys, then I won't be polite anymore. After Lin Sin replied, the guys in the room looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Early afternoon, Lin Sin happily arrived at the hotel that her roommates had booked in advance. Lin Sin exclaimed, those 3 kids invited me to eat at such a luxurious hotel. I came here to eat with Yan Bao last time. Lin Sin looked at his phone and saw a reservation on the 3rd floor. The 3 of Zhou Tong and the others were sitting on the 3rd floor. Lin Sin arrived at the 3rd floor and immediately took a photo to inform them. I arrived at the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Everyone. At this time a woman with a stiff face due to plastic surgery angrily came forward and shouted at Lin Sin. Hey, why did you secretly take a photo of me? Immediately delete the photo and apologize to me. Lin Sin, hurry up explanation. Huh, I didn't secretly take a photo of you. The smug woman said, do you think I'm stupid? I'll count to 3 and if you don't delete it, I'll call the police. What a nuisance. It's just that he looks a little more outstanding. And everywhere he goes there are perverted men secretly taking pictures. Lin Sin immediately held up the phone screen with the text message for everyone to see. In the photo is Lin Sin. He texted me, I've arrived at the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Are you guys here? After showing everyone around, he said, I didn't secretly take pictures of you. Open your eyes and see clearly. Woman. When Lin Sin saw the photo on her phone, she was extremely angry and embarrassed, and the surrounding staff secretly held back their laughter until they trembled. Luo Yaxi stepped forward and called out, Lin Sin, you're here. Lin Sin looked puzzled. Yaxi. Luo Yaxi quickly pulled his hand into the restaurant. Lin Sin, let's go in. Lin Sin was pulled in by Yaxi and scratching my head, but still don't understand what the problem is. Everyone standing around eating melons also died laughing. This person's girlfriend is also so beautiful. That's right, with such a beautiful girlfriend, how can you secretly take pictures of someone who touches you? Plastic surgery like this. When you're ugly, you like to beautify yourself. The woman who was criticized by everyone was so angry. She cursed crazily in her head. A bunch of blind people. Is there anything I can't be beautiful about? So beautiful, but he didn't take a picture of me. This man is really blind. Entering the restaurant to the reserved table, Lin Sin asked, why are you here? Where are Zhou Tong and the others? Yaxi said softly, today is your birthday. People want to spend your birthday with you, so they asked them for a little help. Lin Sin was speechless. How could those 3 people go to such a high-end restaurant? So, Yaxi happily said, when I told them, they agreed very quickly, worthy of being my best friends. At this time, Lin Sin's friends thought, son, the fathers can only help, I'm just here. I don't have to go anywhere tonight. I understand. Luo Yaxi took out a watch. Lin Sin, happy birthday. Lin Sin received the gift. Thank you, and thought to yourself, luckily it's not a competition, it's good to win. Lu Cheng walked up from afar. Lin Sin, happy birthday. She held out her gift to Lin Sin. Lin Sin was surprised. Lu Cheng, why are you here? Lu Cheng sit down next to Lin Sin, approaching him with a seductive look. Lin Sin, this is Versace's leather belt. I think this belt is worthy of your temperament. Luo Yaxi frowned and said, this belt, it's only 50.000. Right, this gift is too cheap. Lin Sin, this watch is Omega's newest one. 200.000. Lu Cheng counted. No Yaxi, Lin Sin gave you so many gifts, so you only bought a watch for 200.000. Although my leather belt is only 50.000, but that's all the money I have. Lin Sin's attitude is not very happy. Give it back. I don't need your gift. Lu Cheng thought in shock. He actually asked me to return the belt. As soon as Lin Sin heard that I had used all my money to buy it, he immediately decided to thank me. Need that. Lin Sin, really, you still love me? Notification system +3 favorability. Lu Cheng's favorability is 94%.